there, guys, gals, and non-binary pals, and welcome to the SMITE Content Creator Cup EMEA Edition Finals of the LAN Qualifiers. Gore, it's Trelly, and there's only two teams left. Only one of them gets to come to LAN. The question is going to be who, and that's what we're determining today. So, Trelly, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling fantastic. It's been a long journey. Finally coming to an end. Get to see who gets to join us in studio here later on, but there's still a lot on the line, Gore. It's not going to be easy for any team.
That's, you know what? That's what's going to blow my mind is that there's only so many more times I get to say what their prizing is. It feels like we've been doing that. Well, actually, we have literally been doing that since March. So what is going on and what are we doing? Well, yesterday, as you saw, 3 teams were competing in a best-of-3 round robin. 2 of them moved on to today, where they are going to compete in a best-of-5. Winner goes to LAN. Pretty straightforward. It's a best-of-5, win 3, you get to go. Lose 3, you get knocked out. Lose 2, then win 3, you get to go. And it's a reverse sweep and maybe style points, I guess. There's not really anything extra on that. What are you competing for? Well, as we have mentioned, and as the name of today kind of shows, it's a LAN qualifier. So the first thing that they're playing for is an invitation to play at LAN in July at our esports headquarters here in Georgia. They're also going to get a behind-the-scenes tour of Titan Forge Studios, access to SMITE 2 development, additional loot and goodies, and, of course, a donation to charity on their behalf. That's what the winner is going to receive, as well as 3 teams from the NA bracket that we're going to be running next weekend. And so those top 4 total that come to LAN are going to be getting donations to charity, and today we're going to find out, Shelly, as Hazer put it, all those months ago, who cares more about charity?
I miss that guy. I wish we could have seen him make it this far, unfortunately, but we at least get to use his naming, his verbiage, because it has been iconic, and it's true. If you win, you just like charity a bit more. With that, I'm really proud of you for making your little card tower. Man. By the way, I tried to copy you as best I could. We had some time before the broadcast started.
Yeah. When we got hit as well, I think players are getting into the lobby.
Yep.
And so I'm going to do due diligence. Why are there cards on the desk? That's probably something that realistically outside of it, unless you know this information, it probably seems like we're just
goofing off.
We're just like toddlers that need stuff in front of us. There's going to be a whole thing in Vegas, and it's been announced, and you should sign up to get emails for when tickets go on sale and all sorts of things. It's going to be very fun for SMITE 2 specifically. As we start to look towards the future, of course, we've had some really fun alpha weekends last week, where there was even a tournament. If you didn't watch that, you should have. You missed out.
Yeah.
And then, I guess the other one was like a month ago.
Yeah.
Ish.
A month from last week.
Yeah.
I could be wrong about that. Maybe it was 3 weeks. But either way, they were both fun.
And if you wanted more intel on that, you should just watch This Week in SMITE ... 2, because we did another one. When it comes out, you're going to want to make sure that you see all the cool things like Hades, Soul, they were in the new one, and they brought some interesting balance. What's going on today, though, and how are things going to be shaking out? And I think actually to the point where I don't think I've introduced the 2 teams that are even playing. It's Seagyll and iDavy taking each other on. And yesterday, iDavy and his squad, for the first time, lost a set. Admittedly, it was a seeding set, and they get to do the replay today, so it depends on how this goes. And I even actually told J-Mac at the time, Charlie, sometimes losing the seeding match is maybe favorable going into the actual match. Like, it feels like it's a 50-50 coin toss as to what happens next.
Why do you think it's favorable, though? Like, just for the mind games, or you think it was actually like a benefit to it?
I think just mind games.
Okay, that's what I was thinking as well. Because I don't think you actually get a benefit for losing.
No, there's not like a bonus. Yeah, like you load into game and you get +5 power every minute.
I wasn't saying like that. I just mean like, oh, we lost, thank goodness. Now they're on their toes, But in this case, you make them think, hey, you've been playing against us for a couple months now. You think you know everything we've got. Just kidding. We've been baiting you the whole time. Maybe that was Davy's plan. Or they just lost. There's only one way to find out. And it's pretty much who's going to get to 3 wins first today, and that will be, that's how we'll know whose plan worked better.
The issue, in chat, this is something I'll be open with up front. The issue with building these, and I will also say yesterday was the first time I tried to do it, is that can happen. But also now I'm afraid to put my hands down because I'm afraid if I rest my hands here, I'll break my little tower.
And if something hype happens, we get like a table slam or something, you're done.
Oh yeah, that's actually okay. while we're waiting for the players to get ready, I'll give a behind-the-scenes thing, which is we have monitors. Like, this is glass. We can see through them. There's a monitor under there. For the longest time, and we got kind of used to this,
Yep.
I set it the right height to always bump the power button on the monitor with my right knee. And I got really... Shelly did it very recently because I can see that yours is off through the glass. And I got very used to that casual set where I didn't do that. And, like... What was it, yesterday, I guess? I sat down, and within 3 minutes, it was off, and I was sitting here like, I'm so bad at this. All you got to do is sit still. Like, if I just sit here, everything's good.
It's hard to sit still because we're constantly getting in the action, you know.
Yeah.
Whenever like a cool play happens, I switch monitors. I like to look around. I like to watch the gameplay from different aspects. And yeah, sometimes it turns off, but that's okay because guess what? There's a TV over there. There's a TV over there, and there's one behind us. So there's plenty of ways.
Done playing with the cards.
My day is ruined. My disappointment is immeasurable.
I got an ace in there though. That's pretty sick.
That is pretty sick. There's 4 of those.
Only, as it turns out, only 4. With these two teams though, Charlie, I'm gonna go ahead and tell you guys we're gonna be talking about them a whole lot today. And we'll talk about them a little bit now too. Davey, it felt like was I don't want to call the team infallible because they would lose a game consistently.
Right.
It's just they never had lost the set, and that was the thing that was really big yesterday is losing beyond just like, oh my God, wait, the set's actually over. Davey's not standing on top. That's a huge deal for them. Luckily, it's not like an elimination thing. It didn't change their seeding or anything like that. Well, that's literally a lie. It changed their seeding to today. It made them the 2nd seed for the finals. But it's also a dangerous game because, like, if you're Seagyll's team, you finally get this win. It feels pretty monumental because you beat a team that's never been beaten a set. But now you got to do it again.
Yeah, I think Team Davey can take this in one of 2 ways. They can say, like, oh no, our confidence is crushed. We finally lost. Or they can be like, hey, finally, the pressure's off. We got it over last night, and now we're ready to just, play our best version of SMITE today. And then we don't have to worry about that pressure of losing because it's already been done. So, mind games aplenty. We'll have to see how they decide to go about this.
Well, the good news is we can see how they go about this right now. Picks and bans for game 1. Ready and raring to go. Team Seagyll, again, 1st seed. That means they're going to get to the top over here. Yesterday, a lot of Medusa was pretty much the number 1 go-to. We also saw, and it was specifically against Davies' team the most, but Heimdall banned out a lot.
Yep.
And Heimdall got picked last game yesterday, and it did a lot of work. Just did not get to go over the hill that they needed it to. Veyron also was playing a lot of Charybdis. We got to see. I'm kind of curious, like, if Medusa's gone, which I'm going to go ahead and assume Medusa will be gone because they started banning it yesterday, and I feel like it's a smart ban. Do you like Charybdis, like, right now?
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't like Charybdis as a character. I don't like playing her, but she is very strong, right? Like that's the way I look at things. I'm not playing her, but if I'm facing her, I'm sad because she's extremely safe. She has good early wave clear, and of course, she can scale pretty well. So definitely a good spot if you're just trying to pick an ADC that can survive and hold their own in lane. Medusa is just going to be that overwhelming presence early on, and of course, late game has the great team fight. Very mediocre escape that can be blocked pretty easily, but as long as your team's going in and you're getting aggressive, it doesn't really matter. So that still should be on the forefront of your mind, but Charybdis, I think it's always going to be in the topic of conversation. Ever since her ult got shifted where it's much faster now, you can actually confirm the stuns much easier, you can confirm damage, which was a little bit more difficult to do before.
And there she is, gone. Off the board, Terra, the Thor, the Baba Yaga in the front, and then you got the Cthulhu, the Kuzenbo joining the Medusa from iDavy. And Kuzenbo was actually one I remember. Not only did they pull out and look really good with it, Seagyll played it in solo yesterday. I'll also give a shout out because SK Peso was in chat saying that they got that tech from them. I have no way to verify that information, but that's what he said.
Yeah, I mean SK Peso is a known liar, so who can say what's going on there? I'm not sure. I'm not ready to give him credit just about anything.
If anything, like I saw Seagyll do it first, so like Seagyll did it first. You know what I'm saying? So Tiamat, not normally something I'm used to seeing top pick, as well as the Maman and the Heimdall. I mean, this is a top 2 power pick. Dark looked amazing on this Maman yesterday. and the Tiamat, late game can hit that damage, but takes a little while to scale on. I feel like a Mon first couple level, like that level 3 mark where she like hits one spike before she kind of disappears for a little while and hits another spike way later, maybe could find some pressure there.
Definitely could, but I see Mammon and Heimdall, and that's a lot more intimidating to me. I think Mammon is still one of the better junglers in the game at the moment. Just disgusting clear. The Doom Orb start is going to make sure that you're doing plenty of damage pretty much out of the gate. And then, of course, Heimdall, we've talked ad nauseum about how strong Heimdall can be, just that safety he provides. And not a easy to deal with top 2 for Team Davy, but on the other side, X-Ball, Osiris, not going to be a bad look either. You're playing towards late game. If you're picking X-Ball and Tiamat, they don't really, as you just said, come out swinging at levels 2, 3. You want to get a little bit more damage under your belt, but if you do get that itemization online, they can be extremely lethal in the backline.
I'm really excited. Again, this is a matchup. Yesterday, they pushed themselves to the limit, is the way I would describe it. And so, knowing what they are capable of, as well as seeing some of these gods that we saw them perform incredibly well on yesterday, getting to see the Mammon, as well as the Morgan, as well as the Heimdall, like, this is, for Team iDavy, at least what I saw yesterday, kind of a stacked roster in what they want to play. Like, the way that they have handled these gods, this has been very, 3 big powerhouses.
Well, in the first set Team Davy played, he was still valuing that Ares pick super highly. It was getting taken away from him, but I guess something happened in those sets last night that made him not want to value these support picks too much. Just said, hey, I'm not going for the Kuzma, I'm not going to go for the Terra, it's banned away, so I'm just going to sit back and wait, hold my support pick for later. There's still some decent options, but we're getting out of the wheelhouse of picks that Davy likes to go to consistently, right? It's like, I think Sobek is left and maybe Kabrakan, but I don't love the Kabrakan into Osiris and Tiamat. So there are some options, but he's going to be out of his comfort zone at least a little bit, especially after Team Seagyll gets 2 more bans.
Now, Charlie, I'm not... Got to be careful.
Okay. Tread lightly.
You had mentioned the Sobek, but I got to say this quiet. I don't want him to hear.
Okay.
That Ares is still up right now.
Yeah, but they have 2 more bans.
Yeah, surely it's getting banned here, right? Like, you go Ares, Sobek, right? Like, there's no way. Like, you just take out those 2 and then, like...
Well, they're thinking about
then
it
you
for
laugh.
sure.
Yeah, they're thinking real hard.
They didn't ban one of them.
Oh, okay, wait.
He did go to the horse
yesterday.
The horse
was
well.
really good yesterday.
So
I don't know why we got real quiet.
Well, you told me to get quiet, so I trusted
when
you.
I was talking about the Ares, I wanted to keep it on the lowdown, but now I just can't seem to break the bit.
Well, I'll break the bit. They can't hear us, so it's fine. Ymir Ganesh is going to be the pick. So they're actively sending some more Guardian bans towards Davy. Of course, the Sobek. They want the Ares, man. They want the Ares.
I'm locking it in.
Team Seagyll wants it. They're like, we don't care. You think we've had 5 chances to ban it, and we're still not going to. And Davy will pick it up. I'm telling you, that was a bait. I mean, I'm not saying, clearly Davy knew they let this open on purpose. Maybe they just were worried about the horse, the Sobek more. But you're going to have a rough time finding value with the Ares ult into these matchups. I mean, Tiamat's always going to be able to jump down, use the ult. Yemoja can just wall you in place. Of course, Osiris might just get pulled. He doesn't care. He has Lord of the Afterlife, but he's usually pretty
cool.
tanky.
I'm going to tether everybody now.
Yeah, and then X-Ball can just dash away unless you've chained him, which kind of removes the point of ulting because you want to ult and then chain after. I think this is a pick the Team Seagyll was definitely prepared for.
And look, we saw it yesterday, but Camazotz, turns out, still really survivable, still really good at diving, still good at getting damage done, so this is going to be a solid pick for him. I also had to give shout-outs because I think we got to see, as much as I've praised the players on Team iDavy, everybody on Seagyll stepped up, and we got to see it from support and jungle, I think maybe the most. Gigovski, there was one game I think on the Naja that was kind of left me wanting a little more, but then by the end of it, the assist count spoke for itself.
Right.
And I think we're going to get to see a really solid play there in La Revolution, as you mentioned on the Yemoja. I think those bottom 2 picks might just be the things we're talking about for the next 30 minutes.
Yep, I've been a big fan of just keeping my eye on Camazotz players because I think Camazotz can be one of the most impactful gods in the game. Mammon is in that same vein of conversation, so eyes peeled on the jungle in particular, but the Chalk last pick. Now, Gore, I have had a wave of emotions about this Chalk. When we were talking about Chalk, 6 months ago, I was a hater. I was like, Chalk jungle, don't want to see it. Chalk solo is okay at best. Then we had our SMITE 2 tournament. What was it, really last weekend, or was it 2 weeks ago?
It was last weekend.
I think it was last weekend.
Yeah, that's crazy.
We had our SMITE 2 tournament, and I was on board. And of course, Chalk's a different character in Smite 2, but very similar in execution.
There's also a lot less that can take his place right now in the game. Like, if you don't have Chalk, you got, what, like Bologna? and then you get into the weeds a little bit.
Right. So I watched this Chalk, and I watched some great gameplay, and I was like, I'm back on board. And then recently, for the past week, I've just been owning with Chalk in Smite 1, and I'm like, I'm back being a believer. So as much as I was a bit questionable about the Ares pickup into a matchup like this, even though it's Davy's favorite god, or at least one of his favorite gods in the support role currently, I'm leaning towards the front line again because I love this Chalk pickup. It's not the best in terms of lane matchup. You're not going to care too much about trading. It's when you rotate into these team fights and you can use your rain to just slow down the attack speed of the Osiris, slow down the attack speed of the X-Ball. Camazotz as well. It can really force you out of position. So I am slowly but surely becoming a Chalk believer.
Shelly, I'll be a Chalk believer based on this game.
Okay. This game has everything on the line.
This has everything for Chalk. Everything's on the line here. I do, and we talked about this a lot. Yesterday, because these two teams played for 3 full games for their seeding, and that is the frontline difference was insanely close. Like it was one of those things where like normally, hey, we just saw this team fight and it went catastrophic for one side, not the other. If that happens most of the time, watch where the front lines, what are they doing, or watch did the carry just hit a lot of really crazy crits, right? It's one of the two usually. And every single engagement yesterday, there were moments that just looked really good, again, from both of the setup gods and both of the frontliners getting things done on both of these squads, which is making things really interesting. I know Seagyll, it was another one, me and JMac had kind of been like, I can't tell you anything that Kuzenbo did that game until like 20 minutes in. But by the end of the game, you look at the assist count, you go, you know what, hands off. Like, the guy got the job done. And that's what I expect.
Yeah, at this point, I think slow early game has been kind of par for the course. There's still the ability to get active at, like, level 2, level 3, but more often than not, we are seeing just, oh, you went for left mid camps? Okay, we'll go for right. Oh, you're going for shield buff? I'll go for cooldown. Like, we're just splitting up the map until we get online, because Heimdall, Morgan Le Fay, Mammon, X-Ball, Tiamat, Camazotz, they have the ability, jungle in particular, to get active early, but everyone else, they don't mind just sitting back, farming up some items, and trying to play a much more aggressive style, more so in like 12 minutes when the beacon spawns in.
Well, we'll have to find out how well things are going to go, especially around these team fights, as we jump into game number 1. Team Seagyll versus Team iDavy. Winner of this best of 5 will go to LAN. They've got a little bit of a road to get there. You're, of course, rocking the Chalk that we were looking at. Gagowski, another one that I'm keeping my eyes on. There's just too many great things to keep eyes on. And I'm going to say it now, especially because he's on the screen. Big fan of the Xbalanque. Yesterday, Xbalanque, I want to say really for years, has just kind of been more of a niche pick, more very specific scenario or very specific meta, like, hey, Cupid's on the rise, maybe we bring in a Xbalanque, maybe Artemis starts to get thrown back out there, but he hasn't gotten to stick around for too long in a lot of those instances. But yesterday, they looked really good, both Ragna and Veyron playing this, and so I want to see more of it, and I want to see what they can accomplish this game.
Yeah, we were already X-Ball believers, but once we saw the Bolas confirm all those kills, we started getting real hype real quick. So I'll be keeping my eyes on Veyron as well. The death toll, so scaling for sure. It's not as if you're looking to scrap. I mean, see, Ragna's got Mannequin Scepter, so you're trying to get active early. You're trying to just invade camps whenever possible, because you can do them just so much faster. Whereas Veyron's going more of a sustain route. Once you upgrade your death toll, that's when you're really chunking, but probably just going to be sitting back for the time being, which is not necessarily a bad thing. But someone who earned a lot of my respect yesterday was Dark. This Mammon Brigitte has been such a pivotal pick for just about anyone who decides to go her. And Dark knows exactly what he's doing on this pickup as well. So I'll be paying my attention to the jungle, as I've already said. It's not as if Gagowski can't do the same. Like, Camazotz does have that same level of early damage. It's just harder to hit, right? You have to make sure you're landing those abilities, and landing them, they happen.
You're incredibly low at this point. Gagowski with his early gank, it's looking clean and easy. I've got to give a lot of credit, though. While Gagowski gets first blood here, Seagyll, Trelly, every time we've gone over there, has just been absolutely slamming, like, sickles into autos, into a tether, like every single thing you could think has been slamming into your.
Yeah, I tried to tell him. I mean, again, they can't hear us, but you got to play a little bit safe early on. The Chalk is not a lane bully. That's Osiris' job, right? You want to sit back until you get a couple points in the torrent, and then you can play a little bit more aggressively, but does not really win the trades early on, especially in the Warriors Act. You're not going to be able to out-trade very well. Once you get your Rain, it helps. You know, healing is definitely something you're looking towards, but yeah, not a great time to scrap pre-level 5. The War learned his lesson, and I'm assuming we'll play a little bit safer.
I was impressed to see your step up as far as he did just now. I was just thinking, this is how you got into that position in the first place. But it's like a solo lane mentality. You can't necessarily scrap or you can't get rid of that, right? You have to be able to hold on to spells. Dark might be holding onto one here. Luckily, that tower's there. No way. You step back out. Gagowski in a little bit of danger. Doesn't have mana to work with. No leap available. Turns around. Throws out some autos with a good CC from the Morgan Le Fay. Now the Chalk joins the fray. You can't quite get the kill. And Gagowski goes down. But there's Dutcher to help clean up 1-for-1 jungle trade. And make sure that Gagowski doesn't necessarily go in vain.
So far, a little bit of a scrap over in duo. Davey had all the chains, but La Revolution doesn't have too much damage just now. The chain's missing. That should be the end of the fight, but purple buff invade. That's what the team's looking for, right? Team Davey saw their opportunity, decided they can't go for it. I think if Gagowski had any bit more of mana, that goes so much better, right? Yeah. Dark was playing with fire, but when you realize the MP5 is not there, you can go in, right? You're like, hey, I don't have to worry about any Camazot's abilities. That seems like a Juan fight. Shouts out to Dutcher, though. Definitely a necessary rotation. If the Tiamat doesn't show up, all that fighting would have been for nothing.
Well, we were talking about a purple buff invade, but it was iDavy who was looking for it. Now it's Gagowski who's successful with it. Gets one invade on the purple buff. Now it's more of a skirmish. Can they take down Davy? It's a big rotation, 4v4. Left side of the map, just inside the teleport pad. There's the Emoja walls, not locking many in, but it's going to be the dance around, takedown, 1-for-1 support for support. Now Veyron moving forward alongside Gagowski, looking for the slows, the damage, but a lot of high health bars. And unfortunately for them, the tower line as well, knocking right there, making it hard to continue the chase.
Massive rotations, though. That's the thing. Usually, you're seeing a jungler maybe towards these purple and green spawns right away just to try and help defend or go in for an invade, but essentially a 4v4. You know, a beautiful beads, by the way, from La Revolution. I mean, you had to time it perfectly. It didn't just immune the ultimate from Ragna. There was much more value that it got, so essentially timed it the only time he could to make sure that his life lasted a bit longer. What really hurts there is Davey, right? It's sitting at level 4 to the level 6 of La Revolution. You have to sit back. The Ares needs to be ahead. The Ares needs to get tank stats online to be a frontliner. He's not very mobile, right? So you want to get those tank stats and not fall behind. And it's essentially done just that with this start. Not going to be the end of the world. You should be able to pick up some farm, no problem, sitting near mid, sitting near your ADC. But it does hurt a bit. If you want to be playing this aggressive style of support, falling down, losing a bit of XP, means you got to change up your playstyle just a bit.
Bull Demon, pull, and should be pretty simple, straightforward here for Team iDavy. And Charlie, I'm going to ask your opinion on this because, like, one of the big benefits of getting Bull Demon is then clearing up a ton of wards afterward.
Right.
But it's still, like, super worth to get it early on, regardless of whether there's wards for you to pick up, because there's not a whole lot on the map.
Yeah, I think it helps if you want to just like clear up the jungle and wonder if you can play aggressively, but that's the way I use it. Like, if you have auto attackers and you can get I always say BDK, but Bull Demon, you might as well just grab it to make sure you're safe, right? Because it'll let you know, oh, this guy's warding. Oh, I've got coverage here.
Yeah, true.
For the next minute, you know you can play aggressively because there wasn't any wards down, and you know that no one should be coming your way, that sort of thing. But at the very least, you're going to get some gold in pocket if they are warding, right? That's the helpful option. So I don't mind getting it early, but it's just, you got to look around because it can get stolen so easily as well. A mid laner just waltzes over, hears you doing 3,000 bits of damage over to the Bull Demon. Yeah, they're going to try and steal it, and that's annoying as heck.
We've entered a small moment where it feels like, depending on specifically Gagowski, that's going to determine where fights could go. And right now, Gagowski's rotating towards right. You've got some buffs that are spawning in, though. So it might not be the full-on gank, especially with yours healthy as they are. Shablanke ult dropped down, maybe showcasing something that'll happen over here on the left side of the map. In fact, it's going to be the beads that get used. Davey pulling that with his ult. Pretty simple and straightforward as far as interactions go. And Davey making sure to put some pressure on. The question I have for him, Trelly, and the one that I want answered, is what Davey's going to do knowing those beats are down, what Gagowski's going to do, you know, or Dark. Like, if you've got these guys rotating over, or is your jungler going to come give a little more pressure to you? It seems like maybe that might be the answer. It's a fight right now just around mid. Davey locked in, stunned down, low but slow, and it's a burn nonetheless. Gagowski puts a second one on the board for himself, a fourth for the team. And the team's not quite done yet, at least on the other side. Now your knock-up control finally getting a return kill onto Seagyll just a few minutes later.
My goodness, Seagyll lived for quite some time though. Very tanky with just Frostbound Hammer, but eventually does fall down. And that's the negative, of course, of using your Ares ult over. In duo lane, you don't really have that CC immunity and you can just get locked down quite easily. So at least a trade, Davey, for Seagyll. But now you have to watch, like you said, Veyron's beats down. Unfortunately, Veyron still has the CC immune dash, so it's not as if you just have the free Ares ult. But if you connect with your chains, you can kind of lock down that dash and get a guaranteed pull. Then you have Ragnar there to combo off of with the ultimate. So there is options to try and get aggressive over in duo. It's just not going to be easy, right? Veyron should know for the next, what, 100 seconds or so, 85 seconds, I need to be under my tower line. Because it's not like Davey's got Blink. He started the Horrific Emblem, so he can't really close gap that easily. I think Veyron should be fine as long as he drops a ward and, you know, chills into that tower just fine.
Chill's maybe what they need to do for a little bit. And that's something, I appreciate Team Seagyll being as aggressive as they have been. But looking at specifically Davey's positioning, and right now it's not necessarily leading to much. He's just dancing around in the jungle. But the ward coverage they have this deep, like Davey wants to fight, Davey wants to go in. And it's just a matter of finding when, where, how they can get that done. Right now, I'm going to meet Gagowski right around mid-camp, so there's not going to be too much, I imagine, that comes out of this. But sometimes, Trelly, those are the fights that are the scariest because all of a sudden something breaks out and it changes maybe a Gold Fury on the line with how much pressure there is on the left side of the map. And we did see a few, in fact, one 5-minute Gold Fury yesterday, a few others that were very, very early on. With the Meteor spawning in, maybe something to scrap over. When do we get to... So, Maman, you know, we've talked a lot about her essentially since release. First few levels, pretty prevalent. Unfortunately for Dark, you know, took that spill relatively early on, so has had to kind of play delayed. When can I start to see Dark get online, though, like, and get interactive?
I mean, I think Dark's already online. The Tier 2 Doom Orb and the Bancross is essentially all you really need. You got your sustain, you got a good bit of damage, you have movement speed. You have the ability to fight, and that's why we saw the gank over towards Yor. You're still scaling, of course. It's not as if you're ready to go. You want some more itemization. I think anti-heal might be a topic of conversation here. You got Yamoja, you got Kamazots. You're going to have some lifesteal over from Veyron. But I think Dark feels pretty confident in the fighting ability. I'd be going on Revolution for sure right now because that's a low health Yamoja, and he should be falling down.
Oh, yeah, and that was an easy pickup for him. Now you force the bat out of hell from the Kamazots. Goes in with that, lands down. Dark, relatively low, but you've got so many bodies around you. Unfortunately, not enough. Still able to get a kill from the grave. Takes out Seagyll, takes out Gagowski with the help of Aim Blue, and a fight gone wrong here for Team Seagyll. They tried to re-engage, but Trelly, they lose 3. They only pick up Dark in the trade.
Yeah, I mean, La Revolution went a little bit too far there. The Yamoja can't really get out, so trading for 1 wouldn't have been the worst thing in the world. Seagyll goes forward, and I guess the idea was you have to get the return kill, you have to put Dark down, but losing Gagowski too, that's a bit unfortunate. So Team Davey, very happy with the way that fight went. They get to invade blue, they get to confirm the Bull Demon, and they trade 2 for 3 for 1. Not a bad call. Team Davey, they should have a little bit of map presence now. I'd be looking not to go for the Gold Fury immediately, but at least get some ward coverage on that side of the map. Get rid of the wards that Team Seagyll has placed with that Bull Demon, and then try and play through Ragnar, who has essentially just been at the tower line. Hasn't been too scared of Veyron. The X-Ball has been under a little bit more pressure. This Heimdall is relatively safe. So I want to play through Ragnar if I'm Team Davey. He's got the lead. He's got pressure over here. You can do Gold Fury relatively quick. I'd be trying to pull or at least set up an ambush.
It's an option. In about 12 seconds, we're going to see the beacon. That might be something that Team Davey go for a little bit earlier. They've got a lot of pressure already on the board, which is pretty helpful. But tower's relatively healthy. going for a fight right here could cause trouble, and like you said, it could maybe erase a little bit of those options you just highlighted. Instead, they're going to step up to it. Slight gain in favor of Team Seagyll around the capture point. You've got Aim Blue, iDavy, soon to be Dark, joining to go for the capture here. Matching that is Dutcher, La Revolution, as well as Gagowski. Halfway captured for Team iDavy. If they're going to contest it, you need to get in now, and it seems like that's going to be Team Seagyll conceding the beacon. A little bit of damage thrown all the way around the towers. And now, suddenly, Oracles, and as you had just mentioned, the Gold Fury, clearing up some of these wards, becomes a much more viable option, clean option, to just take a fight on this side of the map.
They're stepping forward. Team Davy wants to find an ultimate.
He's going to get a pull.
Yeah, not too valuable, though. Immediately just whooped back. And Davy honestly could be a target here if Team Seagyll wants to try and chase. Purple buff was the call. Team Davy's not ready to give it up just yet. Can't go in for the invade, but again, I mean, if you want Team Davy or Team Seagyll to step forward, you got to go for the Gold Fury, right? The purple buff is something they can just go for underneath tower, not put themselves out of position too much. It would have had to been a gold bait at the very least to try and get something active. My goodness. You can tell, see, Dutcher is going for the tablet build, so the poke is not going to be as massive, but Dark just walks up, procs Soul Spikes, takes a quarter of your HP, and says, I can do that whenever I want. Like, I'll just come right back, party trick, blow some fire on you, and continue that process. And it is very annoying, Gore. I don't like that ability one bit. I gave credit to Aggro when I first started playing Mulan because she is incredibly fun, but to be on the other side of it, don't like it.
Is that, I want to say yeah, thumbs up on good god design. Very fun to play, and you hate playing against it. La Revolution locked down, throws up the walls, but Dark travels with you, looking for some damage. Knockup's good, but no! The team, the cavalry, they swarm where they need, and they take out the Maman before she can get the kill. La Revolution, this Yamoja, gets to walk away with her life. An overcommit from Team iDavy. And Trelly, we're in that point where you've got a small lead, but it by no means you can get away with things like that.
Yeah, that dash was good at first, but then decided to go towards the tower line, which is not the right call. I think you dash back to your team there, or you cancel the dash and get right next to La Revolution, but dashing forward may have been the mistake. Your team really can't help you there, and you end up falling down and don't even get the trade. This Yamoja is getting tankier, though. Cloak into Thebes, definitely scaling. I mean, that's what you have to think about Team Seagyll here. If you look at the itemization, I mean, Team Davy, Doom Orb, Divine Ruin, those are items that come out of the gate swinging. Bancrofts, Doom Orb, same thing. If you look at Tablet and Book of Thoth and Cloak and Gauntlet of Thieves, you're trying to scale. Ragna should be just fine. Does use the Aegis. There's a lot of routes exchanged, actually. Veyron had to use the beads. And, of course, Gagowski coming over. But either way, these items are scaling. They are not at their peak performance right now. They want to play towards late game, and they want to get these items online. Once they do, these fights are going to go a lot better for Team Seagyll.
All right, now, Team iDavy in control. Pyromancer is their target, although damage and abilities thrown over the wall. Close, but no cigar for Team Seagyll. So, iDavy, Pyromancer, should be picking up a Runic Bomb relatively soon. And that one's going into the pocket of iDavy. Dive onto Ragna, under the tower. Gagowski, bat out of hell, looking for the damage. Needs another swoop and needs a little bit more.
What?
Oh, no, it's Ragna that turns one around, and now Ragna, who's feeling confident, goes for one.
What?
The auto, double kill under the tower. The dive does not matter, but now you've got to be careful. Yamoja is behind you. You don't have a crystal ready just yet, and there it is. There's the cooldown, and there's the disengage. What a play!
I don't know what Gagowski was doing there, man. I mean, you had jump, you had ult. That is just not the way I would have played it. Now the dive onto La Revolution does have the pull. Beads are not available, does not matter. Going back, and Dark gets to pick up the kill. My goodness, that was a questionable dive. I mean,
pretty much everything that could go wrong there went wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I think what happened was Gagowski goes up into the air, and that baits Veyron a bit to take some tower shots, and then at that point, you're like, well, we have to kill. But my goodness, that was not the way I would have performed that dive.
One swoop doesn't connect, and that might be the biggest difference maker. Now Gold Fury started by Team iDavy, secured by Team iDavy, with a good zone from Dark, means that they're going to pick that up no problem. 9 kills to 6 on the other side. We're 17 minutes in, but Trelly, what was a, like 1,000, 1,500 gold lead that didn't feel too big literally just 3 minutes ago. Now suddenly you're starting to talk about 4,400, 4,500 gold lead, and that becomes a much different conversation to be had about every team fight for the next few minutes.
Sure does. Team Davy can be as aggressive as they want, essentially. It's not as if, you know, Team Seagyll can't fight anymore, but they definitely want to relax. I think they want these items upgraded before they decide to do anything. So playing as far back as possible definitely doesn't seem like a bad call. Ragna wants to take another 1v1.
And I'd be feeling it too, honestly.
Yep, after that play, why not?
2 levels up and you got a double kill.
But Veyron does have the beads back up, so even if the ult connected, wouldn't be able to find a solo kill unless you interrupted the dash or something like that, so not too worried. Davy's taking a lot of damage, though. Revolution could just go for an ultimate if it comes up in a couple of seconds, but with the teleport, it seems like Team Davy really does want to fight this.
And they're stepping up. They've got most control over this beacon already. It should take out at least one of these tier 1s if they can capture it. It's going to be a 4v4. Blink forward now from Gagowski. There's going to be a small stun. Beads used. Bat out of hell. Swoops down onto Dark, but learned his lesson from the last one. Disengages instead this time. Now Davy going for the pull. Aim Blue able to kill off the jungler on the retreat. Just chasing them down. You've now got the 5v4 with Shibalanke joining the fray. Yamoja walls up. Lock in only one and help get the kill onto Davy. But it's all for the beacon, and that beacon goes the way of the Chaos Squad now with the 4v4. Both these teams recognize they want to cut their losses and start to fall back.
Good call. I mean, you get the beacon. Team Davy's okay with that trade. Jungle for support is something that's going to be worthwhile every day of the week. And you got some beads down with that ultimate. If you want to take a look at Team Seagyll's relics, Ragna just hiding over here, wanting to get some beads of his own. He's taking the fight too, and he wins it!
And he's winning one.
He's going to win 1v2 again.
Win another if you can close that gap. That's the issue, is this Yamoja moving a little too quick for him.
Veyron had beat Aegis. Like, I don't think he would have won if he did beat Aegis, but he could have at least, like, survived for a bit longer. I don't know. Ragna is a menace, though. This Heimdall, there's nothing that can be done. He's just too far ahead.
I'm starting to understand the Heimdall bans I've been seeing.
No, I get it.
Yesterday, I got to see why Medusa was real good. Today, I get to see why the Heimdall bans have been coming through. Sometimes, you've just got a player that rocks it better than you're gonna be able to deal with. And right now, that's where Ragna's at. Yesterday, they were able to overcome it. Does not seem to be, at least as of right now, the same story. 3-0-1. And what? I mean, essentially a full tier 3 ahead in terms of itemization. It's that dominance that's the main difference in the build. And now, I mean, speaking of which, hitting level 20, you get to upgrade the mannequins. Like, this is a really, really tough to beat Heimdall.
No, he is. Yeah, he is. No one can step up to this Heimdall right now. Ragna is the strongest on the map by a wide margin. No one's even level 19. This man's level 20. You got Mannequin Mace. I'd be looking into pull fire. I mean, you have everything you need, and you know that Veyron's on the left side of the map. He's going to show himself on the next wave. Sure, he can turn the lights out, but there's not going to be an ADC there to try and shred through your solo laner, and your doesn't really die to anyone else. So I'm thinking Team Davy's as strong as they're going to be for quite some time. You might as well go for it. You could lose Davy. He's level 14, not very tanky, but that's about it.
Fire Giant. 2/3 HP. Davy's the one that started it up, but you do have presence. Team Seagyll is nearby, and Secure is going to be 50-50. In fact, Seagyll, they just walk in and take it. Very, very simply straightforward, and now all 5 of them have the Fire Giant. It's a Spirit Flail that gets the job done. Seagyll himself steps up, and now Team iDavy still have the lead, but they're going to be fighting into a Fire Giant 5 for Team Seagyll.
He didn't have beads either. They had so much to just CC him. They just let Seagyll walk up and Spirit Flail it. I mean, they can still try and push, but you're just letting Veyron get some free farm. You're letting Team Seagyll catch up slowly but surely. I don't think they're going to group up and just push, but they can definitely step up to this Primal Fury. It's going to be slow, but yeah, they're here. La Revolution still has a lot of time on that ultimate. I think you just go for a steal. You can't really overcommit here.
Well, Steel so far have been treating him pretty well. They're going to step in just time, and it's been dropped right now by Team iDavy. Picked up one more time. They grab the Fury and go for some pulls. Gagowski goes in deep with some swoops, looking for Davy, throws the damage all around, needs the kill, and is able to find it. Again, try to make this power play as worthwhile as you can. You've got 4. Slowing right now is Seagyll, looking for the chase, even leaps over the wall. They want a little more. They might even go for the dive, and you can handle it under this tier 2 with the Fire Giant. You take down down the jungler, and you keep on pushing. Ragna low, this unstoppable menace finally getting stopped. Seagyll with the Spirit Flail one more time. They take out 3. They don't lose a single one in the process, and now, Trelly, the world is their oyster.
Yep, they can push up left lane. They've got plenty of time. It's just aim blue and you're trying to keep the bird alive. No runic bombs in play, so it's not like the Phoenix goes down easily, but you can definitely step up here. Doesn't seem like that's the call, though. Gagovski going more towards mid. It looks like they want tier 1s for the time being. All off the back of that Fire Giant steal, but still, the fight after the fact also goes super well. I mean, Seagyll is just so tanky right now. You could tell, immediately pivoted the build, was going for like the tier 2, and then switched up to a Pestilence, said, hey, we need anti-heal, we need prots, and Davey needs some help. He's stuck inside of the river.
Yeah, locked down. That's going to collapse, and that's going to be a clean kill, plus a tower, so even more gold in pocket, and specifically, gold that they are stripping away from Team iDavy. It was a pretty comfy lead, enough that they were willing to start a Fire Giant, and talk about 3 minutes gone wrong. I mean, everything that iDavy had built has essentially been stripped back down. You've got the tier 2s still standing in mid and in right, as well as a tier 1 I didn't even notice over there. That's just hanging out in the solo lane. Some pretty simple things to take down. Minute 20 on the Fire Giant. Trelly, it seems like they still have space to do work, but they're slowing down a little bit, backing up to base, spending some of that gold, and maybe resetting before they reapproach their attack.
Yeah, they definitely have time. Gagovski, almost 4K in hand, could certainly
yeah,
finish
that's,
up.
Okay, actually, yeah, I support spending that.
Yeah, I'm thinking Brawlers and Bumbus Hammer are in his future at the very least. Plenty of power spikes to be had here for Team Seagyll. They played smart, they played slow, and of course, a calculated, but honestly, unlucky Fire Giant steal of your Team Davey. You don't have that much burst, though. I mean, you've got, like, what, Mammon ult, some Morgan Le Fay abilities. Like, you don't have that great of time just bursting down the objective. Next time Fire Giant is done, I'm thinking you're going to want to have a runic bomb in pocket, because you can't just go for a toss-up. Not going to go well for you every single time. Pyromancer started up, and Team Seagyll gets to pick that one up, no problem. So now they have that runic bomb I was talking about. But with 3 towers still on the map, do they want to push up? Do they want to go in for a little bit more gold? Or are they just going to sit around this FG?
Well, right now, I'll probably poke at least the tier 1, right? Like, this is going to be one of the easiest towers that you could possibly kill right now. You still have a Fire Giant around your belt, although it fades off right then and there. And now with backs channeling, Trelly, I think we're in for a little delay as we wait for the next FG to spawn up. Still not enhanced. That was an early FG pull. So the second one will be 25.5, 26 minutes in, giving a small option for Team iDavy. Not necessarily the worst spot to be in, but this game has been brought pretty much back to an even state. In fact, if you look at just tower state, Team Seagyll, while their left side tier 2 is weakened, they do still have that much of a tower more than what Team iDavy has been able to pick up. So they've got slightly favorable map state and at least momentum on their side. Maybe even the burst for the Fire Gen, as you were highlighting with the runic bomb. So I want to see, as much as you did, what the next few minutes look like.
We'll see. Bracer gets down. Team Seagyll takes the aggressive positioning in the jungle. Fire Giant touching down here soon. Just did, but I think you just let Dutcher play the poke game, right? You've got Tablet, you've got Soul Reaver. You might as well just spam your abilities over the wall, try and get some low health bars before you go in for the fire pull, even with healing from Revolution. You're not trying to get too active, knowing Team Davey could easily do what your team just did, walk up, steal the Fire Giant, and take the lead away. You don't want to do all the work, the 90% of the work getting the Fire Giant weak, just to lose it, right? Doesn't end up feeling too good. So let's just see. Let's follow Dutcher around, see how much poke he can really grab. Sure, Gagovski has the ability to poke as well, but this Tiamat's going to be doing the most damage to the tankier targets. That extra true damage certainly helps out in situations like this.
Looking for a little bit of poke. There's going to be the Minotaur chase down, immediately denied. So far the Chalk, you know, something at least that I'm zoning in on now, has done a whole lot for the team, but unfortunately for the team, it hasn't necessarily been the big maybe opener that they need right now. Gagovski looking for a deep rotation, has aim blue in sights, gets a little bit of poke thrown out there. And if you were going for a massive zone, you've got it. Corralled and pushed up against their tier 2, but fight-wise, in an awkward spot, same can be said for Seagyll. Yor goes forward, double knock-up, silence as well, but might be in a bad spot now. Uses the axe to get over the wall and has the clean disengage. Slows from Seagyll. Make sure that the team, at least for Davy, have to stay back a little further. Their front line's poked out. Now Fire Giant might be more of an option. But Charlie, we've seen how 50-50s can go. You need a little bit better than 50-50 odds.
You got to stack the deck in your favor. Finally, Fire Giant starts getting pulled. Team Davy nearby, but they have to go back to base. Some low health bars. Can you step forward? Davy sure can. He's got to fall down here. But nice ultimate stalls it out for a bit. Fire Giant is still being gunned.
Yeah, forces out the bat out of hell and keeps things in a very precarious position. Like you said, it's already halfway down. Ragna forced to fall back. Gigowski fishing for someone deep in the backline, trying to find a position to get a kill, but Davy is still alive. Everybody on his team is still kicking. Instead, it's Dutcher that ends up going down. Maybe an overcommit from Team Seagyll as they take this fight in split portions. Now Yor steps forward, gets a kill on Deveron. Davy just doing his best worm on a hook impression, baits everyone on Seagyll in, and now the team is falling apart just around the Fire Giant. La Revolution trying to disengage, but the slows are clean. The damage is there, and you only need one more hit. Aim Blue is going to clean that one up. A 4-for-1 trade with only Gigowski surviving.
Yeah, Gigowski's nearby. Might have to try and steal a Fire Giant play here. Doesn't have ultimate for quite some time, but I ain't going to go for it either. Dutcher on the way in 15. Remember, Ragna does have that Mannequin's Mace, so Fire Giant does get shredded through. Davy's going to start the pull. They've got a minute 20 to go for regular Fire Giant, so I'm thinking Team Seagyll calls this a wash. No reason to risk your life for a steal for regular FG. If they were stalling this one out for EFG, I could see that play being made, but at this point, you say, you know what? Unfortunate, we'll let it go down, and we'll try and play our defense. You got to get your relics back up anyways. Look at Team Seagyll. Relic Graveyard. It's not as if Team Davy's relics are available, but at least you got Aim Blue, who hasn't died yet, who still has the beads. Ultimate already back available. You're feeling a bit more confident if you're Team Davy. So Fire Giant goes down. Finally, they get to pick one up. And I think they try their hand at a siege. Beacon, Oni Fury, 3 tier 2 towers to be had. And I'm thinking that's going to be their target. Head on down left lane first, one tap the one over on left, and then look towards mid. With Oni minions, things get a lot easier. Love that engage, though. I mean, you can see Yor, I thought kind of forced it for a second. It was only going to ult onto Veyron, but that Chalk ult, you've got plenty of mobility while you're up in the air like that, and was able to hit 2-man ult. The fight went for so long that the ult actually came back up and was able to find another ultimate. It's this stage of the game where Chalk really starts being useful. You're not 100-0ing anyone with this build, but you're being extremely annoying and making it so carries can't free cast. And you don't want to look at that health bar. It is massive how much Yor is able to do. Yeah, 3,200. That's not counting the Pridwin shield. Trust me, this guy is one of the tankiest people on the map.
And we'll show so on very simple tier 2 tower in left. That's going to get knocked down. Phoenix push seems to be the goal for at least 4 members of Team iDavy. Dark dancing around in mid will be met by Gigowski as the tier 2 push starts there. Don't have a lot of minions to work with. In fact, you don't have a lot of health. Oh man, there's one ability from Gigowski. Kind of checks Dark, puts him into a bad spot. But you've got a rotation, and sometimes all you need is one really, really tanky Chalk to come over and help you to knock down a tower. Now, gold lead much, much, much more in favor of Team iDavy. And again, since this Fire Giant fell pre-20 or pre-30, it is not enhanced. So these Phoenix Sieges, Jelly, they're going to be a lot more complicated to try and get done, even with Yor's tankiness, even with all of your relics up and all your ultimates available.
Playing this one slow. Remember, 2 runic bombs in play currently. 1 for Revolution, 1 for Davy. You can always just destroy the bomb, though, when you want to keep your bird alive, as long as you're paying attention. This is going to be going for more of a slow push here. Davy's job is not quite as easy. That's why Yor goes in first. Only hits 1, but already in the back line, splitting up the team fight.
And with those walls up as well from the emoji, it was kind of separating in terms of vision. Yor takes a lot of damage, though, in the process, is not able to escape. Gets in there, disrupts, but his team's not able to get the job done. Now Davy, 4 chains, 4 pulls, but he has no follow-up. He's left out to dry, and the front line for Team iDavy crumbles on the Phoenix line.
Yeah, that was a bit rough. I mean, if you look at the ultimates, no one on Team Davy used an ult. It was just Yor. Blinked in, used the ult, used the axe on the ground, and then said, wait, I kind of need the axe to teleport out. Looked back, Davy wasn't there, the rest of the team wasn't there, kind of got hung out to dry. Not a great engage, but that's what I was about to say. No one is pulling beads here except for Davy, so Yor's like, hey, I'll go in first, I'll get some relics, then the Ares can like go in for an ultimate. Doesn't happen. And then Davy goes in by himself after. Of course he gets a 4-man pull. No one's going to use relics on that. There's no follow-up, so not a great siege, and now Team Seagyll gets to push forward. They got a 4v3 situation. Gagowski just pushing up mid. But, oh my goodness, already ton of damage on a Dark.
And that, at least as a small TKO, knocks him back to base, means left side Phoenix, and despite not having the Fire Giant, and I will say a pretty catastrophic fight around that Fire Giant, Team Seagyll rally, get the first bird of this game. Now Fire Minions on the left side of the map, I mean, Charlie, that is going to be a massive advantage. Respawns now for Team iDavy. Fire Giant still there. Pyromancer spawning in a few seconds. Gold Fury, it should be a Primal Fury this time around, spawning not too long after that. The Fire Giant buff gone, and the Fire Giant itself spawning in relatively soon. There's a lot of waiting to do, and this one has way more weight around it, just on the simple fact that it is going to be enhanced.
And that means a lot. I mean, it makes your siege so much easier, as have shown. Revolution zooms the team forward. They can't go for it. They do find the ult onto Davy. Davy's going to be stuck here. Can the team help him out?
Oh, goes for a pull. Gets La Revolution. Yor goes in. Silences 2. Double knockup as well. Veyron is the one who takes the most damage from that. And Yor, as well as Davy, able to walk away, at least right now, with their lives. Dark jumps in, though, deals a lot of damage. Oh my god, just deletes Veyron from half health. Now Seagyll is the one in trouble. The chase is on, and the chase is good. Double kill for the Mammon, and in a 3v5, no enhanced Fire Giant just yet. iDavy running down mid, chasing these kills, looking for someone to just make the mistake and stay too long.
5v3, they're going to go in for the mid bird. Don't have minions quite yet, but shouldn't need it, at least for the Phoenix. Do you go in for the end call, though, or do you back up to EFG? Seems like retreat is the call, even in a 5v3 situation. Dutcher, Gagowski, they have plenty of damage. I think this is the correct play. Just back it up. Seagyll will have teleport when he spawns in. Looks like Yor is going to teleport in as well. I mean, you can stall this one, but if I'm Davy, I think I'm just going on a revolution the second he walks in here, because they got to go for the EFG, right? They're here. They have to go in for a steal.
Started up. Dark, the one who is sent back to deal with minions, and so it's going to be a little bit longer of a run. Charlie, I don't know if I like how long they're having to wait here. Veyron back on the board, Seagyll respawning in right now. The numbers advantage. Well, it all falls apart thanks to that left side Phoenix that Team Seagyll was able to get done not too long ago. Now 5v5, Davy's low, so he's going to have to back. So it's actually 4v5 and favoring Seagyll in terms of positioning. In fact, they're going to take advantage of this while they have the opportunity. Fire Giant started by the Order Squad and slowly getting burned down. Now again, the problem is going to be the 50-50s. Wards are everywhere inside this Fire Giant pit. You're going to have to do something about them if you want to clear them out. Fire Giant effigy goes down. Fire Giant, 50% health. Seagyll looking for the zone, maybe takes more damage in the process. Fire Giant finally dropped. No La Revolution stays inside the pit. Dark goes down thanks to Gagowski, and the fight gets split. 4v5 now for Team iDavy. Fire Giant delayed, but you lose your jungler for a full minute. Gagowski, that has been the biggest problem. We've seen it. It's worked well, and it's gone catastrophic, but looping around in mid and finding someone in the back line has been the exact play every time. And so far, they have not found a way to consistently deal with this Camazotz.
I mean, yeah, these sustained fights have been going in the way of Team Seagyll because they have the emoji, right? They have the sustain. They don't have to win the first engagement. They can just sit around and wait for the second engagement. Dark still down for 25. Fire minions over on left. Yor can teleport in at any moment, but EFG is the target. You got to save that bird before you show up. Fire Giant's getting weak. Can Team Davy even walk forward? Doesn't seem like it. It's just Davy by himself.
Davy can get a lot done, though, in the right process and the right time. Right Phoenix, or their left Phoenix is respawn. Fire Giant goes down. Seagyll gets it. Enhanced on top of that, and I like this call, Trelly. Immediately fall back. Don't fight. Don't lose anything. Use the number advantage with Dark respawning. You know that Phoenix on the left-hand side should be survivable. And you've got fire minions in mid to maybe play around if you're Team iDavy. But for the most part, Team Seagyll take the win. Reassess the situation, and then reapproach how you're going at this fight.
Might as well play this one slow now. You got plenty of time. Primal Fury, Beacon. You're essentially just pushing up mid-bird, right? You have fire minions that you have to deal with, so push up the mid-Phoenix, and then you don't have to worry about them anymore. With EFG, it's not going to be too difficult to go in for a bird, but look at this. Team Davy, they've shown themselves. They know exactly what's going on here, but it seems like they walked up and didn't know. Seagyll taking a lot of damage here, has to go over the wall, but Dark's coming with them.
Yeah, Dark travels that every single time, and what a great ult from Dark as well. Takes down 2 in the blink of an eye. This enhanced Fire Giant nullified instantly, a full minute without either the carry or the solo. You've got 3 to defend, and fire minions walking down mid with 5. Team iDavy is done playing around. The gloves are off. They slept on that loss yesterday and are not ready or willing to accept another one. They're going to go for the left side Phoenix. They are going to set themselves up for even more success. Again, you've got 30 seconds without anyone, well, without 2 members, I should say, of Team Seagyll. You can go back towards mid. It's respawn. It's low. Team iDavy gonna step in, knock it down. The problem is the 3 that are defending are a very powerful 3. Gagowski alone can carry a lot of weight. I think Team iDavy recognize that. They're gonna fall back. Charlie, they've knocked down a second bird, giving themselves another advantage, but not quite enough to get into the Titan room.
Man, I am confused because I really did think that Team Seagyll saw Davy set up that ambush. Like they were within range to just look over and see them behind that beacon wall, and they walked up as if it didn't matter. Doesn't matter how tanky you think you are, you don't want to walk into the enemy team without your squad, so Seagyll ends up falling down. Veyron, unfortunately, was too close for comfort, and letting him on to get a free ride to your backline is also not a great call. I mean, even with EFG on 3, you lose 2 birds, you're back on the defensive. I mean, Team Davy can step forward for sure. They don't really have an opportunity to go in for Phoenix once it's a 5v5, but I think we might be stalling out for another EFG unless Team Seagyll does decide to group, which currently they are. No vision spotting them out yet, but once they're shown on this ward, Team Davy, they're going to want to fight this.
Pressure around the Fury. It seemed like they wanted that, but like you said, no, it is the fight.
Gagowski's not there.
You don't have to worry about the camouflage. That makes it so much more of an easy decision for your team, and they're going to go in. Lights got shut off by Veyron, but it does not seem to be enough to really slow them down. Dutcher is the main target, and they're chasing this Tiamat. It's an easy kill for Dark. A second kill onto Veyron. Davy able to scoop that up, and now these chains are going to pay dividends. You're leading the way and leading the charge. Seagyll, one of the last 2 standing, is the last man standing. One more massive hit is all you need, but the team has separated, and you've got so much time to work with looking for the deicide. They find exactly what they want in Trelly. It's going to take a long time, but luckily they've got a long time to march down mid with their fire minion wave, walk into that Titan room, and Trelly, they should take game 1 right here, right now.
And that was just a puzzling play, Gore. I mean, like, pushing up left lane with no fear in the world. Gagowski wasn't even close. I understand it's a best of 5 and you have room to make mistakes. Maybe that was the call. Team Seagyll said, hey, we can't win this one. We're done. We might as well just go for like a glory play and push up left lane and see if we can win a fight. But best case scenario, a 4v5. I don't think that you should be feeling that confident about that fight. If anything, you sit in the base, wait for them to push in. At least you have your Titan on your side.
40 minutes, 37 seconds, and Team iDavy takes game number 1. And like you said, Charlie, like there's a lot of moments it feels back and forth.
Right.
It's that one Fire Giant fight that goes wrong. When like Seagyll gets that steal, it feels like it's great.
Yep.
The next Fire Giant fight, though, things never really felt like they truly recovered. It did still have some tug of war back and forth, but that was a really big moment in favor of iDavy.
I mean, I'm thinking if Team Davy just gets that first Fire Giant, things go a bit differently.
Oh, yeah.
But because Seagyll is able to steal it away, stall out the game, Team Davy couldn't really build their lead, but they still ended up, you know, getting the job done in the end, thanks to some great plays from Dark. I was very impressed with this Mammon. I think it needs to be taken away. If you can't pick up this Mammon in the jungle, I think she just does way too much damage, especially when the games go this long. I mean, these are some late game team fights, and she can just hunt into Zero so easily.
Well, it's a best of 5. They still have a long way to go in order to get this win, but it's 1-0 and now advantage over to Team iDavy. So the question is, will they continue or will Team Seagyll step up like they did yesterday? The only way to find out is after this quick break.
I try to hold back the evil inside, but I know it isn't fair. It's finally time to give you all an esports update. We're excited to announce our first attended live esports event of SMITE 2 will be at the HyperX Arena in Las Vegas, January 17th to 19th. Qualifications for the event will begin during the fall of 2024, so start forming your teams and preparing for the competition. Make sure you check out the SMITE 2 esports website and Discord to stay updated on the latest information regarding the qualification path. Tickets for the Las Vegas event will go on sale later on this year. Head over to SMITE esports website and make sure you register your interest in attending the event to get further information the moment it becomes available. We'll see you all in Las Vegas.
That's right, we're going to Vegas, SMITE 2. So first and foremost, as it was said in the video, if you want to compete, start thinking about it now, thinking about your teams. Probably get a Founders Edition if you don't already have one so you can get into these alphas and get some practice as quick as possible. But you also want to go to smiteesports.com/Vegas, which will allow you to sign up for an alert when tickets go on sale. It'll be January 17th through 19th at the HyperX Arena in Las Vegas. It is a beautiful, beautiful place. And it is a very, very lively town, as I'm sure everybody is aware. So there's always something to do. In fact, the last time I was there, I remember it was very difficult to convince myself to go to bed because I had to go to work the next morning doing an event very similar to that for Paladins. It was very fun. You want to be there, so make sure you sign up to know when the tickets are going on sale. Make sure that you go to smiteesports.com to just read more about the event, and make sure that you join the SMITE 2 esports Discord to make sure that you're in the know every which way you can be, and join us when we're playing cards.
You knocked over my tower when you said join us.
Okay, so yesterday, hold on now. Yesterday, I was J-Mac was building one, and I hit over here like that.
Yeah.
And
that was a hearty stomp.
Previous desks, if this one wasn't built as sturdy as it was, I'd have pulled a Mifflin and it'd be broken. But this desk, A, sturdy, but B, it was a heavy hit. And then now me just talking normally knocked it over.
You shock absorbed for J-Mac, but for me, you just one stomp. That's all it took. But hey, that's how hyped you are for this tournament and this Vegas trip.
And you know what won't collapse?
What?
The tournament.
And you know what also won't collapse? Team Davy in game number 1.
There you go. That's a way better segue than what I said. They look real good when it comes into this game, Trelly. I mean, the 1-0, but also a lot of moments. Admittedly, one Fire Giant steal that they probably could have avoided, and if they had, maybe the game ends a little quicker. But 40 minutes, they drag it out to the distance, and it doesn't even matter that they don't get the enhanced Fire Giant.
I mean, yeah, it doesn't seem like it ended up being that big of a difference, right? You're able to break the base, and because of that, Team Seagyll, they start pushing out. They go for a questionable, I'm not going to call it a siege because it really wasn't. They just ran it down left lane and had Gagovsky clear mid and then lost the 4v5. Like, I truly believe they had given up at that point. They're like, there's just no way that we're going to be able to win, so maybe we'll try and just run it down left. If they're pushing right, we'll just base race. Like that, I think that was the mindset, but obviously the base race didn't occur, and it was more so just a solid 4v5 in enemy territory, which you don't want.
Just take the fight and win it, and then you can just end the game. You know, it's not a base race anymore. You just, I guess it's a race, but you're the only one competing. Now you get to race through picks and bans. Team Seagyll will still be the first pick. Davy is opting for second pick. And so now we get an interesting dynamic because we've seen things like the Medusa getting banned.
Yep.
I'm a chalk believer now. That's literally what I just said, is if he wins that game, I'm a believer. He won the game. I'm a chalk believer, so maybe we get to see that come back. Ares was really good, and some have accused and levied accusations at iDavy of being an Ares one-trick when it comes to playing support, which admittedly kind of makes sense when it's easy to forget, but he's off-roll in this tournament. Although at this point, and I'm kind of curious, when we started this tournament, they're all off-roll. But now they've played enough, and we've whittled the teams down to just the few that are remaining. That it's like a secondary role now, right? Like, it's still not your primary, it's still your main. You're probably not queuing up for it, but like Davy has a support in his pocket now. Like, he's pretty solid.
He's definitely played enough that we can accept that he plays support a bit, but he's never being the one trick Ares allegations. That
that's
that I can confirm for you. And what I like to confirm here is that Maman has been taken away by Team Seagyll. They don't want to see Dark on it again. And honestly, I don't want to see it either. It just seemed too annoying to try and deal with a lot of burst damage, and it was taken away, as well as the Baba Yaga and Terra. So still not worried about the Ares pick. That's what I've learned. Unless Team Seagyll picks it up right here, which would be a little wild. If anything, I would grab the Heimdall. Looks like they want the Thor, which has also been taken away. Forgot about that one, honestly, because it's been so far at the bottom of my brain. But Team Davy gets to pick up the Heimdall if they would like, and they're going to do that. No way they would.
Last time it was Maman Heimdall, so you're guaranteed not getting one of those, but you can grab something else that maybe your team is feeling really comfortable with. And what did they play well yesterday? Well, they grabbed the Horus. I don't know why I'm holding a hand of cards. Heimdall Horus, though, as far as duo lanes go, Prot Shred, and I learned pretty quickly that Mannequin's Heimdall will absolutely slap you down if he gets the opportunity.
Yeah, he'll 1v2 you if he gets the opportunity. And he got the opportunity a couple times last game, and it's going to be the Charybdis. Not to fight the Heimdall, but to be incredibly safe and try and match the pressure of the Heimdall. Throw the Umoja in the mix, and now you've got walls for days. Thor, Umoja, Phantom Shell, maybe something that Team Davy needs to build towards or at least watch out for. What's their last pickup before this next wave of bans? It's going to be the Awelix. Wow. That's actually a fantastic pick to balance off of the Horus, the Heimdall, and of course the Umoja. That's going to be annoying. I mean, that pick alone means Team Seagyll has to change their whole play style. They can't just Riptide away. They can't just, squad up and say we're getting out of here. And you got to watch out for Davy on this Horus pickup because knockups galore.
It's maybe one of my favorite counter picks that we don't really, like, there was a period of time where we got to see it decently often, but it did not really come up too much and maybe as often as it could have. And so I'm always excited to see another Awelish. We've got Thoth bands, Agni bands, Vulcan bands that are rolling through, and surely one more. Is it going to be another mage, I guess is the real question, which are shots at Aim Blue a little bit. The Morgan Le Fay was really, really solid, and Trelly, we didn't mention it too heavily, but
didn't die.
Did not die.
Yep. And you didn't even go the tank build, whereas like Tiamat had, the breastplate, and you're a little bit tankier in that regard. Just went like Conduit, Doom Orb, Divine, Soul Gem, Soul Reaver, Mirrodin, I believe. I think that was the build. My brain is not photographic, but it's darn close when it comes to Smite builds. And I'm pretty sure it was something along those lines. And yeah, they just could not get to the Morgan Le Fay. Definitely a pick that I wouldn't mind being ran back here for Team Davy. But you're looking at Thor, you're looking at range stuns, so characters that can poke from a distance are still your top of the tier list for trying to deal with Thor and CC immunity as well. So it kind of checks all the boxes. I wouldn't be too upset. But Tiamat is the pick that they would prefer and gets locked in anyway. Still has a knockup, but, a little bit more difficult to use. I mean, actually has 2 knockups if you think about it.
Has a bit of an air of like anything you can do, I can do better as well, right? Like, hey,
No, you can't.
I'll show you how this Tiamat works. Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
Well, that's what.
We are so smart and funny.
And so clever and entertaining.
And self-proclaimed.
And handsome.
That I can't. Chat is saying all that right now.
That's crazy. Yeah, I actually was just reading.
Yeah, I can't. We appreciate that, guys, but seriously, stop. We're all so humble. With that. I do like the Tiamat pickup.
No one hates me more than me, okay? But you said double knockups, although a little harder to maybe make more as consistent, I guess, for the Awelish.
Yeah, it's hard to get hit by the tornado, but the little 2 knockup, that's relatively easy. You just go in a ground stance and knock someone up.
Now, how do you feel about Artemis in the year 2024?
There is a argument to be made about Artemis. She kind of takes this newfound Medusa build where you just go like Blackthorn and a Soul Eater, and you don't die. The issue with Artemis, of course, is that she dies early. This newfound Artemis build, which isn't that newfound, I suppose, but Soul Eater and Blackthorn Hammer doesn't sound like an Artemis build, right? That's what I've been seeing a ton of, and because of that, you go like Fail Not third item, and then you get a ton of stats, and you can just hard carry late game anyway. Sure, you're not going to do as much as a full carry Artemis would, but you don't die early on when you get stuck in an Odin cage or dove by a Awelix in this case. So I definitely don't hate it. It's just a play style that I don't love. Like if I'm building 2 non-attack speed items as an ADC, or like non-crit or attack speed items, it hurts my brain. Like I don't like it. Doesn't register. But I also don't like hunters anyway. So who cares?
As weird as it is, I might strictly appreciate the Artemis or not based on skin choice.
Okay, so what would you say is acceptable?
There's
Cat
a
Cafe?
lot. Cat Cafe, sure.
Okay.
I play Wrangler still.
I use the.
I really like Convention 2012, but that one it has not aged particularly well.
I use the one with the hippie glasses in the van.
Yeah.
That's my favorite.
That's a good one.
But what would you not accept?
Let me look up Artemis skins.
There's like the Oni one. That one's cool.
It helps if you spell her name right.
That
you
would
know
help.
what? We'll just see in game. We'll decide.
Okay, we'll see. And
what he chooses. I don't have a list or anything.
I was hoping you had one that you were like, I will not accept this.
I will not accept default.
Okay, that's acceptable.
That's pretty boring.
I mean, not acceptable, but I accept that you don't accept that.
And diamond.
All right, what about Yorm?
You can do gold or legendary.
What
Yorm?
about
Okay, I'm gonna be real with you.
If you're about
we
to
gotta
say
level up.
you're scaring me right now. You better say something about Goose.
No.
Okay, go
I was
ahead.
gonna say something about the cat one.
Oh, okay.
Because while it's funny and goofy, his little arms dangling there after there's a certain amount of time in game where after seeing those arms dangle for too long, it starts to freak me out. I'm just like, I don't like seeing this anymore. It was cute for a little while, and now it's not cute anymore.
Okay, so you don't want to see Cat.
I don't want to if it's there. Luckily, the amount of times we go to solo lane and the amount of times he's like available probably won't freak me out as much. But
right, but Doug's comedic timing is second
top
to none.
tier, yeah.
So he will spend a lot of time on that.
We'll be watching exclusively solo. It'll be just like we've been watching the Content Creator Cup the entire time.
Yep, you're gonna get Cat POV and you're gonna be furious about it. But if it's like Splice, then you're okay.
Yeah, Splice is kind of boring.
Well, it gives you a competitive edge. You could see more because it's like thinner.
I mean, I guess, but like he's got cool voice lines.
Yeah. Oh, well, that part's cool. It was the competitive skin for so long. I'm just kind of bored of seeing it. I like the Goose.
No, Goose and Gunder works. Do you know the entry, like what Goose and Gunder says, or Yorman Gooser, whatever you prefer, what he says when he spawns in?
That? I don't know.
No. I don't even know if I can say it. I said it once on air, and it made J-Mac laugh so much that like we couldn't cast for a bit. And I don't know if I want to say it now.
No, well now
I don't know if I want to ruin it. We're in an intense matchup, a finals matchup to see who comes to LAN.
But it's game 2. You got a little leeway.
All right, if we see the Goose, I'll say it.
All right, if we see the Goose, he'll see it. And good news is we're ready for game 2 of a best of 5. 1-0 lead for Team Davey.
What? Is this the recolor? Gore is furious.
Yeah.
Gore is seething.
I'm just, in all things considered, it's just kind of...
Which one's... Okay, this is like the Bounty Hunter one.
Kind of bland.
This one's cool. Don't get me
cool,
wrong. But like,
you know.
It was not either of the skins that you said. So do you accept it or not?
I mean, they've got color synergy. I'll give them that. You know what I mean? Like,
well, that's true. Did they go for... Hold on. Can we look at everyone? Did they all go for like a light blue thing? Hold up.
That's 3. Right, with the Charybdis.
I don't think Thor has like a light blue thing though.
There's light blue like on his cape there.
All right, yeah, I'll accept that.
I'll give you 3.5.
And then just
Yamoja.
I mean, that is just the best Yamoja skin, but unfortunately, it does mess with the theme a bit.
You know what? 3.5 out of 5 stars is not bad.
Default Yamoja would have just made the theme, by the way.
would have made the theme. Actually, default Thor might have been more on theme too, if we're really being completely honest with it. Oh well. You know what? The team that mostly synergizes together mostly wins together, and so we'll see what they can do with the most of a win. I'm really interested to see this duo lane, mainly because the Charybdis, like, Chelly, I don't know what to expect out of Charybdis Yamoja versus the Mannequin Scepterheim plus what is going to be, I'm assuming, a very aggressive Horus from Davey.
That is kind of the only way to play Horus, in my opinion, because you have so much mobility and so much safety. You better be getting aggressive.
But they're so safe on the other side too.
I mean, yeah, but like, stun's a stun. You know, you can't go into the
stun is a stun.
You can't go to the whirlpool if you're getting stunned. Dark get some good damage off the blink. Doesn't pull any relics, but at least tries to get a little bit of HP down. That's what I'm talking about, though. It's not as if Artemis is going to fear too much. Tier 1 Cudgel alone is going to make you relatively tanky in comparison to everyone else. And then once you get that Blackthorn, you're just an ongoing threat to just about everyone on the map. That just can't outtrade you because you have so much HP. It will help, of course, that Aim Blues go in the tablet build. That'll just steal HP as we go on. That is what every Tiamat builds at this point. But regardless, it's going to be a slower mid game, I'm assuming, from the mid jungle here.
That, Charlie, I will admit, it's something that I did not pay as much attention to as I maybe should have, because we were very focused in on skins.
Right.
Is that it is a mid Artemis. And as of now, though, the safety mechanisms from this Charybdis stripped down. The beads may be the most important of all. So that is going to be a nice little opening. Dark maybe could make a rotation over here. I mean, no beads anybody is a Wheelish's dream. And so definitely plenty of opportunities on the board. And I will also give another, I don't know if it's a shout out, but SK Peso claiming alongside the Kuzenbo solo that this Artemis mid is their tech. And I was going to say you keep spoiling stuff for next week, but there's about to be a really, really, really big patch I think I've heard of, so
yeah,
things might be changing by the time we get to North America.
Or we don't really have to give Known Liar SK Peso more credit. I just don't think that's something that...
Well, I wasn't giving credit. I was just airing grievances from chat.
Okay.
Openly.
Okay. Because I'm just not seeing it, you know? I don't remember that
I will say, of the teams that I've watched, Dutcher did it first.
Here's what I'll tell you, okay? If SK Peso's HUD was better, maybe I could have noticed what gods they were playing, and I'll leave it at that.
Well, Dark going for a blue buff invade right now. Pressure onto the Yorm, and a very clean invade at that. Yor is going to be in a good spot right now for the Odin. This is a lane, and Charlie, you can tell me if I'm right or wrong here. I kind of don't expect a whole lot to happen over here. Especially now that we're getting close to level 5, now that we've hit level 5.
I mean, what I'll tell you is this. Seagyll's going to go Tablet, Book of Thoth, and Breastplate, which means he just wants to stack Tablet and kick butts, and he's all out of butts to kick, so he's just going to be stacking Tablet. That is the plan. Yor can go in for as much cages and action as he would like. I do not think there will be Dark over on that side of the map. Reason being, you can't pull Yorm. You can't knock him up. You can go for the kill, but you're just going to force the World Serpent. So, yeah, I think you are 100% on the money on that one. If there is fighting, it'll be over on left lane where there's 2 knockups. You get the beats from La Revolution, and then you just pull them off the Awilix. So that's a much better idea. But Gagowski going up to the sky. Dark's going to be a little late here.
Oh, and has a great dunk opportunity right here. Good wall, locks him off. Davey is nowhere to be found afterward. And Ragna tried to give him an opportunity, maybe a place along that crystal, that Bifrost, to try and get away. But there's nothing you can do about it. And that is first blood over to Team Seagyll off a beautiful, beautiful Thor gank.
Yeah, if Dark was there a second earlier, maybe you call it out. Maybe Davey goes for an ult himself. There was some options to be had, but couldn't do it. Could not survive the 100-0. And first blood onto Thor is always going to be a great look, because if you see, Dark doesn't actually have beads. Next ultimate, I'd be looking for a Wheelix. Not the easiest play to make, especially if she's on Suku, but if Dark doesn't know the ult's coming, you got 100-0 damage for sure, starting off with that Jotun's Wrath. And notably, neither jungler going for the first item Blackthorn, which I definitely appreciate. Second item Blackthorn I think is much, much better for the reason that we just saw. Gagowski had the damage to 100-0 because he had flat back, because he wasn't worried about being tanky as a jungler, which I appreciate.
Yor is standing here. I don't know if Yor's going to go for the full fight. And the answer might be yes, but now, and then after the fact manner, Dark goes in, will force the World Serpent out of Seagyll. Now you've got some aggression. Thor dancing around the Awilish. You're in a very awkward spot here if you're Dark, but your team jumps over the wall and helps you out. You take out the jungle, and now you can chase down the solo a little better. Good CC comes out from Tusky, but is it going to be enough to save Seagull's life? The answer is just no. Double kill for Dark, and the chase continues as they look for more. What a beautiful cage built up by the bodies of Team iDavy, and a kill to boot. 3-1, and a beautiful play on the right side of the map.
Yeah, that was a great rotation in. I mean, Seagyll used the ultimate so early on, and I thought that was going to be it, right? You get blinked on by Dark, you fear for your life a little bit, and you decide to back up, but ends up going in to try and save Gagowski and try and save the rest of the squad. Did not end up working out, and of course, you lose your life, and then it's that conveyor belt effect where La Revolution is now too far forward, and the beautiful body blocks put them down as well. Sweet trades there for Team Davey, or not trades at all, actually. Gagowski did use the beads there for just about nothing. Davey should have an easy dash out. Man, Team Davey can do no wrong here. shouldn't even be in too much of trouble if you're Davy. Doesn't need the ultimate. Oh, but Gagovski had the ult. It just blinks out. Wow. I didn't even realize Thor was up. It did not matter. Ult didn't land. Not in combat. You can just blink out.
A clean disengage, clean couple kills, and now about 800 gold in their favor. Jelly, a lot of fighting between these teams early on, and like you said, that's kind of where you want to see Davy go. Be more aggressive on this Horus, be kind of a driving force and a driving factor for your team. Keeping an eye, specifically on these jungles now. A double kill for Dark, despite First Blood going the other way, now means a level lead. And while experience is kind of back and forth between these two teams, realistically, looking at the jungle, and especially at this phase of the game, I feel like Dark is going to be a massive, massive impact player, and we're probably going to see that here. Demon King not taken down just yet. Anybody could take it away right here, but it's going to get dropped instead in favor of the fight. Davy, you're leading the way. Cage gets dropped, Dutcher gets captured, and that's going to be one more kill for Dark, and the chase is on La Revolution, trying to run away. Tower line could be the saving grace, but you've got a lot of health. Can you go for it? Knock up, flip over the wall, another double kill, 4-0-1 for this Awelish, and a 5-1 kill lead in favor of Team iDavy.
Yeah, we knew this Awelish was going to be a problem just looking at the matchup. Revolution can never escape. You have so many knockups from Davy, and of course, just Ragnar's rotating in and aim blue. So this was going to be a problem regardless, but 4-0-1 is a better start than I could have imagined, right? It's just so much damage. Davy wants to go in for the blue buff invade here, doesn't quite grab it, but still, just letting Gagovski know, you are never safe. I am always watching. I'm always around the corner, which starts to get very annoying. Notably, I talked about this last game, got to bring it up again. You do have scalers on the side of Team Seagyll. I mean, this Yorm is not going to be doing the damage that you expect from a Yorm for quite some time. But with that, Aim Blue is going the similar build, right? If this is just proc v proc, Tiamat's going to be quicker online. Look at this. Red buff isn't even safe. Dutcher gets his beads pulled, just trying to go for his own red buff. The aggression is insane from Team Davy.
Up into the sky goes the Thor. Now you might have a little bit of a turnaround. Dunk down onto Davy. Successful. Walls from the Emoja lock him in. This Horus theoretically could have a dash to get away, but maybe on cooldown. Lockdown too solid. Turns one kill around. Now the Odin Cage drops though in Dark. Well, this is where he operates best. Low health for Dutcher, and Aim Blue will pick that one up. Now trying to get away. You're unable to escape. Damage seems to be good from the Tiamat, but are you baiting yourself by staying too long? Looking for the shots, looking for the kill. Take down Gagovski. Dark lurking in the background, not going to come back in. You trade out just as many as you get. And it is a scrap fest. 9 minutes in here between these two teams. And Shelly, ultimately it leads to a now 1,300 gold lead in favor of iDavy. They're pulling out ahead every step of the way.
Yeah, I was surprised at the pathing that Gagovski took there. It seems relatively easy. Revolution stuck around a bit too long. Dark gets the flip. And the Moonlight charge or the jump in should be enough. There's no way they drop this. There's no way they drop this.
So
this is crazy.
So about that.
I mean,
you know what? I'm content to let them sit in shame for a moment.
We'll give them a moment of silence. My goodness. I mean, Revolution didn't even like have the juke shoes. He was just like, I just gotta go.
He just walked.
I just there's nothing else I can do. I'm simply going to walk. And of course, Davy dashing through the Riptide. That's an unfortunate one. And hey, ends up living. So sorry, Dark, you're not getting another kill onto your kill column. I said couldn't drop it, and I may have caster cursed you, but honestly, it was looking small margins, and they found the 1 in 14 million chance to get Revolution out there without even having to use the bead. So well played.
Sometimes you drop the undroppable, it feels like. And unfortunately for Trelly, or unfortunately for them, Trelly, that was the undroppable, and they dropped it. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean the end of the world for them, right? Still a 1,000 gold lead, but trying to do something with a little more pressure. That kill could have opened up opportunities on the left. We're talking purple buff invades, maybe Gold Fury. Now you've got Dark in the jungle. Ragna playing aggressive, but it doesn't seem like they want to commit too heavily just yet to anything like this. Beacon's going to spawn in a minute, and it gives these teams something to focus on for the time being as to where they're going to maybe concern and center their efforts. It's going to be a Gold Fury pull for iDavy.
I mean, you got damage. Davies is going to be on zone duty. Looks like with the NATO, they have plenty of DPS. Yeah, no one stepping up. Envision non-existent. Yagovsky was nearby, but did not take to the sky, so not going to be a problem. Looks like a Bull Demon pull will be in the future here for Team Seagyll. But Davies on the way. He's following closely behind. Can anyone show up to help? Well, he walked over a ward, so maybe he's the bait.
Right now, yeah, what has Davey been doing best? It's being the bait. Gets incredibly low, will get taken down, and it'll only be bait if his team can do something with this fight. As of right now, there's going to be an Odin Cage lockdown. Yorm primary target, but he does not seem to be an easy one to go for. World Serpent gets him out of there, no problem. Cage goes down, and all of Team Seagyll just walk away.
Not be a problem, but the actual prize, the Bull Demon, does seem to be picked up by Team Davey here. That's the thing about Horus. You got to make sure your team is close by before you go for plays like that, because then you can just dash out for absolute free. But Davey just keeps overextending without the help of his team, or without the support, I should say, of his squad. Interestingly enough, Veyron, he went for this tier 2 charged bow play, which I've seen a couple times just to help you out with clear. I did not think would be able to out-trade very well, but even Ragnar, who's got the mannequins, has the full executioner, who should be able to trade relatively easily with a build like that, is not able to fight. Probably has some gold in pocket, trying to spend it up later on, and that's the reason, but either way, love the aggression out of duo lane. With this beacon spawning in, currently Team Davey is taking it back in their favor. Will anyone from Team Seagyll step up? Doesn't seem so. I think this beacon goes the way of Davey.
So far, they're holding on to it. Thorwald drops down. Yor kind of in an awkward spot. Without Yorm coming over, though, you just got a numbers advantage and pretty easy secure. At this point in the game, Charlie, like that damage, you know, it's easy to ignore, but when it applies as much of a chunk, specifically to mid that I'm looking at, suddenly you're in a much different conversation where now things could get pretty catastrophic if you can knock down that tier 2 or tier 1 as iDavy. You really open up a conversation to be had for tons of pressure here in mid. Pyromancer as well has spawned in. Blue buff seems to be the call in terms of an invade, but it's not going to be successful for Team iDavy. So a small lull. It's pretty much all the main objectives they could go for. Just waiting.
Once again, red buff and speed buff are never free. Davey walking up, trying to go in for the steal, recognizes the whole squad's on the way, and he's just going to dash to aim blue, making sure he's not in too much trouble. I have liked this aggression, but aim blue and dark haven't really comboed too much. Not really grouping up to go for any more Awilix pulls, and it's not as if beads have been up consistently. They have been getting pulled. Currently, at the moment, all of Team Seagyll has their beads online, but I want to see just some you know, any sort of force to try and grab this relics down, because when it happens, then you can force your fights, then you can look for more invades, and it's absolute free. But with Pyro, with Bull Demon available, the right side of the map is the target, and once again, Davies by himself has to ult out and use beads.
It's a pretty heavy... It happened. This, Charlie, I will, you know what, call him out while we can. Davey does that a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Davey is the, I would say, maybe #1 gets caught out support that we've gotten to see so far this weekend. And that's something that, unfortunately for the team, it has caused some trouble. And fortunately for the team, it's also set them up for some of their wildest success fights, or most successful fights. Now he's hanging around, the Pyromancer, obviously looking for something to do. Wants to play aggressive, that's kind of been his MO. It's just finding something. We got a minute and a half-ish until the beacon comes in. Fury's back up on the left, but the fighting has definitely died down.
Yeah, and the farming has also died down. I mean, Davey has just been looking for these aggressive plays. Looks like Gold Fury is the call. Dark goes for the ultimate immediately to try and shred through this. Veyron closest to get the word, but looks like too little too late. I don't think anyone is getting in range. Maybe you got an Artemis steal though, and then will Team Seagyll picks it up. Dusher just walks up for absolute free and drops the Suppress the Insolent. My goodness, man. I thought they had the DPS for it, but it slowed down towards the end, and Davey was zoning the Charybdis when he probably should have been zoning Dutcher.
In fact, I'm going to go the next step up. I refuse to believe it. I can't. That is the second time someone on Team Seagyll has been able to walk up and just take the objective.
I think that makes it more believable, if anything.
Oh, yeah.
That means that Team
Davy.
iDavy
You're right.
is
They're
just,
doing it pretty consistently.
Yeah, they have just ignored all signs that they should probably fight or drop the objective or save their burst, and they just went for it because, I mean, Featherstep is certainly confirming that if it's just saved, but Dark was essentially the shred. I mean, pre-ulting just to get some more DPS. Unfortunate, objectives are never saved with Team Seagyll around.
And now you have to play carefully because with that Fury going their way, well, we see a slight gold decrease overall for Team iDavy, but nothing too crazy. Still at the 2,000 mark, and we're pre-20 minutes, so that's a pretty impactful lead. Pyromancer potentially started up here, at least looked at. Maybe it's turning into a gank, though. Yorm, who seems to be the one in danger. World Serpent's there, though, and Charlie, I mean, we had this conversation 14 minutes ago. As long as World Serpent exists, not really going to find a whole lot going on over in that solo lane.
At least you can force the World Serpent, which is, you know, not a negative. As long as you're able to get the ult down, then you can try and gank Seagyll, but he should just be able to save pretty safe. He's got beads still. Pyromancer started up. Revolution. Seagyll stepping forward. Nope. Pyromancer does not get stolen away, but Gagovsky goes in, actually gets a big ultimate, and a beautiful River's Rebuke.
Yeah, walls up by the Emoja. Good lockdown, but a good disengage. Gets Aim Blue out of there. Now the rest of the team needs to decide what they're doing as Seagyll confirms that the chase is on. Tier 1 tower, enough to still deter them. Gagovsky, no ult available, but hanging out in the jungle. Seems like, Shelly, they're going to let this one rest where it is. Tower, pretty easily taken down. You've got the Artemis in mid with you. Now Davy in a little bit of trouble. Great Riptide pulled him back. But unfortunately for Team Seagyll, unable to get the kill, still get the tower. And again, chunking down what was 2,000 gold to about 1,500 now is going to make things a lot easier as this game goes on. You get this beacon, and you find a little more control over the map. It seems like Team iDavy is going to step up, or at least in the neighborhood, but they're not going to be able to contest too much. As George leaps away, and I think kind of recognizes that not much you can do.
That seemed to be the end of the scrapping for now.
No shot.
There's going to be a little bit of damage, but Kribdis can
Right,
always just escape. Rogovsky's on the way. Doesn't seem to be an easy ult to try and go for here. Ragna is just sending some auto attacks towards that ward. Has the first ability available as well for some extra vision. But I think you could try and go for a dive here. Both relics are available. It wouldn't be easy. And I think that's the call. You don't want to trade your beads out. That would be what's happening. If Rogovsky drops the ult, you're definitely getting sent through the realms or using your beads. And against an Wheelix, probably not the best idea to waste your beads on a trade over in duo lane. So I like the call to just back off, take your invade, and just go for the retreat call. Oni Fury should be spawning back up here soon. Maybe that's when we see the next grouping towards an actual engagement. But Davey just needs to farm, man. Level 12, this Horus sure has been getting aggressive, but your relics are important, your itemization is important, getting just a little bit more cooldown to make sure you're never getting in a bad spot where you don't have to dash out. You can't really get that if you're not farming up, and Davey has not been doing that.
It's the downside. You're down 3, but you got your jungle up. We'll call it 2.5 because I just saw Gagovsky tick over to 7. So you open up the conversation for the rest of your team, but kind of at what cost? Like you said, getting that second relic is pretty big. Getting to your starter upgrade will be even bigger, but that's going to take a little while at this rate. Looking for a fight and looking for their opportunity. Will it be around this Oni Fury? It looks like that's actually getting spotted out, or at least glanced at right now by Team Seagyll. Again, this one, you know, depending on who you talk to, game 1, game 2, most important in a best of 5. But right here, for Team Seagyll, the impact could be 1-1 if they win, 0-2 if they lose, which means Davey would be on game point, backs against the wall at that moment. So the pressure is on. The work needs to be done. Probably not a lot of objectives for them to do right now, and yet they're stepping up to fight, and the River's Rebuke is going to come out. Lock down just a few, but not find maybe the big impact that the Emoja was looking for. Instead, reset, retreat. You've got Seagyll in the back, and maybe Seagyll isolated. World Serpent is available, it might have to be used here. Goes into it,
My goodness.
loses so much health just before, and is so lucky that it channeled it as quick as it did. A few more seconds, maybe even just one. And Team iDavy burns that through the ground. Instead, they get rid of the Yorm, and they get themselves the Oni Fury.
Finally, an objective pulled cleanly. The Pyromancer before does go over to Team Davy, but wasn't quite clean. There was a bit of a scrap towards it. This time, no steal attempts. Rogowski wanted to go for an ultimate here. Does find it, but it's onto Yor, so that's not going to net anything. I don't even think the shield broke. This Odin is quite tanky. But Pyromancer started out by Team Seagyll. They reset it at the last second, but they are able to pick it up. Revolution grabs that runic bomb, but Yor wants a cage here, and he's going to find it.
Locks down Dutcher. That's an easy target to pick up. The damage in return, you're still fighting against 2 carries, and you find that out the hard way if you're Dark. They do trade out 1 for 1. Now Seagyll on the aggressive. Force out Yor, force out Aim Blue, but a blink forward from Davy, believing in the back line, and rightly so. Ragna gets the damage done, gets the tower, and now the chase continues. Tier 2 might thwart them enough, but they've got minions, and they're feeling confident. Stun comes out on the loud Revolution. That is going to be the retreat from Team Davy. At least in the fight. Tier 2 will get knocked down. It looks like Horus ult away just to find some space between them and Team Seagyll. A very, very successful fight.
I legitimately thought Davy was taking them under Phoenix, and I was going to say, this absolute mad lad, like, where are you going with this Horus ult? Love the attempt, but man, Dark really underestimated how much damage Dutcher was able to dish out with that boar. I mean, you drop Tusky inside of the cage and just turn and fight, and ends up, I'm assuming, getting some crits, because there was a bunch of damage coming from a level 18 Artemis that has Blackthorn Soul Eater. So, well played there by Dutcher, at least trading out the life. But what happens after the fact is a bit unfortunate, where Davy just sieges forward, gets consistent stuns to set up for his team, and of course, Yor, almost unkillable on this Odin, just getting consistent stuns for the squad. If you were worried about not having too much engage when the cage is down, I think you got nothing to fear. Yor and Davy are going in constantly to make sure that the team has plenty of setup. It's been working out for them. Beacon spawned in. Team Davy already on it. They should be able to get some ward coverage down on FG. Keep your eyes on Ragna, though. When you see the Heimdall nearby, Fire Giant is always a possibility.
Yeah, those rotations early on, we've mentioned this for years, but watching the carries, maybe the most important factor in a lot of these engagements. Both right side of the map. Double ADC opens up some burn potential for Team Seagyll. Maybe looking to burn somebody now in the jungle. It's just trying to find the right opportunity. Dark also out fishing for someone's demise, but instead will fall back into the Fire Giant pit. A small reset here for Team iDavy. No Pyromancer means that Charlie, realistically, outside of farming, much like Dark is doing, mid, and maybe going towards right, the only thing you can do is fight for the FG, go forward. River's Rebuke and Odin Cage crits, ringing true, and up into the sky goes Gagowski. Dutcher takes out Yor, and now with the dunk, the re-engage, you can go in onto Ragna. You can cause a lot of trouble for this Heimdall. Finally put him down into the ground. Davy, 1 hit away, but so is La Revolution. You might lose 1 in the process here, but the team is playing too well. If you're Seagyll, it is so well managed that they get the Emoja out alive, and yes, they might drop Davy. They're going to get so much more. Dark sticks around, stops the back from Seagyll. Might pull 1 in his team's favor, make this something for them to work with, but instead, it's a 3 for none, and Team Seagyll tie up the kills and get this game about as even as it could be.
Man, what a disaster of a fight there. I mean, Team Seagyll just grouped up together. There was low health bars, but no one falls down, and now 5-man Fire Giant pull. Davy is the only one nearby. Dark's on the way, but it doesn't seem... Oh, he might go actually in for a steal. He's going to ult in. Davy just trying to make some noise, just trying to get active as possible. Teleport coming through as well. Davy might be able to get something done here.
Has some vision. That's what they needed overall. Fire Giant's getting low, and no one has dropped it just yet. Seagyll get the FG. They get a kill onto Dark as well. Now Yor and Davy have to run away. Odin Cage comes up just for the disengage, and this Horus is running for his life, but the slow is good, and the minions as well. They get the job done. And they make a unfortunate failure for Team iDavy and a massive success for Team Seagyll. 5 Fire Giants strong. And Trelly at 26 minutes, They have finally taken the gold lead.
They certainly have. Team Seagyll off of a beautiful fight before that FG happens. 3v2 easily, or 3v5 rather. It should be easy to go in for their push. They've got 14 seconds on Davy, 20 on Dark. That tier 2 in mid. It's going to be an afterthought as Gagovsky picks up the tier 2 over on right. So a lot of gold in pocket for Team Seagyll. Correct play. Head on back to base. Spend it up. Could grab the Primal Fury in the meantime, but Team Davy. I mean, I've been talking about Davy's farm. Still level 14, Gore. He can't even upgrade a starter item.
Yeah,
this Horus needs to dial it back a bit. I mean, 0-4 and 8. It's not as if he hasn't been impactful for his team setting stuff up, but at the very least, pick up a War Banner, pick up a Spartan Flag, you know, upgrade your relics. That, I think, is much more impactful than what's been happening currently. I will say, his team hits level 20 quicker because he's not splitting farm with them, but it really does not slow down your level 20 that much to just pick up an upgraded starter item, which you can tell Revolution has had for quite some time. This Yemoja has had some massive ultimates. The walls have been ridiculous. And we also talked about, you know, Phantom Shell could be a possibility. No one on Team Davy picked it up, so every time the River's Rebuke comes in, it gets tremendous value. So shouts out to Revolution. These have been some very clutch Yemoja walls. And now tier 2 over on left being looked at. Team Davy, they're going to have to go back to base.
Have to play carefully. Although, right now, Trelly, they're just pushing up on the tier 2, trying to match it, at least tower for tower. And then backing immediately. You've got one on defense instantly, and that's Davy. Although, what can Davy do on his own is maybe the question that you need to be asking there. Tier 2, trade out. That's going to be pretty simple. It's the Phoenix you need to defend when the Fire Giant's on the other side. They seem to be there, and spades for that one. Force the Cryptus into her safety. Now immediately lock down La Revolution. The burn is there as well. Yor gets the credit for the kill, but oh my god, the burn damage that they had on that. Now Veyron in a bad spot. What a great defense so far for Team iDavy. They lose Dark, but you get Gagovsky. You take down 3 and only lose 1 in the process. Now you can push forward. The problem is, Chelly, there's not a lot that you can do on the map other than try and go for a Phoenix.
Yeah, you just got to retreat here, spend up a bit of that gold, and then run it down mid lane. I think that would be the call for Team Davy. Fire Giant not available, Fury not available, Pyromancer not available. And it's not as if Beacon is that big of a prize. You took Fire Giant off 3, and you kept your Phoenixes standing. That is definitely the positive from Team Davy, and you show that you can certainly win a fight if you find a nice engage. I mean, all things considered, grabbing a tier 2 there and trading and then winning the fight after the fact is massive for Team Davy. But the biggest thing is that Horus gained 3 levels during that fight. Remember the level 14 Horus I was just roasting? Well, guess what? He's back in the game. Doesn't quite have his upgraded starter, but he should be able to grab it. Level 14? That's insane. There's too much farm on the map. That's all I'm saying.
No, yeah, 4 levels up.
Well, he's 2 levels down before
2 levels down, 4
yeah.
levels up from where he was at. And
yeah.
The thing is early you had mentioned it because he was still 3 levels. It was 12 to 15, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
And I was willing to at least shrug it off because it was like, well, at least Dark is 3 levels up. Once Dark hit level 20 and then Gagovsky hit level 20, the benefit of the doubt there disappeared pretty quickly.
Yep.
And now, playing catch-up, I'm waiting to see the upgraded starter. That'll be a pretty big power spike here for Team iDavy. And Trelly, it's actually kind of frightening to think about. They've been fighting with Davy this far behind. Put a Davy who can get into the mix. Now subtract a River's Rebuke as well. That's on cooldown for a long time. And suddenly we're having a very different conversation, I think, about this next Fire Giant.
Yeah, with River's Rebuke down, Yor's got no fear, can step up, no problem. Trying to find some poke, trying to find an impactful cage. Tiamat ultimate is down for a bit, though. That NATO is also very good for space control. You want someone not to step up, you drop the NATO and at least split them up for the time being. Yor gets yoinked back forward, has to go down, but here comes the ultimates. Team Seagyll wants to chase this one down.
Davy's trying to lead the way for his team to get in there, but oh my god, the burst! Oh my god, the damage! Right now, it's going both ways, though. 2 for 2. Jungle in support traded out on both. Ragna goes down. The saving grace in that last fight. Low health for Veyron, who is playing a dangerous game, but nobody on Team iDavy is able to close that gap. And instead, half health, almost dead for Yor. And another reset, 40 seconds for a majority of these respawns, so we get to wait a little while, Trelly, as it feels like maybe the double carry in the Yorm can get something done, but that something feels like it needs to be a smaller objective, a Pyro, a Fury, but maybe not the main guy there in the Fire Giant.
Wouldn't be easy. I mean, Yor essentially has 2 health bars here with teleport available, so he could go in, back up, teleport back in if need be. But Pyromancer should certainly be pulled here by Team Seagyll. That Oni Fury just spawned in as well, but Yor is already on the way to make sure this EFG does not be looked at. And that is not going to be the case. Pyro picked up. Veyron gonna grab the Runic Bomb, and already Davy and Dark have spawned back in, and Ragnar's a few seconds behind. So all that's really changed here is now there's 2 Runic Bombs in pocket for Team Seagyll. Gold deficit not gonna be the biggest deal. It's essentially just on Davy, whereas Dark getting that last item would be massive. That's about it. That's all we're looking towards. Oni Fury started up, though. I mean, once Team Seagyll hears about this, they may be able to make a play over on right, but for now, none the wiser. Davy has ultimate, though, so could bring the team over if need be. I think they're just trying to get some ward coverage down. Team Seagyll, they're not keenly aware of what's going on.
Yeah, Yor luckily also keeping vision on the right side, making sure this Fire Giant can't be started without an alert, although might be in an awkward spot on account of being an alone Odin in the jungle. Will be fine. 3,000 gold separate these teams. Best of 5. Again, winner goes to LAN. Loser, while they're running the charity cup, the Content Creator Cup, will come to an end. iDavy has the 1-0 lead as of right now. The deficit by 1 in kills, by 3,000 in gold, but 32 minutes in, maybe that doesn't make a big difference. Enhanced Fire Giant started up, this time by iDavy, looking for the bait, trying to pull somebody in. It gets down to about half health, as does
My
Aim Blue.
goodness.
And that is the kind of game you have to be wary of right now. It's that damage from the Yorm is very, very sneaky.
Oh, here comes Dark, though.
Odin Cage comes through. They use the shell to get out, and there, waiting is Dark, just like you said, and Ragna with the damage. River's Rebuke comes up, and Dark leaps over the wall. Dark's looking for more, but no, the kill. Dutcher with the final auto does exactly what they need. Slows the onslaught, keeps it 2 for 2, and slows iDavy's rampage down, keeps things even, Trelly, as we move just a few minutes into the future.
Man, you just see Dark once again gets Dutcher so weak and cannot finish the kill. This Artemis just turns and fights. Instead of trying to run away, you just pop your 2 and get active, and it's been working out. Dark cannot survive. I think a Bloodforge would have done massively at the end of this build. Heartseeker, not my favorite Wheelix item, and unfortunately not working out too well for Dark either. You are looking towards another stall, though. Neither one of these gamers want to go in for an EFG pull. They're just sitting back. They've been playing a slow brand of late-game Smite. When did the last game end, Gore?
40 minutes, 30 seconds.
Okay, we're getting to that point, 35 in. EFG has not fallen down just yet. And full builds galore for just about everyone. Maybe an upgrade for Davies, Magi's. Besides that, we have reached that point where it's just, all right, who has the better engage? Who has the ease of engage? And so far, Seagyll just poking people out the second he rolls up to jungle has been a problem. I mean, Aim Blue is relatively tanky, but Seagyll got a good 1-2 punch off, and that was pretty much it. Aim Blue had to reset.
Fire Giant is the target. Neither of these teams, they learned their lesson, I will give it credit, from game 1. The 50-50 is not happening if a steal potential is there. Only one Fire Giant has been attained this game, and it went over to Team Seagyll. Because they do a small reset. Dark, Gagovsky, those are the 2, I think, to keep your eyes on. The Thor, and a good potential, actually goes for the wall. If it weren't for Davy, that 1v1 could have gone incredibly well. Now in an awkward spot, might get caught out, separated from the team.
Blink in. Almost dropped the beads.
Not quite able to get enough.
Yeah, Dark wanted the 1v1, but if you beads there, you're in a bit of trouble. So I like the call. Pyromancer started up, and Team Davy will be able to grab a Gagovsky a little bit too far away. Looks like that's a full-on reset. So now, Team Davy, if they decide to pick it up, which they will now have a Runic Bomb in tow for themselves. They have an attempt to try and outburst at this objective. Because no one's really bursting more than a Runic Bomb at this point. Like, you just don't have that level of one-shot damage. You got crits that could come through from Dutcher, but even that isn't going to be touching the damage. Finally, River's Rebuke dropped down, but Yor walks out effortlessly. Doesn't seem like the ult got too much value. Grigovsky could go into the sky here, but Team Davy, they're not too worried about this.
Dark is maybe the reason they're not worried about it. They're going to fall back because they know they're in a 5v4. Dark is going to get a left side Phoenix, and he's going to get it for free. Gets to fall back. Now you got minions going in. Luckily, no panic backs coming out from Team Seagyll. I wouldn't mind seeing Dark try something similar in mid, potentially. Fire Giant started up, might not have the time to split push. Instead, you'll have to get aggressive on the fight. Thor wall thrown out. Seagyll zoning for the time being. Fire Giant getting low, and Davies keeping an eye on it, making sure that this isn't too bad. Grigovsky goes up, Grigovsky comes down and puts Davy down, gets the enhanced Fire Giant for the team. Yor has to play carefully and run away. Meanwhile, Dark made a decision, and that decision was to forego the Fire Giant and get a second Phoenix. Has minions in there, and Dark is walking into the Titan room. All he needs his team to do is keep them busy. Now, backing up, the Wheelish maybe making sure and realizing you can't quite do it on your own. So Dark's got to get out of here, got to get back. Needs to go help defend.
Nope. He missed? Seagyll missed? He didn't stop the back. What if Seagyll stopped the back? That could have been GG, but he doesn't end up clutching it. 2 birds down. Fire minions are on the Titan, so Seagyll might have to teleport in. If they want to go for the end, they have to do it now. 3v5. They should have the damage. Team Seagyll has to play this one slow, but the Titan has to fall.
They're hanging outside, like you said. Number advantage going their way. Grigovsky comes down. Oh my god, Ragna is just gone. And Team Seagyll, oh, they want to make sure that they know we are here to play. And Seagyll take game number 2. Trelly, we're getting at least 4 out of these 2 teams.
I mean, I liked the call to split push the 1 bird. I think that made a lot of sense. You try and send someone back. If it doesn't work, you rotate in. And it was essentially for free because EFG was still like at 90% HP when Dark rolls up. He sees that EFG's at 90% HP and he says, okay, I'm going to go for mid Phoenix now too. Davy goes to the back line, tries to interrupt this EFG call, immediately gets shredded. The rest of the team ends up losing the fight. Dark's like, guys, I got 2 Phoenixes. And it's like, we lost, bro. I don't care about the Phoenixes anymore. So, I mean, that just goes to show how well Team Seagyll was playing around objectives. That it forced Team Davy to make that decision. Like, hey, we can't win the jungle fight. We got to try something else. And unfortunately, it didn't work out.
Well, something else, they're going to have to figure it out. It's tied up 1-1, which means we've got at least 2 more games in pocket. So who will find the advantage in Game 3? The only way to find out is after this quick break.
Immortals have invaded my realm, and my children rebel against me. Dark days these are. But my strength shall bring resolution, and my lightning, illumination! Zeus!
Bologna.
Anubis!
Scylla. Kukulkan.
Satyr!
That's right, Starforge, the best PCs in the universe, and you now can upgrade, or get a godlike upgrade, even better, to your PC. And from Starforge PCs, you can go get this case, whether you want it as just an empty case, or if you want it as a full PC, you can go buy that now. You can go to starforgesystems.com/product/smite and pick yours up. Of course, customizable on the inside, and I gotta tell you, they're just gorgeous. I am heavily contemplating one and really just trying to figure out like where it fits in my budget is pretty much the only thing stopping me.
I bet you could get a pretty sweet deal.
I could probably just go to starforgesystems.com/product/smite and
But which one would you be looking at though? I'm going to be honest with you.
It's me. They're Bologna.
You go for the Bologna one? That makes sense. I like the Anubis one, and it's just because I like Anubis, man.
Fair enough. Straight shooter, Trelly. He's telling you how it is and how it's going to be. Yeah, you want to go pick yours up now while you can. Gore, Trelly, soon to be game number 3. But before we get to that, talk about game number 2. Davy, Seagyll. Davy takes game 1 in a pretty commanding fashion. And this one, it gets really interesting because one Fire Giant's got a 50-50. It goes the way of Seagyll, gets him some progress. But this one feels like it's won more by the end of the game than pretty much anything preceding it.
Yeah, definitely a questionable split push strategy there. Again, I love the call to go for one bird, but I think Dark going in for the second one made sure that his team was not able to confirm any kills towards that EFG, and with the low health bars and only the carries making it out, they just were not able to keep the Titan alive. So I think if they had the opportunity to do it again, they would have had Dark come back after the first Phoenix and then try and group up and fight with the team. Because I think this Awelix was one of the driving forces of Team Davy. I mean, most of the kills were being picked up by AIM Blue towards the end, but if there wasn't a blink in from Dark to the backline, there was a lot of low health targets that were just getting out because, Yor does some decent damage, but, doesn't really have that burst factor to confirm those kills, and AIM Blue could not close gap. It really was up to Dark to confirm some of these kills, and unfortunately just was not there towards that last engagement.
And I really liked the call that the team had. At first, from Davy, it was, let's just sit on Dutcher. Like, you're an Artemis, we'll Odin cage you and kill you, and we'll just do that over and over and over and over again. And then the Phantom Shell happened on one side. It didn't happen on the other side. And one of those walls became way more impactful, although I will say some of the Umoja walls, like even towards the end, didn't get anybody. But when they did, it was full impact every single time. So that makes a huge difference just in some relic choices. We also talked about the fact that Davy was down like 3 levels perpetually throughout that game and got 4 levels in one fight. It was a pretty big comeback, but it took a little while to get there. So now I'm curious what what game 3 is going to be like. Because now it's time to put your best foot forward. Whoever wins this next one will be on set point. One step closer to getting to LAN here in Atlanta. Of course, playing for charity and getting a tour of the studio, plus access to SMITE 2 development. A whole ton of things that they are going to get on their way here. And this time, Trelly, they change things up. iDavy will be the first pick.
Depends on what has been taken away so far, though, because we have learned throughout this set so far that Maman Brigitte has been at the top of the tier list. The Heimdall has been pretty impactful, but the Guardians have just been the go-to bands, right? Kuzenbo, Terra, Thor was in that topic of conversation as well. The bands have shifted a bit, but looks like Umoja is going to go just a little bit higher on that ban factor, as well as the Medusa, of course, that has been taken away. So I'm just wondering about the adaptations, one of which, as we just saw, is going to be that Yemoja. The other one, I'm assuming we're going to see right here. No, just sticking with the Cthulhu, so it's up to Seagyll, right? Do they want to take away this Mammon? Are they not confident that Davey would even go for it again? I think they would. And I think if I'm Team Seagyll, if it's between the Mammon and anything else, I think I'm taking away the Mammon. But maybe that's just me. Maybe that's recency bias. I just watched it pop off, and it looks like it is. So Baba Yaga is going to be the call. And Team Davey, they have the option. Do they want the Mammon Brigitte? And I think they should.
Yep, first picked. Heimdall stays open then, and that's been the option they've wanted to go to beyond the Mammon, right? And something they've gone to for Ragnar. Although I will give Ragnar a lot of credit. While your Heimdall's insanely good, you've also got a lot of other gods in the pocket, so I'm not too worried about whether or not that gets taken away here. I am really curious. Again, Ares is left open. You take away a few of these tanks, specifically getting rid of the Yemoja, but that's the one. We mentioned it. You had mentioned it, actually, and highlighted. Most of these games versus Team Seagyll, this Thor has been banned. Last game it wasn't, and it wins. Coincidence? I think not.
We're about to find out if it was a coincidence. Twice in a row. Once, maybe you got lucky, but I don't think so. Twice, that would really confirm that this Thor pick is something to be reckoned with, and I'm going to be honest, we saw the ults, and Rogovsky was absolutely popping off, so we will continue to monitor the jungle, as we always do. But Team Davey, do they switch it up? Do they still prioritize this Horus? I think you probably shouldn't at this point. It's not as if Ares gets immaculate value into Charybdis, but that has been Davey's go-to. I would love to see a Sobek, personally, not because Sobek is just so fantastic in any of these matchups, just because it does match the playstyle quite well. It brings good damage across the board, and also has a lot more safety than the Ares pick can really provide because of your movement and your CC immunity. That you're not really stuck in one place. You can swim around, so to speak. Wow. But it's going to be the Artemis for Team Davey, along with the Chalk. So holding off Davey's pick for a little bit later on, and just grabbing AoE teamfight ultimates, right? A lot of CC in that bottom two. Well, more of a mid two, but bottom two before the next wave of bans.
I have a question for you, though.
I hope I have an answer.
And I'm trying to read the cards here, Charlie.
Okay.
But did this Artemis do well last game because it was in mid, or did it do well because Artemis is good right now? Like, if you threw this as a carry, do you think we get to see as a similar performance?
I think that you want one carry traditionally that's going full shred, and then one that can build whatever that hunter's best build is. And at the moment, the Bluestone, the Fail Not, the Blackthorn Hammer, and the Soul Eater is where Artemis is at. And that build is traditionally in mid. So I think you're pairing another hunter for Team Davey here. I think that's going to be a mid Artemis, but it's not as if Artemis can't play ADC. It's just a little bit stronger at the moment, throwing someone who can't die. And if you can shred BDK, you can go to Pyromancer. There's a lot that you can do with a mid lane hunter that you just can't do with your ADC that's all the way on the left side of the map.
I love seeing Vulcan get locked in.
We've been seeing some good Vulcan games.
Yeah, and that might be it. It might be we're maybe due for a bad one, or we're only getting good Vulcan games, in which case it makes me happy when I see Vulcan locked in. But we'll see if that can continue. And it seems like we have Team Seagyll on the same line of thinking that you are. Immediately, Xbalanque is their first ban. They don't think this Artemis is even deigning to go or daring to go to the long lane, and instead focusing out some of their strengths in the duo lane. What is that? Xbalanque, which has been treating Ragna incredibly well, and the Ares, which has treated Davey incredibly well. The other side, the Ymir, Sobek still available, and you had kind of mentioned that as a potential pickup for Team iDavy. Could be a pickup for Team Seagyll here as well. 7
Guardians deep so far in the ban column, and you still got to find 2 supports in theory, assuming that nothing that we see on our screen is a support pick so far. So Davey and Seagyll might have to go pretty deep into the god pools there. Again, it's not as if the Horse is a bad pick by any means, but wasn't my favorite from Davey, so I wouldn't mind a switch up there. Sobek is still in play. Will that be something that Team Seagyll tries to take away from Davey, or will they just let him have it if he wants it? That would be my question. Considering you already have Vulcan, you have Charybdis, and you have Thor, you've got some great objective shred and burst. You've got some good teamfight initiation with that Thor ult, but where's your peel at? Right there. Ganesha going to be able to just silence out Mammon in the backline. Chalk after your ult. You're not going to be having too much freedom. Even if you try and go to your axe, you can shut that one down. It's going to be the
Wow.
I almost said Chiron. The Charon pickup for Davey.
And you know, Charlie, I forgot about it, but like the first few weeks, Davey was playing this a lot.
He was. I forgot about it too. That's why he wasn't as confident, but it's been a bit. This tournament's been going on for quite some time, so you're right. There was a lot of
the Charon in March and the Charon in June might be very different Charon.
Yeah, and also throwing it with a Rama as well, so you're not gonna have too much pressure early on in lane. Charybdis kind of just destroys the wave, especially with the support of a Ganesh. But I do like the Charon ult. It's going to be able to run down Vulcan very easily. Charybdis probably won't care too much, but I think getting to this Vulcan is going to be key, and you have a ton of CC to do so with Charon, Chalk, and throw Artemis in the mix as well.
And it's going to be a fun one to watch, although it's definitely going to be very well, I say different, as in it's different gods, but it's going to be the same playstyle. Davey's going to want to play aggressive, and this time you're going to have 2 hunters to back you up, so late game maybe you have a little more presence. The Chalk told you after game 1 if he won it that I'd be a believer, so I'll believe in it, just blanket statement. But I like the Ganesh, I like Charybdis, I like the Thor. It feels like some of the team composition and like combination from Team Seagyll is pretty solid. Lock in a Bologna to go up against the Chalk. How are you feeling about the solo lane?
Well, I mean, it's not as if we're going to see action on the solo lane. I don't think that hasn't been the meta for this tournament at all, really. Like, there's been one gank that we saw so far in this best of 5, and I think it was just to get Seagyll's ult out. Like, there was also a cringe gank early on the first Chalk gameplay. So maybe 2 solo lane ganks I've seen so far. It's not as if Bologna is the easiest target to try and kill, but without Eagle's Rally, you can certainly chase her down. So that's something that we have to watch out for if Dark does go to solo lane. Chalk is a lot more difficult to lock down when he has cooldown, but early on, if you throw the axe or you use Torrent, your escape is essentially gone. So I think we could see just a little bit of sparks fly over in the solo lane, but it's game 3. Whichever team wins this is on match point. That's a big deal. You don't want to play anything. You don't want to overplay your hand. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is a slower paced early game, even with Thor and Mammon, 2 characters that are okay with fighting on level 3, fighting at level 5. We might see the breaks go for a little bit here until like, I don't know, 8 minutes or so.
And it becomes an important game, right? It's something that maybe we expect. Normally in best of 3s we talk about it all the time, but even in a best of 5, game 3 slows down a little bit because you both realize, oh, wait a minute, like they're like right there. If we lose this one, it becomes a much harder path for us. We have to win 2 in a row. It becomes more difficult to try and do, especially against these teams that so far have been evenly matched. This one is going to give that 1 game advantage over. And if we're pumping the brakes a little bit, mid-game, Mammon likes to fight pretty hard. We're looking at Thor in the jungle, so he can go for really clean ganks as well. And then late game, we have a double Hunter versus a Vulcan and a Charybdis. So we've got Burst and Secure on that side, and we've got double Hunter Burn on that side. In an age where this rivalry has gone on and back and forth, I mean, every single time we've seen it, do you have one that you favor right now?
You gonna make me lean again? That's what we did last time. Which side am I leaning towards? I mean, I do love the Vulcan. I will say that Vulcan has been very impactful for me personally. I think into double Hunter, it's great because you can keep your distance from Vulcan.
Sounds like you're leaning pretty hard this way.
Well, not pretty hard. Just give me a second,
okay,
man. I broke down one side. Now let's break down the other side. You got plenty of AoE team fight. You got double ADC. You have Charon and Chuck who can easily dive the backline, and Mammon, who has been one of my top junglers of the tournament. But yeah, I'm going to lean this side.
He said all that stuff, and he's leaning towards Seagyll. We'll see how it shakes out in game as we jump into game number 3 between these 2 teams. Again, best of 5. So this is not the end of the road. They still have at least 1 more to be played. It's just figuring out who's going to put their best foot forward. And now we've got Davey going for Sentinels and the War Flag on the other side. I feel like we've been seeing a little bit more, not just War Flag. Like, War Flag has been the norm for the last few months. And the Sentinels has been a little more, I don't want to call it rare, but it is the
worst
like 50, 30, 20, right? Like it is the 20% of the other 2 that you're going to be getting.
Yeah, I'm all for giving my team prots, but I'm going to do it with my items. As far as starter items go, this is definitely the weakest for me. I prefer War Flag, and if I'm not going War Flag, then I'd rather have, like, you know, Benevolent Shielding, something like that, Animosity. Like, there are so many different options This is not one that I would go to, but I get where Davy's coming from. It seems like he wants upgraded med to boost his team's cooldowns. He wants the Sentinels to boost his team's protections. And he just wants them to fight around him. It's not like it's a bad thing. It's just a play style, right? And that is just all we will be seeing from duo lane. I think this is going to be a slower paced duo for sure. Charybdis should be able to clear the way pretty effectively, but Charon does excel in just poking the heck out of you, right? He has so much range damage, and already starting off. Keep your eyes on Mammon. Keep your eyes on Thor. Gagovski and Dark have usually been the ones that want to get aggressive, and I've been loving watching their action. I said they might want to step on the brakes. Didn't say they have to.
I'm on that boat. I don't want them to. They might, and honestly, maybe it will slow the game down and favor them if they do. But I don't want them to. I want to see just as much action as we've been getting so far. Also, it says something that I really do believe either in this mid lane or in duo we're going to see something happen. But Chalk Bologna, like I don't believe too much, and although Yor is getting low, luckily the tower line's right there. I don't think it's going to amount to too much. Plus, once Yor gets that rain online, very similar to what we said last time, it becomes a much easier lane to just sustain in. And so this lane, Charlie, I imagine unless the junglers are interfering, and honestly, even then, it's going to be a difficult thing to interfere in because they both have good disengage as solo laners. Probably not going to see too much action on the right-hand side of the map. I say as Thor walks up.
I mean, yeah. I think
he's just going for the camp.
Yeah, I think Gagovski's going to get his camp, get his cooldown buff, and then go back over to mid. Yor doesn't seem like he's going to be leaving anytime soon. I hope he's a torrent maxer, though. We're not going to find out for quite some time, but if you're not maxing the 2 on Chalk nowadays, you're missing out because that is the most fun. Everyone expects the axe toss to do damage, and then you just teleport to them and do way more than they ever expected. It is a lot more enjoyable. Of course, you do miss out on poke, and you do miss out on, you use your escape for wave clear, but as long as you're ahead, it shouldn't be a problem. I guess that's the big issue,
just
though.
win.
When you get first blooded, or if you fall down to a gank early, you're kind of forced into maxing the 1 to try and compensate. Not me, though. Guy like me just maxes the 2 anyways and says, I dare you to gank me with it.
Guy like me just wins those, Doesn't have to worry much about it.
And I do.
Well, yeah, I learned from you. That's how I know.
I taught you how to play Chalk?
Just now.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, I don't remember doing that. I'm glad you learned, but I don't remember actually writing anything down for you.
Charlie, it's all up here in the brain hole.
I was going to say, you guys can't see, but he's pointing at the old noodle.
Noggin.
Letting me know that he is an expert Chalk player when it counts.
I always admire this from Team iDavy. Every game, they look for this purple buff invade. Only a few times have Team Seagyll been able to stop it. So they go in, they get the buff. They control at least a little bit. Green buff won't be invaded. And now they have their own suite to go to whenever they see fit. The downside is that you typically trade that out. If I saw correctly, you might have traded it out on the right-hand side of the map. No, blue buff is there for yours. So a fine place to be. And that just goes to show, in my mind, and kind of personify what Davy has been bringing to the table. And admittedly, it's helping bring my memory back to what Davy liked to do on this Charon all those months ago. Which is just...
row it down.
Row it down. It is as simple as that. Dark is going to join them over there. Although based on positioning for kind of everybody involved, it didn't seem like much could happen. Revolution, yeah, second guesses, trying to go for the buff, both from its health and from jungle presence. I'm keeping my eye. Junglers, level 5. That means you've got a lot going. Wave gets dropped, and Dark comes in, holding onto the ult for a little bit, goes for the damage onto La Revolution, hits the last little bit and has what you need, but the CC under the tower might be enough. One more auto there is not enough to save you, and it is one for one. First blade. Oh. And unfortunately, the snipe's off the mark. Dark, though, happy, I would say, getting that first kill. Maybe not as happy trading out with the support.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Dark had Madame Fangs, but if he did, that ended up being a little bit unfortunate because you go inside La Revolution to confirm the kill, you juke out the Thor ult, but what ends up happening is the Ganesh dies, and then you're not inside zone anymore, so you actually get hit by all the CC, you're under tower. So unfortunately, Dark falls down. Ragna definitely could have found a kill if those snipes connected, but was only 1 for 3, which is not what you want to see from the Rama. Maybe a bit rusty. We'll give him some time to get warmed up on those snipes. But at the very least, you trade out 1 for 1, and you give first blood over to the Maman Brigitte, who, as I have said, is one of the scariest people on the map at any given moment, and this game is no different.
Especially, that has been Dark's go-to consistently performing jungle pick that has just absolutely dominated.
Yep.
You give it a small lead.
He's a torrent maxer, let's go!
And he is a torrent maxer.
That is just correct.
I was going to say, is it going to change too much? I mean, outside, like you said, you use a lot of your, like, you use your escape for your clear, but also your chalk, so it kind of feels like,
right,
you know, Gagowski's not going to have too much to do about it.
So what I've noticed, maxing my 2, is that the majority of people facing chalk try their hardest to juke the 1, and then they stop after the 1 is down. So you just get guaranteed damage. If they have an Aegis or something, they're going to use it on the 1. If they have an escape or something, they're going to use it on the 1, and then you just chunk them with your teleport. The other thing is it's very easy to miss the 1 if you're like overthinking it, whereas you can't really miss the 2. As long as you know exactly where they are and what's
Are
available.
you close to me? I will smack.
Yeah. So those are your benefits. Write them down if you'd like, but trust me, this 2 is going to be chunking once he gets towards the carries. The Torrent is my favorite ability that Shock has, because it's just so goofy. Like the fact that he can just like throw his axe down, run across the map, teleport, or decide not to by healing. There's a lot of mind games that can be played with the Chalk solo. Keep that in mind as you see where your decides to go. But Bull Demon went down already. I think the escape here is nice, but yeah, I was going to say, I don't think you dive here. Veyron does go into the ultimate, uses the Maw just in case the dive came in. I don't think Dark was going to dive the tower, but better be safe than sorry, I suppose.
And it helps you avoid burning your beads. So it comes back a little earlier and gives you some options. But Trelly, you called it. Pump the brakes, and brakes pumped they did. As we hit 7 minutes, I think this is one of the first times we've hit this 7-minute mark without these teams being at around 4 to 5 kills. And so now, opening up a conversation, Davey, over on the right, going for some poke. It's just the Bull Demon that they could potentially go for. But a Bull Demon, nonetheless, is pretty powerful. They'll start that up, but it is contested. Leap in from the Bellona. Damage now onto Dark. Davey goes for the wave. CCs them, and up goes Gagowski, crashing down, I have to imagine, looking for a big target. Doesn't quite find everyone he's looking for, and trades out 1 for 1 with Dark. Seagyll low, and Yor is gonna get this one, no problem. Davey knocked up, but Davey chased down. As of right now, with the dashes, Dutcher and La Revolution are able to get away, and a 2 for 1 trade goes in favor of the Order side.
Overbuff invade up. Veyron is able to confirm it, but Veyron is in snipe territory. Ragna has the ultimate. You gotta go for this. I was gonna say, you better not. As the vision hits 1, needs the 3rd one.
There
and
it is! Oh.
Ragna! The warm-up is all he needed, Gore. The 3rd shot was there. I really thought he baited me. I really thought he wasn't going to go for it, but he just wanted to give the illusion that he wasn't going to go for the snipes.
Blind as well. I mean, you saw the first damage numbers there, and we could see through the wall. He had no idea where Veyron was, and was just hoping, well, I shot here once and then there, and it missed. So he should be here-ish. Small targeter, big kill, and a great play from Ragna. They heard me talking about the kill count.
Oh, yeah.
Now it's 6 kills total, 4-2. And iDavy pulling ahead by just shy of 1,500 gold. So opening up these opportunities, they've been kind of dominating and domineering these mid-camps. As well as this left side tier 1 already almost low, and we haven't even gotten to the first beacon. If you aren't able to get that with minions, then Beacon's going to take care of it for you. But you should be able to walk in and smack it down in the next 3 minutes before any of that happens. This is a very, very good spot for Team Davey.
Sure is, and you can tell, again, Davey going for the Sentinels. He's just trying to give his teammates as much protection as possible. Goes for the Thebes, goes for the Cloak. He's going to be stacking that up as fast as possible. But Gagowski pulling the Gold Fury here. This is interesting. Davey's nearby, has the wave. Looks like not going to be too much of a problem here. Davey throws it out just because. Does go right into the Vulcan ult, but not enough damage. Gagowski ult, though, That could be the target. Looks like he goes out, so no. If anything, Team Davy steps forward. Maybe they go in for the pull.
They've started it. It's going to be a 4-on-5 for now. Bologna has not joined just yet. Teleport is down, but has the teleport pad. Zone coming out from Yor looking for the silence. Only able to find a little bit. Davy secure the Gold Fury. Now they just need to get out with their lives. Ragna low, avoids the stun, goes up to the sky. That might be dangerous. One snipe, two snipe misses. Now he needs the third shot, but he's not going to find it. Taken down, and it's a double kill for Seagyll. 3 kills for the team, and an almost wipe from iDavy just to get that Fury.
Yeah, you over commit for the Gold Fury. It's worth a lot, but not worth 3 lives and whatever comes after it, because Team Seagyll, with this time spent alive, they can go invade your camps, they can get the neutral farm, they can get a lot done there. And I do like the idea of just going in for the repull there when Team Seagyll tried to get too aggressive, but now you've sort of shot yourself in the foot. You're going to be losing just a bit of your relics as well. But Bull Demon started up by Aim Blue. Yor makes the rotation. Unless Seagyll has a steal, which could happen, already on the way. And La Revolution is not too far behind. Is it Scourge? Is it Eagles Rally? No ult available. It's got to be the Scourge steal. I didn't get the chance to see who got it, but Revolution drops the ultimate. And we'll see. Does Yor get a ward? Certainly does. So it looks like it did go over to Team Davy. Not bad at all. You get the ultimate down for free, and with the Gold Fury in hand, you're just showing that you're not afraid to stop pulling these objectives, even though one didn't quite go your way.
Which was a good play, good way to play it. And honestly, it wasn't even the objective that kind of failed them. It was more the fight afterward. And when you're a double hunter, yeah, I kind of expect you to want to wait a little longer anyway, right? We're waiting for this Artemis to get online, waiting probably for Ragna to, well, I was going to say try to survive. Not much that you can do about that one. Taken down. And a clean gank from Gagowski. Clean ult from Gagowski. Now, what was 4-2 is now 4-6. So 4 unanswered kills from Team Seagyll, and they've been putting the pressure specifically over in the duo lane on the carry.
It's just a lot easier to kill Ragna than it is to kill Veyron, right? I mean, you can go up to the sky, you can beads, you can dash, but none of that is going to keep you alive for too long if your team's not on the way. Aim Blue forced into the ultimate. Dutcher forced into the ultimate, and here comes the wave from Davy, but it's Dark who's doing the real big damage here. Looks like it's going to be a retreat call. The beacon is still the target, but yeah, Dark needs the juke here. My goodness, that was a lot of damage.
Yeah, has to play carefully. Maybe goes for the re-engage, but no, will fall back. Luckily, dealt enough in the process that it opens up this beacon for the team. Davies steps onto it. The team stands behind him right now. It's a 2v1, so capture charge still going in favor of iDavy. Yor comes in, but so does the Bologna. Seagyll lands down. Hammer smash. Damage onto the Artemis. Forces Aim Blue out of the fight for a moment. Now playing aggressive and still looking for the beacon capture. Successful at that for Team iDavy. And Ragna is going to show up from the ropes to find some shots. And does exactly what they need with the ult. Clean up Dutcher, but it's not done. Gagowski goes up, Gagowski comes down, and gets a kill. Davy into the ground. Very simple, cut, dry, 1-for-1. But mid for support, Shelly, and Team iDavy, they're going to keep stepping up to objectives if they can trade like that.
Yep, they're happy with it. Yor starting up the Bull Demon. Doesn't seem like anyone on Team Seagyll is going to be nearby. So Bull Demon will go the way of Team Davy, and they're going to get some free gold immediately. There's a ward right there. I was going to say, does no one see the ward that's just sitting on fire? They grabbed it. So just get more ward coverage back in their favor. All the while,
and Moni
Ragna just gets the split push a bit, gets some farm back in his pocket thanks to that gank earlier. That's a 2-level lead over Veyron, despite falling down twice now. And I think that's going to help in your favor. The snipes have been on point. We had one stinker early on. Since then, Ragna has been, he put the aimbot on, Gore. And that is going to be helpful.
Someone check him PC.
I'm not ready to check him PC yet. I've seen a couple misses,
yeah, you're
but
right.
if he hits all 3.
If he hits all 3 twice in a row.
Yep, that's
6 shots in a row.
That's when I'll be like, what's going on here?
Something's going crazy. Right now, yeah, he's just doing his best Season 2 Snoopy. Getting kills with it. That's what matters most. 2-2-0 for the ROM. But a flashy player and a flashy god nonetheless. 2-level lead as well. That's actually really impressive, all things considered. Shelly, I mean, there's been a lot of pressure on the duo lane. It hasn't slowed his build down at all, it doesn't seem like. In fact, he's been going the right direction. Team Seagyll get the Pyromancer. That's the right direction for them. The wrong direction for Davey was into the team. All 5 were waiting, and all 5 participate in his demise. Take him down, and now Ping's coming up. They want the Fury. They were rotating, but luckily Dark and Ragna played it a little quicker, played it faster, and just played it better.
Yeah, definitely a smart call to trade out the objectives there. Unfortunately for Dave, he didn't get the message and did try to go in for the steal. Gagowski going up to this guy, Ragna. You're going to be dead meat here. You can stall this one as long as you want. I don't think Dark is going to be. You can see he's just backing. Oh, man. The teleport coming in, actually. Hold up. They do want to try and fight this. My goodness, I didn't think the team was going to show up. Yours here.
Yeah, you've got the aggression. You've got a kill already. And now you want to turn on the Jets. The problem is that it's just your turning on the Jets. Aim blue off to the side. Gagowski goes in, tries to find Ragna and catch him lacking, but instead might be in a 1v2, 1v3, maybe 1v4 here in just a second. Surrounded by members of Team Davey. Slowed down. That turret doing a lot of damage. The Aegis even burned. That is enough to secure the Thor's life and get him out of there safe and sound. So Trelly, it was something that we didn't expect them to fight. The fight goes pretty well for Team iDavy, just not as good as it could be.
I mean, I got baited by Dark's back. Like, you look up, you see Ragna make it to the sky, and he's backing. And I'm like, oh, he's bailed. You're dead. Then you see the teleport come in. Yor shows up. Dark does blink back in. Says, you know what? I'm not letting my Rama go down. And it ends up working out for him. Beautiful plays there, and shouts out to Yor. Just showing your solo laner really can just not be a solo laner sometimes. You know, sometimes you teleport over the duo lane. Help out your ADC who's caught out. I love that call. Split the objectives as well. Fire Giant has spawned in, so no more Bull Demons to fight over, but you got Beacon, you got Oni Fury coming up. That's probably going to be the next targets we see a real big scrap over. I'm looking at these stacking items. Yor did go in for the Prophetic Cloak, only 10 stacks on it, while as Davey picked it up first item, 24. Getting close to being fully online, and noticeably Revolution, second item Absolution. Revolution, Absolution. Gonna be giving some CC immunity to the team after that old pops. I didn't want to say that out loud, but once I did, it just didn't feel right. Or maybe it did feel right. What do you think? Revolution, Absolution? You like it? No?
I like it.
Okay.
I might prefer like the Absolution Revolution.
Okay.
With it, like that implies it's like coming back. Davey goes for a wave. I don't know if it's coming back though. Maybe right now it is just Revolution's Absolution, and it might be the trend of Absolution's Revolution if it comes back, like I just said. Now, set up. Tier 1 in mid gone for Team iDavy. They've been losing a lot of the towers. Ragna in a bad spot. Here comes Gagowski, but is he going to dive? No. Falls back instead. Thorald down. Should be spotted by Dark as well, so that opens up the conversation for him. Beacon's available. And look at the tower health across the board. Capture here. Might just barely not. Depends on mid tower. Give them a little bit of smack over on that tier 1 in right, which is yet to fall. So some gold still waiting and ready. Now, guaranteed that's going to go down. They took it a little late, though. And unfortunately, that means that damage does not fall into the tier 2 the way it could have in mid if they had taken the tower a little quicker. Reset. Pyro coming up. Fire Giant in the near future. Not Primal. Oni going to be spawning over on the left. And Charlie, we're in the awkward phase, maybe probably spending money here if you're Team iDavy. I see 2K in hand for 2 of them.
You might as well get those power spikes now because Pyromancer's spawning in. And that has been where these teams have been going for immediately. And then after that, Oni Fury will be looked at. So you don't want to be holding on to 2,400 gold like Ragna is doing currently. But it looks like going in for the Pyromancer first is going to be the play. Team Seagyll nearby. They have steal potential, but already Pyromancer's getting shredded. If it's not Dutcher's ultimate, I'm not seeing the steal attempt go through, and it won't. Team iDavy pick up the Pyro, and Dark grabs the Runic Bomb in pocket. Oni Fury should be the call, but remember, we're at the point with a Vulcan in play and double ADC on the time of Team Davy, where if you commit to an Oni Fury without vision on fire, you're at risk of trading objectives, and trust me, one is more worth it, and that would be the Fire Giant. So you cannot just willy-nilly pull an objective just because you have the damage for it. Not when we're 20 minutes in. Traditionally, these games have been going about 40 minutes. But it doesn't mean you can't get active and throw a game at 20 minutes. Like,
so, I was going to say, so does that mean you just want to wait like 20 minutes? Like, you want to hang out for like 15 and just see where we're at?
No, I think they still have the damage.
Oh, yeah, especially with a fight like this. Look at that. Wave comes in. Team Seagyll gets the Oni Fury, but will they get away from Team iDavy? Snipes trying to ring true. The last one hits, but it does not have the damage to kill off Seagyll. And that is a good play from iDavy, but a little bit better and ahead of the curve from Team Seagyll. But Charlie, they're still down about 1,000 in gold compared to Team iDavy. Granted, 20 minutes into the game, 1,000 gold is
massive.
Yeah, you're right. It's
huge.
It's crazy, game-changing.
Yeah, that's at least a tier 1 item.
It's like 10 wards.
Holy, that's at least 10 wards, man.
Oh, wait.
Unless you meant sentry
Oh, my God,
wards.
it might be like 20.
I was going to say, unless you meant
normal
sentries.
wards.
Because it's less than 10
Yeah, it's less
sentries.
than 10 sentries. It's almost 10 sentries.
And yeah, that starts to add up.
It's some number of ravens.
Gore, you're spitting right now. That's all I'm going to tell you at this moment. Fire Giant at least grouped around and pulled by Team Seagyll. This is just a true 5v5, and they are behind. I'm amazed they feel this confident, but they do have the burst via Vulcan. Team Davy has to step forward. They have to get involved. It looks like this is still a bit of a bait. The Fire Giant is only half HP. But they're not backing up. The Fire Giant is still pulled here, Gore. They want this fight.
Started up, Fire Giant, 1/3 HP. Yor goes into the back, looks for the silence. It's going to be a coin toss as to who actually gets this Fire Giant, and Seagyll's team has left it in the wayside. Meanwhile, they're getting jumped on by iDavy and crew. Snipes coming out, and Ragnar's got those shots for a double to make sure 3 are gone in a trade for 0, plus a Fire Giant on all 5 belts. Aggression, aggression, aggression. It has worked for Davy once, it works for Davy twice, and it is still going. That lead balloons 1,000 to 3,600, and Charlie, that's just the beginning.
I'm trying to figure out what the play call was, Gore, because Team Seagyll, yeah, they pulled the objective. Yeah, they had Govsky go up to the sky. But Dutcher ended up dropping his ultimate, not on anyone for a fight, on Fire Giant while it was way too tanky to die. It seemed like they really did want a 50-50 from behind in a 5v5 with no clear advantage. And I'm surprised Pikachu that it just didn't work out for him.
Oh?
Yeah, I am baffled that play did not end up being fruitful. I think you should drop it and probably fight, but it didn't end up working out, and now Team Seagyll in a much worse spot than they were just in 3 minutes ago. Time for Team Davy to push up. 5 Fire Giants strong. And Grigosky just hammered over the wall. Does he get chased down here? He would never get soloed by a chalk, but definitely could get chased. Seems like it won't happen. 2 more tier 2s to go for, and fire minions pouring down mid. Team Davy, they can split the map here. They have plenty of time to grab some extra farm in pocket.
Nothing to worry about. In fact, the extra farm goes a long way, right? Part of the first Fire Giant is less getting the Phoenixes, which sometimes you can do if the cards lay right, but realistically, it's knock down the remaining towers and just balloon this gold lead as far as you can. And that's going to be 500 extra from the tier 1, 1,500 extra if they can get this tier 2. Do you like the idea of Team Seagyll? It looks like they might be discussing the idea of a defense at a tier 2, and right now it's actually a 2v4. It might not be the best idea, especially with just especially with Dark. Oh man, the damage from this Mammon is nothing to scoff at. The tier 2 goes down, as does the Vulcan.
And there comes the wave, just letting them know that Davy was on his way. Right side bird, gonna be an afterthought, and this is why you can't be letting Mammon through, man. Dutcher didn't even get to play Smite for a couple seconds. No relics to be used. They're available, but did not matter. That burst damage essentially came out of nowhere. Now Team Seagyll, they're going to have to defend with 2 Phoenixes down. Pyromancer, Primal Fury, Tier 2 Tower, that's all still available. There is more gold for Team Davy to put into their pockets. They may have all the time to do so, because it's not as if Team Seagyll wants to step up, wants to go for an engagement. They simply can't right now. I like the call to play this one slow, but we're 25 minutes in, and Team Davy are in a position to where they at least can push down that Tier 2 tower and Primal Fury, and I saw the pings. They may be going for that exact play.
Primal started up. You're right now alone.
You're alone, jerk.
Oh. Fair. Fair enough. All right. You know, last game I was thinking we were going to get into trouble because it was Yor versus Yorm.
Yeah.
But,
no, it turns out just you calling me alone.
Just saying you're alone. Yeah, you're right. No, that's on me. Yor, the player, is alone. Not anymore, though. He's got backup, and that backup comes in the form of Ragna. Ragna, ready, waiting, snipes, apparent. And something that I've been hitting just the right way. Not every single one. In fact, we've seen a couple kills that have been dropped because not every single one. Right now, here comes a wave.
Huge
from
wave.
Davey. Clips 2. And is able to separate the team. Now going to the back from Yor. Silence spreads out Ragna in a 1v1, kind of more than a 1v1 as Seagyll gets to the back. Gagoski comes down, but the crits are ringing true between the Artemis and the Rom, and they get the Phoenix. They get 2 kills, and they start marching forward. Seagyll forcing the Fountain Snipes coming through. Unfortunately, they're healing a little more than you can do, but it's the Titan that is primary target number 1, and Team iDavy is looking to try and take the lead, but look at the defense. Look at the damage right now from Team Seagyll. They're playing it to the last minute. They're getting 1 kill. They're trying to keep this Titan kicking, but they just can't hold on, and Team Davy goes up 2-1.
In the quickest game so far this set, Gore, Team Davy in a commanding position after, I mean, a confusing fire pull from Team Seagyll. Again, I understand that you have the Vulcan Burst. I understand that you can try and fight after the fact, but just going for a 50-50 when the objective wasn't even weak enough shows that they didn't have the damage to make that play call. Team Davy in an unfumbleable position, essentially, after they got the mid-Phoenix for free, and they get the right bird, and they just run it down. I mean, they had the damage, they had the manpower, and now Team Seagyll has to go back to the drawing board. If this was a test to see if Mammon can be let through, I think the test was a failure. I think Mammon needs to stay banned if you're not picking it yourself. That's my interpretation. Team Seagyll might feel a little bit differently, but what I've seen from Dark on this pick, doesn't seem like they have answers for it.
Well, that's going to be the question that we need answered in picks and bans for Game 4, because it's do or die now for Team Seagyll. If they lose the next one, they are knocked out. For Team iDavy, a win means a trip to LAN and, of course, a donation to charity at minimum on in their name. So we'll see whether or not they can make it and seal the deal, stamp their tickets, or if we're going to be going the distance right after this. Welcome back, everyone, to the EMEA SCCC. That's the SMITE Content Creator Cup. And We are in the very finals of the LAN qualifiers. One of these two teams gets to come here to our esports headquarters in Atlanta, Georgia, get a donation to charity on their behalf, get a tour of Titan Forge Studios, as well as access to SMITE 2 developments and additional loot and goodies.
My goodness.
Which you might have heard at the top of the day, but reiterating for it now, because Team iDavy is leading 2-1. And Shelly, there's a lot that goes on behind that to really give this next game, I think, even more pressure for Seagyll to perform.
I mean, it's do or die system here, right? You have to perform if you want to push us to Game 5. If not, Team Davy will be accepting their victory, their trip to LAN, and their ability to play on behalf of charity, which is a big deal. So, Team Davy plays a fantastic game in number 3. Again, we talked about it a bit. If there is going to be some switch-ups, first thing that came to my mind was you cannot be letting this Mammon through. 3, 3, and 5 is not the greatest stat line, but the burst damage is what I was paying attention to, and confirming some of these kills with Ragna on the snipes. That was another issue that I saw for Team Davy in game number 2, was some low health bars but not being able to confirm kills because they didn't have enough dive. If it wasn't dark on the Awelix going to the back lane to get kills, you weren't getting much value there. This was a switch up as well. So Team Seagyll certainly in a position where they have to make the adaptation, and it wasn't just the Mon. Again, we really shouted out Ragna on this Rama. Did a fantastic job this time around. Aim Blue was kind of just, dropping the Artemis missile. It's
doing the job.
Nothing too flashy, just getting the job done. But you're unkillable and an absolute menace in the backline as well on this chalk pickup. So there's a lot that Team Seagyll has to consider. Considering game number 2, I really did like Seagyll on the Yorm. Like if we're sending Seagyll back to these Guardian solos, I think that could be a big deal. Of course, it was banned away this time around. I think there was 7 bans in total towards Guardians in that last game. So if you want to try and prioritize the Guardians and get them before that first wave of bans, or that second wave of bans rather, you might want to pick it up early because it seems like they're still the top of the ban list.
Especially because if I remember correctly, we saw, the Kuzenbo, which is what I was going to say, but also has been banned. Yamoja got banned.
Yep.
You've been doing too well on these Guardians. We'll see how it shakes out. Luckily for Team Seagyll, their first pick this time around, which changes up a little bit of that dynamic. The Mammon comes into question on one side, the Yorm, the Kuzenbo, the Yamoja, the Heimdall, the Thor, the Medusa,
Terra.
And I haven't been counting them on my fingers, Chelly, but based on Audible alone, that was a lot more than 6.
Yeah, there are going to be some picks that get through. Kuzmo and Terra are not going to be one of those picks. I think Medusa is probably going to follow here soon. 3. And then if I had to choose another one that definitely gets taken away,
you'd really like it to be a Mammon.
I would. I think that would be a good ban. But again, I don't know that Team Seagyll even likes it. Yeah, bingo. I was going to say Davy could ban it away. They're not first pick, but I don't think Team Seagyll values that pick, or if they don't have someone that is comfortable playing it. So because of that fact, even though Team Seagyll is in the first pick spot, they have to ban away Mammon, which kind of hurts, I would say. So I think Team Seagyll is probably looking to get like an X-Ball or a Heimdall early on. Does Team Davy care, is my question. Are they going to try and take away one of those safer hunters? Charybdis has also been up for a topic of conversation. Medusa still seems to be that hunter that no one wants to let through if they're not first pick. So Team Davy has 2 spots that they can use here. I'm assuming one of them has to be Medusa, but I could be wrong.
No, one of them is Yamoja, which if you squint your ears, Yamoja, Medusa, 2 syllables, both end in have a ooh.
I hear the same thing.
Yeah, see?
Applies to the same god twice.
I'm glad you can squint your ears. It's a very difficult thing to do.
Not easy. A lot of training.
lot of ear ups.
Yeah, I do ear curls in the morning every day. Really helps me listen to gore, and that's the reason I do it.
And specifically only me, because I'm the only one weird enough to say something.
I can hear everyone else without doing it. It's just you that I need to do more.
It's just because the way I speak, it has this weird intonation. You can only hear if your ears are like this.
Well, I've trained them extensively so that we can have this duo and come to you live in Alpharetta, Georgia for our finals of our SCCCC.
With the Cthulhu ban.
Which has been coming through. I haven't seen it.
I was going to say, do you like it?
I don't hate it. It seems to be more of a throwaway ban. It's what I said yesterday when I saw the Cthulhu bans. It's not ever something that is carrying games anymore. The Conduit nerfs kind of hurt the Cthulhu carry a bit. I've seen more Sigil than anything, but it's certainly annoying. And if that's just something you don't want to deal with, and if you want to try a new strategy here, Team Seagyll is certainly open to do that. Again, Medusa has been that ban that these teams have gone for. Not necessarily my end-all, be-all, we can't let this god through pick, but it's one that Team Seagyll and Team Davy have both felt they don't want to give up. The fact that Team Davy's thinking about it so much, I was going to say maybe means they're trying something else, but no. They will just go with the Medusa. So I would think, oh, wow, it's actually the Artemis. I was going to say I would think it's the Thor or the Heimdall, but Team Davy, they have the option to take one of those picks away, which doesn't strike me as something that they need to do.
Yeah. I wonder how Dark feels about Thor.
We may find out in the next couple of seconds. I know how Yor feels about Chalk, though. And looks like Dark feels about Thor. Okay, we figured it out. The dive has been locked in. And it's a nasty 1-2 punch if I've ever seen one.
So Dark's Thor and yours Chalk. Double combo. Lot that can happen, and I lost my words because I did not expect Hebo to get locked in there.
You love that guy.
Well, Artemis mid, Hebo jungle, Charybdis, and duo, right? So boom, boom, boom. We've got the 3 carries. It's just up to the back line now, or the front line now.
Yeah, we see who's going to be doing the diving, which is the Thor and the Chalk. I mean, we see who's going to be getting dove, which is the Artemis, Hebo, and the Charybdis. Crazy to go to Hebo in this slot. Not that it's a bad pickup. In fact, I think Hebo can be very strong, but he can also be punished. And Thor punishes Hebo extremely hard because you don't have to get within range. You just stun him, double tap, wait, stun him, double tap, wait. Use your 3 to immune the knockup, ult onto him for the 100-0. I like the matchup. I pick Thor into Hebo if I can, if it's available. And in this case, Hebo is picked into Thor. So looks like something Team Seagyll wasn't afraid of, but we'll see if it pays off for him.
Rom gets locked back in. Something I can personally agree with. I think we'll get some good snipes out of it, and also a matchup we just got to see. Without the Artemis, though, and now with 3 physical already locked in, you start to enter the realm where you're probably not looking towards going for a Hunter in mid, although it's not necessarily unheard of to see something like that happen, and potential is still technically there. In fact, that Baba Yaga, I almost forgot about it. It's been banned a majority of these last few games, but does make it through this time of the top 6, and it gets banned at the bottom 4. So it does not make it all the way towards the bottom. The Ganesh we've seen played, and the Aphrodite we saw played yesterday, the Vulcan as well, has been a hot pick in mid. So feels like Team Seagyll thinks iDavy is going to be going for a mage. I believe we saw Tiamat 2 games ago, so that's also a possibility.
Yeah, it's Tiamat or Agni, I would think, but you don't have to pick it here because there's no way a mage gets picked for Team Seagyll, so why not grab a Guardian that's contested? I guess you had 2 options there. You hold your pick and say, I'm going to counter-pick their Guardian, or I'm just going to take the one I prefer, which is going to be the Charon. So I still think it's Tiamat or Agni in that last slot, but the die for Team Seagyll being picked up a little bit later is going to be Osiris and Ymir. Ymir has some decent matchups here. I mean, Rama cares about the wall, Charon cares about the wall, but Thor and Chalk aren't going to care about it too much as long as they are holding on to those escapes. Do they go to the Agni on match point, or do they stick to the Tiamat? Those aren't the only 2 options.
Yeah.
But Aim Blue's an Agni main, I wouldn't mind seeing it here, especially to send them to LAN.
Morgan Le Fay has also been really kind.
Yeah, that's a good point.
To Aim Blue this weekend. In fact, actually, I'd say while Aim Blue has been an Agni main, has performed better maybe on the Morgan Le Fay than on the Agni.
Tiamat.
But you've got so much, and then of course it's the one that I didn't say right there.
Right, I think it was the wall that was intimidating the Agni or the Morgan Le Fay pick, whereas Tiamat can just jump over it and not care too much and get to late game. So definitely not a bad pick. It was one that was on the forefront of our minds, but we were hoping a little bit of spice got thrown in for game number 4. But Tiamat's about as bland as it gets.
Yeah, Tiamat's just basic salt, pepper.
Yeah, just salt.
Maybe not even.
Not even pepper. Just salt. Lightly salted. Kettle cooked chips. That's what Tiamat is. It's not like the spicy Doritos that if you gave to a young Victorian child, they would explode.
All the flavor! Oh my god! Yeah, Tiamat is very much just the standard, right? Normal flavor, something you're used to, and something we've gotten used to here. Will it be enough to win? Is a different conversation all around, especially the matchup versus Artemis. That's actually the one that it had in game 2, was Artemis v Tiamat, if I remember correctly, and it was the Tiamat that did a lot of the damage, the Artemis that did the crits and ended up winning. So realistically, there's a lot of ebb and flow, probably more to do with the gods around them than that matchup directly. But do you see something crazy happening in mid?
I mean, if there is something crazy happening in mid, it's going to be based around this Hebo and this Thor. I don't think it's going to be the Tiamat and the Artemis setting up too much, right? Artemis has one play, and it is I'm going in, so I'm dropping Tusky, or I'm getting Dove, so I drop Tusky. And there's sometimes you can be surprised by that, right? There is a lot of CC that she provides, but it's going to be the crushing waves and the Anvil of Dawn. That is going to be what is creating some turmoil there in the mid lane. So is it going to be the Hebo that's more on point? I'm excited to see how Grigovsky pilots it, or is it just going to be Dark running the show? There's plenty of time to just sort of like build up to that point, because we have been playing a slower paced early game. But the thing about Hebo jungle is when you go this tier 2 Doom Orb start, you kind of come out swinging. You're pretty much ready to fight once you hit level 5. You usually start Blink. Against Thor, you might go Beads, but you've got your ult, you've got plenty of movement speed around the jungle, and you have burst damage. So I would like to see this Hebo get active early. Despite the fact that it's Hebo and double ADC, I think there's still plenty of gank potential, especially around duo lane.
I'm excited to see Dark on the Thor, because it feels like Dark, like, it really has been this kind of ebb and flow of these games where Grigovsky has like a good moment, and sometimes it's necessary, sometimes it's not. The team can work. Dark either does well and the team does well, or Dark doesn't do well and the team doesn't do well. We'll see how that shakes out for Team iDavy. Will they stamp their tickets to LAN, or will it crumble here and push to a Game 5? Well, that's Team Seagyll's decision to make. They're going to start things off still very interested and invested in this Artemis and in this Thor. The Artemis because it's just a pick we don't see often, and Dark because I don't think we've seen Dark on Thor all weekend. So it's going to be a little bit of a surprise to see what we're going to get out of it.
Surprise in game number 4. Excited to see it. And look at this. You got Seagyll going for the Frostbound Star, which isn't that surprising. But you got double teleport. I'm thinking about how active you can really expect to see Dark.
Yeah. And
I don't love ganking Osiris, you know? Like, it's just never easy because of how tanky he can be and how much sustain if you build into the Death Toll route. But with the Axe, you're going to be tankier, of course, but you're not going to be able to trade as effectively. Auto-attacking Chalk never really feels good, especially when he drops the rain. So I still think that Grigovsky has some freedom with how he would like to play the early game. Just nature of Hebo, man. Low cooldowns, high burst. Sure, he doesn't come out swinging with high burst, but it really is just like 1 to 2 items, and you're ready to kill just about anyone that hasn't built protections. And considering this matchup, it's going to be 3 different targets that aren't going to be building protections, which is Dark, Game Blue, and Ragna, of course. So you get your pick of the litter of who you want to try to go on first. I was right about one thing. No Blink being picked up this time around. It will just be Beads for the Hebo jungle, fearful of what Dark could do.
I'd be a little scared too. As someone who plays a lot of Hebo, I'm scared of a lot of things in this game until I hit about level 15, and then I start to turn around, and they fear me.
And they fear you.
And that is going to be the goal for Grigovsky. This matchup, this dynamic, this duo that exists in mid, it really does feel like this is a pair that, like, nothing to really look at until 12 minutes in, and then suddenly it's like, okay, actually, we're going to run the show for a little bit. It's us now. 15 minutes in, they are the control, and 20 minutes in, they might as well be the ones probably whose names will be getting shouted out, unless iDavy does something to slow things down early on. We had talked about pumping the brakes in Game 3. Would not be surprised if the brakes get pumped a little here in Game 4. The junglers, though, have been the ones choosing that pace, alongside Davy, who does not seem to understand that there is an S key on his keyboard. And both of them, right now, seem to be going for exactly the same thing. Wall, block off, go in for Veyron. You need some more damage, though, and they fall just a little short. A great freeze, great CC, and great control. Team Seagyll managed to avoid getting first blooded for a little longer.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Davy had the damage to go for the kill, but Revolution made sure that Davy didn't get the chance to find out, right? It would have had to be Charon 1-2 and maybe an auto attack, and the stun took away all that opportunity. Pulling the beads early on from Veyron opened up the opportunity to go for that gank, but Dark just did not have the damage, and because of that, Dark goes to the left side of the map. Grigovsky is able to take away back camps, which is a nice invade to go for. Whenever you see the enemy jungler going left, at that exact moment, you should be invading back camps, because there is a small % chance that your rotates over and defends backs, and if not, you get to invade back camps, which works out because I think if it was done correctly, Dutcher should have done their own back camp, so you essentially just get both for free.
Trelly, that's how you get a 700 gold lead without a first blood.
That is exactly how you do it.
Very simple, very straightforward, very speed buff, red buff. Now online for iDavy. Not a lot of invades this time around. I feel like I've gotten used to seeing specifically Davy and Ragna step up to the second spawn of purple. And see Dark or Gagowski, both, it's kind of either or, at least sniff out the potential for a blue buff invade, but both teams this time around play it safe. They stay back, they do their own buffs this time around, and keep it in the relative norm. Watching for level 5 here, specifically for Dark. Hit already for Gagowski, as well as Yor and Seagyll. But it does really feel like that Thor ult, that's the game changer. That's the all of a sudden you can get active in places and ways that you were never active before. And so now keeping our eyes on what Dark chooses to do with this ultimate. We saw Gagowski last game focus over into the duo lane. And based on positioning, Dark might be going for something pretty similar. Might get heard out. Audio cue. He goes up into the sky. You're going to catch out Charybdis. No, a little too late on that one. Wave comes out. Stun's good. In fact, this might turn around the wall. The Ymir slow explosion detonate. Water hands, auto attack, and first blood goes over to Veyron.
Yeah, see, and that's the big difference maker, right? If you take a look, Ragna didn't use the ultimate, and it's not because he couldn't. It's just there wasn't really an opportunity to. Rama is just auto attacks early on, and that is not what Veyron brought. Brought a nice ultimate, created some CC, created some damage, and of course stalled for Gagowski to show up. Did not even have to use the crushing wave. It wasn't necessary. The target was Revolution, and this Ymir, one of the tankiest gods in the game pre-level 5. You just get natural bulk because of the way that Ymir's kit is.
Love a good natural bulk.
Yep, able to live to see another day and give first blood over to Team Seagyll. Already that gold lead is starting to climb, and this is what I was talking about. Hebo is a threat early on, yes, but getting an early lead, tier 2 Doom Orb, you're going to see quick farm and big burst damage start to come out real quick.
You got to play carefully around him. Especially, it's the Ymir wall. I mean, you had highlighted it. There's only a couple people on Team iDavy that worry about it. Davy is one of them. When has Davy's team lost? Outside of, Dark having maybe lower impact games, realistically it comes down to Davy being caught out a lot, right? I mean, we've seen games where Davy is able to withstand an onslaught of damage and has no worries. And we've seen games where Davy's 0 and 7. And those definitely impact the team in a way that, well, it's going to give them a fresh reminder of things they want to avoid. Yor throws out the axe. Does time out. Gets ulted by the Habwa. And there, Gagowski ult, water hands, easy, simple combo, and not a start you want to see for a Hebo jungle.
No, giving Hebo jungle this much early pressure is terrifying. And that's the thing, is Yor had ultimate, didn't really have a great time to use it though, tried to use it afterwards after the ult already connected, and doesn't really save you when the damage has already been done. I think trying to stop Gagowski as early as possible is going to be key here for Team Davy. Whether it's just constantly looking for wall double taps or trying to look for ultimate to get the beats down, the issue becomes if at level 9 you don't do like 90% of Hebo's health, he's just going to crushing wave through you, get you to like 80% HP and water hands and take you down. It just doesn't work. So there it is. Level 9 comes through, and you don't have the damage if you're Dark to try and combat it, so you're probably staying away from Gagowski for the foreseeable future.
Where are these Hebo? It's so interesting because with Thor, I feel like you need to keep your eye on him pretty much like even right now, where it's like, okay, well, he's just in the side of the jungle. He could go for a gank on mid from here with his ult. He's so prevalent, so present. Hebo has to walk up the old-fashioned way. He's found more success, and right now you're seeing it again. Dark locked down, does hammer out just in time, but Gagowski knock up, not quite able to close the gap, and the Thor wall was there to block off any sort of aggression afterward. But that is a very, I want to say, dangerous game they're playing at this point, considering how prominent this Hebo has been, how present he's been. despite kind of being a slow mover.
I mean, he's a quick mover now. I mean, he's got speed buff, he's got doom orb, he's moving a little faster in the jungle, but I get what you're saying. He's not even online yet, right? He's not towards late game. Crushing Wave still
This
available.
is the easiest time you should have against Evo, and it only gets worse.
Yes, exactly. Notably, Thor, of course, does get more one-shot potential as the game goes on, but you have to play a lot better as a Thor, a lot smarter to try and outplay a Hebo. Once the beads and ult are down, sure, you can just 100-0 him, but you have to get those things down. And if you're Gagovski, there's not too much on the map that's threatening your beads and ult at the moment.
Yeah, Hebo, I can hit 4, click, 3, click, 1. Or if you're on instant cast, 4, 3, 1. And as long as you move your mouse in the right order, they're just dead. I mean, or they are left limping away as your water cannon comes up just a few seconds later and you hit them again.
I was going to say, you're probably just getting one again, even if you didn't make it out, because you're getting chased down.
In fact, it might waste, depending on the cooldown you have built in, it might be a waste of time to throw an auto attack out. You might just be able to wait the cooldown.
You can do what you want on Hebo, and now Davey is about to figure that one out.
Uh-oh.
Crushing Wave, not necessary. Water Hands, oh no, Dark lands. Dark might be in some trouble here. Yep, there's the Crushing Wave. Hammer might not be enough. Dutcher has to hit to suppress the insulin here, and maybe 2 auto attacks after, but looking over, jumping in. Ragna finally able to pick up a kill, but Aim Blue's in some trouble.
Now, running away, wall, decent, and it's enough to slow down the pathing. Dark does go down as well in mid, opening up so many of these conversations. Ragnar, like you said, able to pull back 1 kill, puts Team Davy on the board. Trelly on the board when you're down by 4 changes a lot of the dynamic that these teams have, especially when it's 2,800 gold, 2,900 gold, and 5,000 experience, 2 levels in both the carry and the jungle.
A lot of XP across the map, a lot of gold building up. And you've said it, and it's a looming threat. Double ADC Hebo with this kind of lead, Gore, is scary stuff. It is only going to get worse. Team Davy needs to figure out a stop mechanism, and they need to figure it out now. Considering the fact that you got Aim Blue going tablet, like you're playing for late game against this composition, and that is scary stuff. I think I would have made the pivot immediately once I saw this start, out of the tablet build into something else, because you just don't have the damage to try and contest with what Team Seagyll is doing at the moment. Sure, you're going to be tanking, you're going to be able to kill Seagyll and La Revolution late game, but you're just going to get outbursted by these carries, and that's the scary stuff.
Bull Demon started up, Seagyll. Gagovski are nearby. Yor can step up, but it's going to be a little too late to get anything done. So that's an objective. Pretty simple, clean, and completed. That gold lead. It's kind of taunting. At 10 minutes in, it changes very dramatically what your presence on map can be. And what I've been thinking specifically about, like, Thor, we probably won't get to see for a little bit longer, just on account of how far behind he is. 3 levels, actually, right now. We'll call it 2.5, as I assume Dark is going to take over soon. But right now, caught kind of between a rock and a hard place. Good wall attempt from La Revolution, not able to do much. iDavy positioning, not able to do anything. Veyron finds the double munch, gets a double kill, and does exactly what you need. Killing spree, 3-0-1. Now 7-1. Team Seagyll have just stepped up above and beyond in this game.
Yeah, I haven't seen a Charybdis reset on the ult in quite some time, let alone a double kill with that ultimate. That's good stuff from Veyron. The buff certainly helps out, but just being able in the right place at the right time. Gold Fury started up. Charybdis has plenty of shred, and no one on the side of Team Davy is even close to this objective. I think at this point, you're starting the split push, right? If I'm Dark, I'm getting farm elsewhere. I'm trying to catch up any way I can that does not involve fighting. I am not trying to be close to Gagovski. Doom Orb and Spear of Deso is essentially the recipe to 1v1 anyone on the map currently, and that is scary stuff.
You know, there's a part of, like, my brain that immediately goes, you know what? I mean, like, you're only 11 minutes in, 12 minutes in, Beacon's going to spawn. You definitely still have time to right the ship and kind of get back where you want. And I definitely think Davy should hold on, right? They've got a pretty good late game comp. You know, you're thinking about it, and you might be having some I guess at this point it'd be bad to be having rumblings about a game 5, but you might be thinking a little bit about it in the back of your mind now that you're 5,000 gold gone. If you get this kill, it's going to change a whole ton for you. The tap on the way back is able to connect SMITE. Not enough to get the kill, just shy. Ragna leaves it all on the table, but is unable to do so. Wave. Could have found it, could have got the job done, but Beacon goes the way of iDavy, and it goes to show that I need to eat my words before I say them here, Trelly. iDavy is not done yet. The player, yes, but the team, no. 8-1 are the kills. The pressure is still mounting in mid, but this support and this team are going to hold on for the distance.
I mean, using 3 ults to not get the kill onto Gagovski
does kind of hurt.
That's the big thorn in the side of Team Davy there.
Just a little bit.
If they get that kill and Beacon, they're definitely feeling a lot better. But, I mean, thin margins, man. Like 20 HP tops after that snipe comes through. But Gagovski lives to see another day, and Bull Demon gets pulled by Team Seagyll. I liked the aggression, of course, but it just wasn't enough. Now you have a 4-0 Charybdis you got to worry about. We've been talking about the Hebo. We haven't even mentioned the ADCs that much because, of course, they're still early on. But 4-0. I mean, that's about as good of a start as you can ask for a Charybdis.
Especially when one of them gets an ult reset, right? I mean, like,
2 of them got ult resets.
Oh, yeah, good point. The third one was just like, what do I do? I've got a third ult.
They're all dead.
This is crazy.
The maw hungers, but I can't let her eat me one. And that's unfortunate because it is a fun time to just let the ult reset indefinitely, but there's no one left. Not much you can really get done there. With this said, though, Gore, I think Dark showed that Thor still gives you the ability to come back if you had a nice ultimate. If you still have beads down, you can 100-0 squish it. And from what I've seen, Gagovski probably not building any more tank stats. In this build, it's just like full damage, full one-shot. You only get 1 set of beads, so Dark still gives his team the ability to try and fight back.
Pyromancer goes the way of Seagyll. Davy in a little bit of danger. Walled off and logged. Oh, my God. I mean, you could not write a more textbook example of what a Ymir wall needs to do. It lockdown, clean. The kill, clean. And Davy, dead. Now, falling behind even further. Tier 1 in mid, getting pressured, and will go down. We are now talking 7,000, 6,000 gold. As they push even further. This Fury going to spawn in just a few minutes. That'll give him a little bit of an opportunity. Pyromancer will come up relatively soon-ish. Trelly, all of these are things that, realistically, I can recommend for Team Seagyll to do pretty much whenever they please.
There's not going to be much contest. If there is, it's going to be a Thor ult just trying to get in, get out. I don't think anyone really wants to stand up to Team Seagyll at the moment. Even with the tank stats that Yor has online currently, you got 4 stacks on your Prophetic Cloak, which means magical characters are still scary. And there's only really one that's a threat, but Gagovski has full Bancroft's talent now, just getting so much itemization online, essentially for free. That's what having this lead provides. You walk up, you take farm whenever you want. You see a level 17 Charybdis, you stay away. That has been the mindset here for Team Davy. Unfortunately, Davy has been the one that's been caught out by this Ymir wall pretty consistently. 0-5-0 has not gotten a second relic yet, but Shell may be in the forefront of his mind. A Phantom Shell, I should say.
And honestly, it's something, actually, weird things. There's a lot of repetition between Game 2 and Game 4 right now. One of them being, hey, the walls are causing you a lot of trouble. Not something I expected. 3, dive down. Seagyll has to die here, and it should happen, but it's taking a long time. You've almost lost one in the process. They will be able to pick that up. Davy is the one who gets credit for the kill. Dark and Davy left relatively low, and that means you've got 3 over there. Get pressure wherever you can find it, and get aggressive where you want. Fury that goes their way, that's going to be massive. As well as pressure, it looks like, onto the duo lane. You have to be careful here. Knock up, good. Water hands, good. Ult. Aegis out, which is a great play by Ragna. And if you get comboed, well, it could cause a little more trouble. But you get your purple buff, you fall back, and you stay alive. That's going to be about as big a win as you can get in that scenario.
Yeah, there's no way Seagyll is going to make it out in a 1v3. But you're getting Primal Fury, you're getting Tier 1 Tower over on left. Definitely worth it for Team Seagyll. Unfortunately for Ragna, just did not realize there was a Hebo behind him, so had to use the Aegis just to survive that crushing wave, and that was definitely the correct call. You don't have enough tank stats, you don't have enough HP to survive, especially when Gagovski just shows up behind you at purple buff. But Team Davy's still looking to get farm. They're still trying to hang in there as much as possible. That's why they're making plays like this. They said, oh, You're on Primal Fury. Okay, we're gonna 3-man your tier 1 tower like that. We have to get small wins because as the game is going currently, they're gonna bleed out if they don't make aggressive plays here. I think Dark still has the ability to kill Gagovski. It is there, right? He's got no tank stats. The Thor does come baked with that much damage. It's just you have to keep this Hebo locked in place for like 3 seconds. You need that chained CC. You got to catch him with no beats, no ult. That is going to be your dream scenario that is hard to find but not impossible.
You've got a lot of CC for your team to work with. It's just getting it all in one place, like you said, and then lining it all up. The Thor is the one who I'm keeping my eyes on. Dark, 0, 1, and 2. Has not had a very loud game. If anything, has had the opposite, where we're, still waiting, right? Bated breath, trying to figure out where they're going to go. Pyromancer's coming in soon. Fire Giant, kind of on the horizon, given the way we've seen these games going. I wouldn't be surprised if that's at 22, 23 minutes. So this Pyromancer, a bigger target. 1 Runic Bomb already in the pocket of La Revolution. And that opens up the idea for maybe another. And of course, that can open up so many pushes. Davey going to get caught out. Wave charge. Hits 1. CC'd out by the Hebo. Good wall as well. This might fizzle out completely. Once Gagovski doesn't have that ult, Hebo feels a little weird. Feels a little awkward.
He definitely feels a lot less safe at that point, so you don't really want to go forward. You're trying to go for the gank. And Davey once again gets caught out, doesn't have the tank stats, but the damage is stopped because of this chalk in the backline. Dark in the sky. Can he find a dunk? His target can only be Dutcher, but it doesn't look like he wants it.
Veyron could turn around. Snipes. Spinner win. That's all you need. Dark now in an awkward spot. Ragna with that kill, but the Thor is going to get out no problem. They got the one they needed. Seagyll over the wall now has no disengage, and that's going to be a re-engage from iDavy. They want something big here. Seagyll would be a massive target, but instead of going down, they retreat. Should be able to scoop up this Pyromancer on the way back.
Got Pyro. No one's nearby. That's a big win, though, because, again, you called it out. Gagovski losing ultimate before the fight starts means the fight goes significantly better for Team Davey. If they can keep that up, just trying to force out that ult defensively, then Gagovski is going to have a hard time confirming any of these kills. And remember, Davey got essentially owned there before that fight started, but take a look at the build. Fully stacked Cloak, fully stacked Thebes, and Spirit Robe. After the CC from a stun, I'll hold that thought, Ragna. They're right next to you, man.
Oh, no.
They're right next to you. You got to back up.
There's going to be the damage. Beads come in way too... Oh, my God. Look, Charlie, I don't like calling out overkill too much. That was probably a little overkill.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want him to go up into the air and alert the team, but the ult is still down for a couple more seconds, so yeah, there was no way Ragna was making it out of that one. And now Oni Fury started up. Aim blue, Dark nearby. Does anyone have burst? Doesn't seem like it. A steal attempt is not good, and Team Seagyll picks up the Oni Fury, and they take the beads and the life away from the ADC Ragna. I mean, 1 ward, and he's safe there, but just did not quite have the information that the whole enemy team was behind him. Well, 3 people, but that's essentially the whole enemy team.
The whole enemy team. And also, like, realistically, you got hit by the biggest ones.
Yep.
If it's Hebo plus Ymir, you're... Good luck getting away, man. Like, that is going to be way too much damage and way too short of a time. And so we get a small reset, but one that's favorable for Team Seagyll, right? You get to push up, farm up a little bit. If you're the Charybdis, you're already up 1 level, 2 levels in mid, 2 levels in the jungle. I mean, you've got leads pretty much everywhere you need them. My question and my eyes turn to Davey. I feel like he's been, I mean, you know, his Charon has been good. He's 1 in 5 though, right? This is teetering on the edge of when will you become the support your team needs, or will you ever become the support your team needs in this game? And I think it depends a little bit on the itemization. He's kind of tanky, but not as tanky as what we're seeing from the Ymir right now.
Yeah, especially because of his position, right? He plays so far forward because he's trying to create space for his team, trying to pull out some beats, something along those lines. But has not been able to really create space, only been forcing things out, which is still good. Again, you're opening up the door for Dark. That's why Yor needs to dive the backline and has been doing so very well. Upgrading this Cloak as quickly as possible means that Yor can actually get to the backline and do what Chalk is meant to do. You're not going to be 100-0ing anyone, but you do force out damage and just sort of stall. And that's what Team Davy needs. They need more time to get online. Aim Blue, still stacking up tablet, 0-2-2, and needs level 20. When you go this build, the upgrade to Gem of Focus becomes so massive. Just spamming abilities, becoming tankier, becoming more damage dealing, becoming movement speed, all of that helps tremendously in a jungle fight. And Aim Blue just does not have access to it. Cannot step forward, needs 2 more full levels. I don't know where they're going to get it from because Fire Giant started up here shortly. Yor takes a little bit of damage, but that's not the target you want to be freezing. Looks like walled off, though. Yor's going to have some juke shoes here. Now the damage is really flying through. Once Veyron starts autoing you, that's when you realize the Kins is doing plenty of damage. Ragna's not even close. He's just split pushing. So, yeah, I think Team Seagyll, they should go for the pull here.
And this is something that worked for them last game, right? Having a little bit of split push, having a little bit of presence elsewhere on the map. It is going to be a Fire Giant startup. A retreat right now from Ragna, so not going for the tier 2. He should be present, but the steal potential is going to be a lot lower until he gets there. Wave flows through as fast as it can towards the Fire Giant, tries to disrupt the backline. So does Yor, as well as Dark, as they get aggressive into the team fight. Jumping in now, but in control is Seagyll. Lord of the Afterlife on 2. Gagoski kills off Aim Blue. Yor goes down. Dark follows shortly thereafter. Double for the Hebo, and unfortunately a Charybdis who is immune for a little bit longer and unable to get all the shots off. Ragna put into the ground. 4 already down, and the map wide open for Team Seagyll.
Davy does not have an HP bar, has to go back to base, has to try and defend his base because it seems like the Titan may be the call here. They've got tier 2 tower. They've got plenty of time. Sure, there's some low health bars, but what damage does Davy have? He's just full tank here. He's got to stall for as long as possible. The end does seem like it's a possibility here with the Runic Bomb. Yes, Titan going forward. Team Seagyll, they won a game 5.
You've got 10 more seconds before Aim Blue is back. It's just Davy, and Davy has been the easiest to melt. They're showing so right now. He tries to row it down, but he just cannot. Team Seagyll pushes the distance. We're going game 5.
5 games set to try and figure out who comes to LAN, who fights for their spot to win some money for charity. There's a lot on the line here, Gore. But man, I did not expect the Hebo in game number 4, and I certainly didn't expect it to come off to a start like that.
There was a point early on where, I mean, I said it even around 12 minutes where I was just like, I don't know, like when Hebo gets there, especially as he started to approach the 15-minute mark.
Yep.
You feel the heat turn up.
Yeah, you're building double ADC and Hebo, and you're winning out early game. Like, the game cannot go wrong. From that point, like, there is very little that you can do to not make sure that you're making it to that 30-plus minute mark. They didn't need to. They won the game before then because of how much of a lead they had. I think Ragna had a bit of a chance to try and build the team back, and they said, hey, let's wait by purple buff, and we'll catch him out, we'll get his relics down for free, and we'll kill him after that. They're not going to have that ray of hope that their Rama's going to carry them out of this situation, and it certainly didn't happen. Game number 5, and what a set this has been so far.
Yesterday, these two go the distance in their best of 3. Today, they go the distance in their best of 5. We'll find out who comes out on top right after this.
should be sleeping, but you didn't know. I wanna feel you closer to my skin. I think about you when my heart is beating, but you didn't know. I wanna feel you, wanna let you in. This is what you do to me. Let's explore this fantasy. I could take you higher than I know you want it. This is all I ask of you. Let me change your point of view. I could love you better than I know you want it.
I know that.
You think about me when you're in the shower. When she's not around, she's beautiful, but I'm beautiful inside. You think about me like every other hour. When she's not around, you wanna know what it feels like to be mine. This is all I ask of you. Let me change your point of view. I could love you better than I know you want it. You know that you want it. 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 Just for a night. You want it for life.
Welcome back, Smite fans, as we get into Game 5 here in just a second of EMEA LAN Qualifier Finals and the Smite Content Creator Cup. My name is Gormiza. That's Relly over there. And Trelly, Game 1 goes to Davey. Game 2 goes to Seagyll. Game 3 goes to Davey. Game 4, which we just saw, it goes to Seagyll, which is what gets us here, right? Going forward into Game 5.
Correct.
And it comes off the back of a pretty darn good Hebo game.
Yep, I loved what Grosky was able to do early on. Gave the lead over to Veyron, who just looked very annoying to deal with. A 4-0 Charybdis at one point ends up 5-1, but still pretty dominant over there in the duo lane. And because of that, La Revolution needs some credit as well. I mean, this Ymir, was setting up the walls, man. Yeah, they were very crisp, mostly onto Davy. That seemed to be the target of them more often than not, but even just the freezes, plenty of setup and CC coming this way. So you got to give credit where credit is due, and now if your team Davy, I mean, don't pick yourself into a Ymir. Obviously, that's step one, but I don't know if there was just one thing shut down from this draft from Team Seagyll, right? I think everyone did their part. Even this Artemis that has been top picked, so highly contested. Again, never is the loudest one, but it's always so annoying when Tusky just bounces through a team fight. You get punished for grouping up with your team, right? That is exactly what Artemis does, and it's super annoying when you're dark, when you're trying to dive the backline, and Tusky is just stunning your whole team back and forth because you guys grouped up and dove together. So maybe that's something they want to deal with. Point being, I don't think there was one pick that they're like, we ban that, we're good. I think there was a lot that went right there for Team Seagyll.
Yeah, and a lot that I think they did a lot of work even before the game in the picks and bans that really slow things down and make things harder for Dark to get online, right? You lock in that Thor, we don't really get to see too much of a great Thor game, despite him having a pretty favorable matchup into the Hebo. The Hebo just gets off to a really good start. Maybe you could run those picks and bans back and play that game again, and things end up completely different, but if they go for a lot of the similar picks and bans and controlling specifically that Mammon,
yep,
I don't know, it seems like a pretty good choice to me.
I wouldn't risk it. I wouldn't risk running back that exact play. Not the Mammon. I would risk that. I would try to get the Mammon if I'm Team Davy, but I would not risk running back the same draft and just hoping it goes better.
Oh,
right?
God, no.
I think trying to switch up your strategy is certainly going to be a good call. And to your point, yeah, Mammon is still at the forefront of my mind. The Medusa and the Mammon are still those picks that if they're through, you should take if you can. Team Seagyll has shown they don't care about the Mammon in their hands. They do care about it in Dark's hands, so they'll ban it away. But if they are not first pick, they will certainly be banning that one away. Something to consider as well. The Thor made it through. Didn't see this fantastic performance. It did some great dunks later on in the game, but early, like levels through 12, is where Thor was really struggling this time around. So I don't know if Dark goes back to that pick either. I think that's something you got to think about. Remember, this is Game 5. Everything on the line here. You don't go to something that you're not 100% confident on.
I'm curious for a lot of things. I mean, we've seen a lot of Guardian bans, right? Kuzenbo was at the top of that list. Seagyll had a really good Osiris performance, but it was pretty easy to have a good performance by the time he's jumping into the fights because everybody on his team was so far ahead. Artemis was the first pick. I also think, and if I remember correctly, loser gets to pick the side, right, that they're on going into the next game. So if you're in this position right now as Davy, you could say, you know what? We're going to first pick Artemis, or we're going to first pick Mammon, or we're going to be we're going to first pick. And then y'all get everything else. And worth noting, like, Heimdall didn't get picked that last one. Like, there were a lot of things that were being contested and fought over that didn't even get looked at there in Game 4.
And that's the thing about these Game 5 sets is they start to create their own little meta where there's some picks that you can't let through, there's some picks that you find very valuable, and there's some picks, like the Hebo, for example, that were slept on for 3 different games and then becomes suddenly very valuable towards the end. And every game, each team learns something. Every game, each team learns what they can let through when they want to get active. How the game is going to be defined. And to me, the same conversation has been had time and time again. Early pressure wins all. Like it hasn't been 100% where the team that's ahead early has won. There's been a lot of back and forth, especially in games 1 and 2. But more often than not, if you're able to win the early pressure, you don't have to worry about coin flips on objectives. You don't have to worry about, like, oh, we're in an even standpoint. We have to go to a standoff towards Fire Giant because the other guy has an ADC that's split pushing trying to catch back up. The jungler's split pushing trying to catch back up. It's a 5v4 weighted coin in your favor, so it's never a true 50-50. So I'm looking at the early pressure junglers. I'm trying to get ahead early on and not have any question. If I look at my 2v2 in mid, I want to know for a fact that we are able to win that fight. And then once you win that fight, you go to duo, you go to solo, you put your team ahead. That's the easiest way to get ahead from what I've seen so far this match.
I'm kind of curious from your eyes and your perspective, like the chalk we talked a little bit about earlier. Obviously, Yor liked it because he goes back to it a couple times, but didn't really get too much done. I don't know if you can hang that really on the chalk as much as it was, again, by the time you join the fight, your team's already pretty far behind. But do you like how high prioritized it was? Like, it came in, up at the top with a Thor, right? So, like,
right.
It was very, very high up in the draft.
Between the Thor and the Chalk, I think the Thor fell short of my expectations more than the Chalk did, just because the Chalk just came off of a 4-0 performance, I believe. So I think it was just fresh in yours head, like, hey, just run it back. Like I'm good with the Chalk. I want to play that pick again. I did very well on it. The Thor got shut down early by Hebo, and that makes you much less want to ult in. Like at any moment when you're down 2 levels and the Hebo's around, if you're not landing on the Hebo, you're getting ulted by him, and that always sucks. So I can see why you got to slow down your gameplay there. I'm not too upset. I wouldn't mind a Chalk run back. I don't want to see a Chalk first pick just because it doesn't seem like Seagyll really wants to play it. I don't think it's going to be that highly contested. There's some impact gods that need to be looked at. Depending on how picks and bans go here in a second, I'll decide what's like the most end-all be-all pick that needs to be grabbed and taken away. But it all really does depend on how Team Davey wants to play this. Remember, they're the ones that are kind of on the back foot here. They just got beat. They have to develop a strategy. So I'll have to see how they decide to play bans.
Well, that's something that they're going to have to decide. We're just waiting to get into game, guys, as we jump into it again, prepping for game number 5. In the grand scheme, what does all of this mean, especially here from EMEA? Well, one team, and it's one of these two, gets to qualify to come to the LAN here in our esports headquarters in Atlanta, Georgia. Along with that, they're going to get a tour of Titan Forge Studios. They're going to get a donation to charity on their behalf that's going to be based on their final seeding in this final LAN that they're playing for right now, as well as access to SMITE 2 development and additional loot and goodies, which has always been that little vague thing we have at the end that I don't quite know what it means, but I mean, it's loot and goodies. There's
but if you knew what it meant, then it wouldn't be additional loot and goodies.
Yeah.
You would be able to tell them what it meant. And that's not what we want.
And yeah, then it'd just be a bullet point, and it wouldn't be alluring.
And again, it could just be more charity.
Yeah.
Could be anything.
It could be that because you get to come to LAN, maybe the additional loot and goodies is you get to play on LAN. Like, that's like the lawyer way of like, well, here's the other present. You get to play.
I assume that's included in coming to LAN and playing. But like,
I don't know. I think if I remember the graphic correctly, it does just say you're invited to come to the esports headquarters.
Well, I'm gonna let you guys in a little secret. If you qualify, you'll get to play.
You're gonna get to play. Just down the hall.
There's
those computers. They're right there. I can see.
You can't see them.
I can see like one, maybe. I can see the booth at least.
I can see none of those. Gore has better eyes than I. Or maybe it's because
I think it's the TV that's blocking your vision.
I assumed you could just see through it.
I do have X-ray vision, actually. I'm glad you.
What a way to figure that out.
That's weirdly enough, as I've gotten older, I've slowly accrued all of Superman's powers.
Wow.
And that's something that we can all think about because we're going to throw it to a quick break as we get set up for Game 5.
One, two, three, let's go.
Told you it was going to be a quick break. We just really, honestly, behind the scenes look, me and Charlie just wanted to jam.
I wanted to test if Gore could actually fly, and he can. So that's what we were testing.
I forgot what we went to break with.
You said
right.
you just casually.
I was wondering why you were asking that of me. It makes way more sense now that I'm remembering the conversation, and I was just trying to jam to music.
You casually dropped that you have Superman's powers, and you didn't think I would ask you to test it between breaks, and that's ridiculous. But
yeah,
picks and bans
the
are
frost
underway.
breath is a little harder to get going, though. You know.
do you have to like drink something cold?
Yeah, usually.
Oh.
So it's like not as cool as his. Because like Superman doesn't like leave in the middle of a fight. Like you like Frozone at the beginning of Incredibles. So he's just like, I
need some
water.
I'm thirsty. And then you sip your ice cold water.
Oh. Picks and bans, game number 5. That's where we're at. Davey on the first pick side, the right or left side of your screen. Well, I'm pointing at it with my right hand. Left side of the screen, that over there is going to be Team Seagyll. Bans coming through: Kuzenbo, Charybdis, Terra, and Medusa. So a couple of gods that we've been expecting. A couple of fresh ones, including that Artemis down there, joining the fray. And so, what is the last one? Well, it's going to be the Cthulhu, which means, hey, guess what's open? It's Mammon. Maybe done and dusted?
Well, the benefit, Team Davey can take a risk here. Oh, they didn't. Okay. Well, if they've noticed anything, it is that Team Seagyll does not pick Mammon. I would have left it open, to be honest with you, because they have not taken it when their first pick. They ban it away. So I think they would have risked it, but doesn't matter. Cthulhu is going to be the ban, which I think is insane. Don't get me wrong. Cthulhu is annoying, but there's no way that Cthulhu has more impact than Mammon. I'm not buying it. Well, you know what? We'll get to ask Team Seagyll after this game. I'll ask him. I'll be like, why Cthulhu over Mammon? Because I need to know. There's no way from what I've seen that Mammon is doing less than Cthulhu.
Do I mention this before you get locked in? I'm glad I didn't. They hovered in Anubis for a little bit.
Right.
But it's a Hebo that's going to be running it back. So we get 2 presumably magical junglers. Mammon, more often than not, yes. Hebo, TBD, but still usually more often than not, yes. They also take the Shibalanke, which has been something that Ragna's gone to and found a lot of success on in the past, and it is going to control a little bit. Although lately it's been the ROM, and it's been 50-50 on to whether or not, again, it worked.
Right. And I've been liking the Horus. Again, Davey, I don't like that he foregoes farm when he goes to the Horus, but I do like the pick in general, especially up against something like Hebo, where you can just get on him quickly, pull the beads, pull the blink, pull the ultimate, something along those lines, and then dash back to your team. I think it just works out so well. Being able to have low committal CC, where Horus can just have so much movement, you can get to the Hebo quite easily, and then let Mammon do the dirty work, which works out, pretty well as far as I've seen. So I love the top 3 for Team Davey, and then go back to the chalk, of course, which we already talked about ad nauseum. Just a great pick at the moment. Nice and tanky, creates space. Doesn't need 100-0 people. That's not his job. He's got other people for that. But we have seen a ton of Guardian bans come through. Davey is not going a Guardian this game. He has the Horus. Will they pick one before this next wave of bans? The answer is yes. Yamoja is going to be grabbed. A lot of waves so far for Team Seagyll. I want to see Karon mid come next. More waves, man.
It would be more waves, and it might be making waves in the meta if it works out well, but the fact that you said that...
I saw it shocked you.
Yeah, it kind of tripped me up a little bit. I did not expect Karon mid to leave your...
Well, it wasn't because the pick is good.
Yeah, it was just for more waves.
Yeah, if you look at the pictures, like Hebo has a wave in his picture, and then Yamoja has a wave, and there's only one more wave that you can really get.
Yeah, you're right. It's him.
He is him.
He is him. He is the guy. The only one.
You know what?
We've seen a few Karons.
I hate to be that guy, Gore, but there actually is another wave.
Actually,
Agni's wave is technically a flame wave, so they could get a flame wave, and it's like the River of Styx isn't a water wave. It's like of souls.
Poseidon's got a wave.
Yeah, but like that's not called a wave, is it?
It's like tidal something.
Yeah,
but
tidal
it's
surge.
Wave.
Tidal surge.
What is a wave if not a tidal surge?
All right, grow up.
They just wanted to be fancier and sprinkle some fancy words in there.
Grow up. Charybdis is banned. That doesn't count. I don't want to hear about any more waves.
I'm sure the crowd in Arena does a wave.
VXW, everyone's got a wave.
Everyone's got a wave. Yeah, you're right, actually.
You guys must be really sick at parties.
You guys are super fun. I bet you're so cool.
No, I deserve that. I hit the actually on myself with the flame wave, and then because of that, my whole argument fell apart. I'm sorry about that.
Charybdis is banned. I can call out at least one guy in chat. Charybdis is banned.
That's why I was saying.
That wave is gone.
Yeah, I did notice that one, and I was like, hey, I'm not that dumb. I know Charybdis is gone, but don't think we're going to see a Poseidon or a Charon. The question is, what do we see? It's been a lot of hunters so far from Team Seagyll, considering Artemis, Charybdis, and Neith, and Medusa are banned.
Woohoo!
Should have brought your skis, man.
Should have brought your skis. Scotty's here, and we're taking the slopes this time around. Chiron, please no lock in Charon. It's one of my worst nightmares is having both of them on the same team.
No, I don't think so.
But with the Horus already there, yeah, you have to imagine they're going to avoid that for this one. What do they need on this other than maybe... well, I was going to say a little more magical damage. They seem to forego that, and instead it's going to be a double Hunter, Mammon, which found success for Team iDavy in Game 3.
So the question now becomes, where is your solo laner unless you throw Scotty solo, which again I have seen. Not that I love it, but I have seen it. What does your last pick go to? Osiris taken away. Bologna still available. Notably, Yorm is still available, and that is a pick that Seagyll has loved as well. And you have plenty of physical / magical damage, so it's kind of either or for this one. With Hebo, Yemoja, and Double Hunter, you could go either way. Kakolin would be interesting. Knockups already quite prevalent on Team Seagyll with the Yemoja, with the Hebo. But not like one more is going to hurt. But they're thinking about this one a bit longer. Just because of what I saw from Team Seagyll, I think I would go Yorm here. Not because it's got like a fantastic matchup. Honestly, maybe the Hunters don't really appreciate it. Okay, I can see where you're at now. You might want to go like just a hard physical damage dealer, build full Fizz Prot, and then hope that Mammon doesn't come near you. But it's not like Yorm doesn't like that too, you know? He can go Breastplate, he can go extra magical damage, or physical damage, or physical defense on top of the Breastplate build. But, gonna stick with the Kakolin. Once again, sticking with the double ADCs for both of these squads and magical junglers. But, I don't think it's gonna be the end of the world. You definitely need Magic Prot against Mammon Brigitte. It's not like you can just stack Fizz-D and hope. Like, that's not gonna happen. You are gonna have to diversify your protections a bit.
Realistically, though, if you're like Yemoja, buy a Sovereignty pretty early on, and you've got coverage for you and crew. If you're Kakulin, yes, you're still going to have to buy some prots and figure things out. And for Yemoja, it's probably still going to have to help a little bit in the magical department. But realistically, that is going to be a pretty big buy for you and your squad to slow some things down. Do you like the idea? I mean, you've got some prot shred on Horus. Mammon does a lot of damage, so it's not necessarily like you are relying on something that is unheard of, but it is going to be a difficult game, it feels like, for Team iDavy with the right itemization from Team Seagyll.
No, I tend to agree. I'm looking at both of these compositions here, and you know, you've been asking me to lean a little bit one way or the other. I honestly don't remember which way I leaned last game, or it was the previous game.
Last time you leaned over to the left, which I think was Davey.
Right, but like, was that last game, or was it the previous game?
No, that was 2 games ago.
Okay, so I was right when I leaned towards Davey. Well, now I'm leaning towards Team Seagyll, and just because the Chiron, I think, does get some tremendous value into Hebo specifically, because Hebo's going to go Blink Beads as a jungler. You're not going to get Aegis. It doesn't happen. I mean, you could, but you're kind of a coward if you do. Which means that Centaurus is just going to be absolutely chunking, right? You get to poke from a distance. You don't have to worry about the Hebo stepping forward. Now add Rama into the mix. And now you're able to you can 100 to 0 Hebo before he even gets to play the game, right? If you hit full Rama snipes and Centaurus snipes late game, you're dead. I'm not saying it's going to happen consistently, but it could. Because of that, Hebo has to watch his positioning. You can't just go in for free, and that becomes annoying. It's a lot easier when you can just blink to the back line with your Kakolin as a Hebo, but when you're getting absolutely chunked by Centaurus and by the Rama snipes, you got to kind of watch your positioning. The only other thing is, I feel like Horus gets a little bit less value here. You only have your single target CC, which Chalk can make up for a bit, but with double ADC and Horus as your initiation, I think Team Seagyll has much easier time initiating, right? Yemoja has been on point. There's a reason it was banned away for the past couple games. The rivers have been clean, man. I mean, they have been setting up a ton, so I think Team Seagyll has the ease of execution. They just have to get to a certain point late game.
We even saw it earlier where not only were they clean, but the refusal to go a Phantom Shell really made the game a lot harder because this Yemoja existed and was locking people down left and right. Specifically, it was Davey in that game that was struggling just a little bit because of it. So what they will go item-wise and what they decide to go play-wise is going to make a big difference. The other thing that's going to make a big difference is the winner of this game. Remember, winner goes to LAN, loser does not, so we will have to find out how it all shakes out here in Game 5. Team iDavy versus Team Seagyll. It's Gore, it's Trelly, and of course, who's been hanging out with us all day but Doug. I guess and yourselves to watch and hang and spectate and I guess talk about Game 5 Between these two behemoths in EMEA, only one team will be left standing, Jelly, within the next one SMITE game.
You're right, and it's a lot more daunting when you put it that way. Gagovsky got off to a fantastic start last game on the Hebo.
Good thing to happen on a Hebo.
I don't know if you can ask for that again. Like, I mean, you can try. You can ask for it. But will it be accepted is the question, because Team Davey just got a first-hand look of what can happen when you let this Hebo run through an early game. So I think you put some more pressure on the guy to try and make sure that doesn't happen. But Hebo Scotty versus Chiron Mammon, I'm definitely leaning towards Hebo Scotty just because they clear the wave so much easier. And Chiron is not a real character before level 5. Like, you just do not have that much wave clear. You can try, but it's just not enough. Mammon will pick up the slack a bit. But having Calder around is also quite annoying. And the ice, man, I think that you probably play a little bit safer if you are on Team Seagyll because you know you have that much pressure. But with that, again, Gagovsky has to be looked at. Beads trying to get down as quickly as possible. Look towards the jungle. That has been the deciding factor in these matchups pretty consistently, and that has not changed in 4 games of SMITE.
I don't think it's going to change anytime soon. This solo lane got suddenly a lot more interesting in that, at least pre-level 5, they are both fallible and can die in the right circumstance. It seems like you're going to be the one controlling it. Dark in trouble, a lot of trouble right here. Good slow coming out from Aim Blue, the masterful shot, making sure that Dark is able to disengage. Only a little more than 100 health to his name at the time. But survival is survival, and that's what matters most. Now, splitting the mid camps. Charlie, that's a dangerous game to be playing, all things considered, especially how you were just talking about how the Hebo early on can create such a very different dynamic than what you'd really like to see as a Mammon.
Exactly. I mean, Mammon brings a similar amount of burst, but just not yet. You really do need your ultimate to get that level of, oh, you're dead. Everything right now is kind of just tick annoying damage that eventually leads into a burst when you get those passive procs, but you're a scaler nonetheless, and that's why these junglers are splitting up. Gagovsky goes right, and Dark goes to the duo lane, duo side of the map. Always an option to gank duo, just does not seem too likely at the moment, especially with mage jungles. If you have an assassin, there's always an option, but this time around, you're just wanting to hit level 5. But the early 2v2 went about exactly as you would expect. And interestingly enough, like, don't get me wrong, everyone has been going for this Blackthorn start, but something about Chiron with the Blackthorn start just rubs me the wrong way. Like, you really need itemization as a Chiron. You want Heartseeker, you want Crusher if you can, you want Bluestone. Like, you want that tick damage to proc on your Masterful Shot, and it's just not available. You're delaying that by going this Blackthorn item, which of course makes you incredibly tanky, but not my favorite option on Chiron specifically.
It's the tanky but at what cost mix, right? Where, yes, you get the stat trade-off, you get the passive even, but, you know, like you said, delay where you become a character, right? You said he's not even a character until level 5, and right now, he might delay that even further just because of itemization. Although I will say Centaurus is like such a great way to start fights in the late game. Maybe we'll get to see that a little earlier on. It's been a little poke fest, at least in mid and over here in duo. iDavy, unsurprisingly playing aggressive, as you've said in the past. It's how you want to see him play when you're on a Horus. Question is going to be whether or not they can find levels of aggression that are going to lead to something. Game 5, high pressure, LAN or not, I wouldn't be surprised if this is the game. Of all the games we said this will be the one where breaks actually get pumped.
Yeah, I think that they have been getting pumped regardless. Last game, not so much, but what's our average time so far? There was a couple that went 40, the first 2.
Yeah, last one brought the average down a good chunk.
Yeah,
it was like 24.
I think the last 2 games have been pretty quick, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so in this case, this would be the one that brings us back over 30 minutes for sure, looking towards that 40. Just by nature of double ADC, you got magical mage junglers, and you have some tanky boys in the solo lane. Of course, Revolution and Davey are a bit slippery, so a very similar style of composition for both of these teams. But remember, anti-heal has to be a topic of conversation as well. Revolution can just keep the team nice and topped off as long as they're spamming that heal. And sure, Davy's got a heal as well, but it's not quite as potent as Yamoja's heal, and not quite as spammable either. You want some cooldowns before you're bringing that one up. And Prophetic Cloak has been an item that we've seen pop back and forth. You're not really tanky when you build it right away. Same with Thebes, but Revolution going for the Cloak, Davy going for the Thebes. Usually if you go Thebes first item, it means you're not trying to stack the Cloak because you're just delaying it by so much, but Davy has also built it like, I think 3 out of 4 games so far, so I'd be surprised if he doesn't go it.
And has been successful. Oh, 3 out of the 4 games, and 2 of the 3 that they played and went for something like this. I'm just curious to watch what the Horus does all around, because like last time we saw him on this pick, he played it a little more aggressively, and I feel like by now we had seen something, you know, even more proactive overall from him. Now it's been, you know, occasional stuns, a little bit of poke here. Like we said, though, not surprising if it slows down a little bit. Game 5, a lot on the line. This is also one of the first times we haven't seen a lot of invades and haven't seen a lot of gold. That might be coming into soon, though. Blue buff invade on right. Dark and Yor, in fact, Yor even ulting, is able to secure that one, get a little bit of a gold lead, strip away some experience, and start to push the envelope a little.
I actually really like that old Davy. Honestly, I mean, hey, if it works out, it works out. I don't love this call because it's a bit risky. You don't have your full team with you, but you have a chance at stealing away the red buff. Does not happen. It looks like we'll be able to zoom away for now, but Grigovsky is on the chase. Can Revolution find an ultimate? Does not seem like it, so no red buff. Just lose access to your blink. But I don't hate the ultimate from Yor there. I think it was just clearing space towards that blue buff, making sure that, you know, Grigovsky doesn't ult forward. Recognize that Dark used just about everything to confirm that blue buff, so I like the call from Yor. Just trying to save the jungler. But you said it. Going aggressive is the call for Davy. I don't think they're even close to finding some kills, but hey, just trying. Actually, hold up, Davy should be falling down here, and he does. Revolution picks up the first blood. It's off more than he could chew.
Now walls are up. Aim Blue might actually be a target here. Has to use the beads and the dash for the disengage, and is able to successfully get away. But what a first blood. I mean, you're talking about Davy. What, half a second, maybe, he gets back up into the air, gets out of there. Actually, if he's up in the air, he's still dead there. There's not really many opportunities that he's going to have. Unfortunate spot to be in, a first blood for Seagyll, and putting it onto the support maybe helps out a little, but nonetheless, Strelly, doesn't bode well for the future.
No, certainly doesn't, and that's off of an over-aggressive play by Davy, but that's just par for the course for what we've seen, right? He's going to blink in if he has the opportunity to, even if his team's not there, right? There's been a couple times where I've said, like, if he just waits 3 seconds, he has his teammate to dash to. It's not Davy's style, man. If he sees the play, he's going to go for it, and if his team's not there, they're just tardy to the party. Speaking of the party, Gold Fury started up. Davy on zone due to Grigovsky is on the way. Clearly this is happening, but I don't think they can get here in time. First Gold Fury of the game. It's close. Dutcher! Oh, doesn't show up. Team Davy picks it up. And with that escape, should be just fine. My goodness, that was close margins, though. Dutcher almost showed up in time to go for a steal.
Scotty steal versus, like, you know, later on I expect we'll probably see Aim Blue go for something like that. Aim Blue's got a little bit more distance, though, and potential, I would say. And so something I'm really excited to watch is whether or not that's going to come to fruition. La Revolution. In trouble in mid. Not too much trouble, though. Is able to walk out of there. And walks out not only just fine, maybe he's going to be able to turn things around. Yamoja ult's going to be coming back. Grigovsky's playing aggressive. You're baiting in. Davy goes relatively deep in mid. You've got Seagyll getting aggressive on right. It looks like blue buff invade and blue buff successful over on the right. And so Team Seagyll, Charlie, all things considered, plus first blood, 500, 400 gold ahead. Which doesn't amount to too much, but slow rolling, especially is what we've seen in the last 3 minutes until we get a beacon. Honestly, probably 3 minutes until we see anything too massive outside of that Fury.
Probably the call here. I mean, you see Bull Demon being pulled by Dark. A little bit of a rotation coming from Team Davy, so they should be able to grab this no problem. But it's just scaling. I mean, Dutcher and Aim Blue both going that Blackthorn Soul Eater build. That's what we expected, but you're going to lose a lot of damage from these mid laners. They're going to be... You're not going to be able to see Aim Blue ult off of a stun from Davy and 100-0 someone. It's just not going to happen the way that these builds are coming through, especially if Dutcher matches the build, which he's doing. So you're going to be playing a little bit slower, more so focused towards these objectives instead of going for picks, which is pretty much par for the course from what we've seen so far in this finals. Best of 5. Team Seagyll still has that kill lead, and Team Davy trailing just a bit in the nature of gold. But don't get fooled. Just because the game starts off slow, when we saw beacons come in at around 12 minutes, these solo laners have been making the rotations whenever possible. I mean, Yor has the tier 2 teleport, Seagyll still the tier 1. But once that 12 minutes rolls around, both of these solo laners have the ability to just get active and head over towards mid. The first beacon isn't that important just stats-wise, but you can usually use it to transition into a lot of other stuff around the map if you're getting a pick, if you're grouping up, or if your team's the only one that groups up towards it. So I've got my eyes on those teleport timers. Trying to keep them up before beacon spawns in can be massive.
And very conveniently, the Gold Fury will respawn at right around 12. It'll be actually just a little short of 12, about 11:50, like literally just before. So you actually also have that opportunity to potentially roll back over and get a double, right? Get 2 whammies, get the beacon, get the Gold Fury. Maybe open up conversation for some other rotations, but you need a big fight to do something like that. Gold is still relatively close and even between these two, so it is going to be not as cut and dry as maybe you would hope. And at that point, you're level 12 now for this Chiron. Started up your second item. We haven't seen too much of Dutcher on the Scotty just yet either. So a lot of opportunities and a lot of question marks, at least for me, in this matchup. It might be answered within the next, let's call it minute and a half.
I've got questions, but we don't have answers. Dark blinks in, looks for Gagovski, forces out the ultimate, but he's inside for the ride. Gagovski's looking very weak. Can anyone find this kill? Yes, Aim Blue picks it up.
Now has the shot necessary, and if you're La Revolution, you're trying to get away, but they're running deep. You are surrounded by blue, and this wave is not going to stop. Seagyll seems to be the target, but the tower line is just enough. You get a kill here if you're Team iDavy. You lock down Gagovski, but you're not able to do much else beyond that. Davy is going to be going and joining the team, I believe, over on left. It looks like looking for Veyron. Might not be able to find this. Snipes are coming through, but at this point, yeah, there's not enough damage left behind. But you got to admire the effort.
I certainly do. I mean, that was a 1v1 that could have turned into a 2v1 if Davy still had Blink. But no solo kill coming through, and Veyron would have been just fine, even if those snipes connected. Didn't have enough damage. But I love that call, man, from Dark. Blink onto the Hebo, force the ult, and then hop in for the ride, chase him down afterwards. And that's the benefit of Aim Blue as well. Dark didn't quite have the damage to find that kill, but Centaurus did, but Masterful Shot did. You can still snipe down the Hebo because he doesn't have Aegis. That's the benefit of Hebo Jungle. I guess the negative, or the benefit against Hebo Jungle, is they're going to go Beats Blink every single time, so every bit of poke matters. Onto Gagovski. Well played by Dark, though. You never have to worry about Hebo outbursting you if you can just go inside for that crushing wave and then come back out later. And it seems like that's going to be Dark's plan. Get the stun locked and loaded, wait until you find Hebo, blink in, insta-stun. He either beats ults or ults immediately, and you know where to go. You know exactly where to go to try and chase him down. I expect to see Dark make that play at least 2 or 3 more times before Gagovski gets the message.
A small, brief break in the action. Davies looking to change that. 1,700 gold, small lead. 2,200 experience. Not quite as small, and you can see that manifest jungle, mid, and the carries for right now. And actually having that amount of growth despite a level difference and a level deficit specifically in solo could be massive. I mean, Team Davy, I admire them for playing as aggressively as they do, because it is just crazy to me how far up they are pushed every single time I feel like we pan over to this side of the map. And they're going to be fighting somebody over here if they get the opportunity. And that somebody might be as simple as a Bull Demon. That somebody might be Cucullin, could be a Pyromancer. So the question is on. Of course, Charlie, I do all that setup, and they just back away, and instead At this point, maybe need to finish some items, start some new items. I guess if you're looking at it, tier 3s for Dark and Aim Blue on the horizon.
I mean, that's the thing. Pyromancer usually doesn't stay up for long when it spawns in. I mean, both these teams have no problem just 50-50ing it and going for the steal or the confirmation, respectively.
And there it is.
Finally, gets pulled. Revolution, only one nearby, but Dutcher and Gagovsky on the way. Already Pyro getting low, and Team Davy picks it up. But will they want the fight after the fact? I think they should try and retreat here, but Revolution's getting low.
Yeah, you need these snipes. One more shot, and it connects, and that's going to be an easy cleanup for Yor to put a second on the board for Team iDavy. Now the chase is on, maybe going a little too deep, but you've got Gagovsky, and you're in a 3v2, soon to be 3v2.
No one there.
No, he doesn't hit him. And the damage, yeah, you might still be able to pick something up with Ragna, but no, he rolls away. And an unfortunate, I'm going to call it catastrophe, for the Hebo, the wave, with no one to be found. And that damage goes nowhere, and so we get the Pyromancer and a kill for Team iDavy.
Yeah, that's the old, oh, I ulted the Horus ult, but I was a little bit late on the right. Yeah, I thought I could ult them before the Horus ult, and then I end up ulting their spectral image of where they once were before they were ulted away. Unfortunate, because I really liked the wraparound from Gagovsky. It seemed like he thought what I thought, is that you go in for the Pyromancer and then you retreat. And he was waiting in the back line. He's like, this is going to be such a sick ult. They're going to come into me. I'm going to use the Crushing Wave. And then they're like, oh, there's a low Yamoja. Let's go forward after the Pyro. And he's like, guys, I'm so sorry. I'm not grouped up with you for like 15 more seconds. You need to stall. So finally he runs up, sees the ult of a lifetime, and then Davey just takes it away from him by flying away with the rest of the team. But remember, that's only Pyromancer. Bomb goes over to Aim Blue, so the Chiron does have the ability to just destroy a tier 1 tower or confirm an objective at some point. But considering you're a carry, you probably want to get rid of that bomb as soon as possible. Open up your ward slots just in case. Either way, Primal Fury is going to be the target. Dark already here. Ragna on the way. Dutcher pinged out. He wants to step up and defend this Fury. It seems like Team Seagyll know about it already.
I'm going to start it up half health. It's a good spot to be in if you are Team iDavy. It doesn't seem like, even though they know, they're going to get too much to say about it. In fact, a masterful shot goes flying into the deep just to make sure no one's nearby. 4,000 gold and rising for Team iDavy. Beacon spawns in relatively soon. Give it about 30 seconds, 40 seconds, and we'll be more than likely seeing something outbreak on there. And now, I mean, Charlie, I know you wanted to see maybe some different itemization, but the Charon, you know, okay, TBD as far as like damage and output in team fight, seems to be doing fine right now, though.
You're not wrong, Gore.
Thanks.
You're not wrong. The Blackthorn, the Soul Eater, the Brawlers
might not be the most optimal.
Right. That's the thing. I'm used to a certain amount of damage from Chiron, but Mirror's Rebuke stalls the tier 1 for now. Still, Beacon would have been enough to take it down. Looks like the bomb was used. Aim Blue picked that one up. Now, Beacon can go towards the tier 2 tower if they so choose. Davey and Aim Blue will pick that one up, no problem. You're just worried about, you know, where you're going to use the Runic Bomb next, as it was already dropped. You got to set up for the next Pyromancer for that one. Either way, I like the call. Revolution tries to stall that one out as long as possible, but now you got no Yamoja, right? And that doesn't feel good. You're not really wanting a 5v5 without Revolution's ult. So it looks like Team Seagyll back to farming. But take a look at these XP diffs, right? Ragna has been so good about just finding farm whenever necessary. Hasn't really rotated to too many team fights. 0-0-1, but there's only 2 kills available, so that's not saying much. Either way, level 19 for the Rama at 18 minutes. That's some great farming that's being done. Veyron is probably pretty close to 18 here, but still, it's like a full level lead for this Rama over Xbalanque. And don't get me wrong, Xbalanque is certainly a late game ADC, but Rama is only getting better as well, right? The more items, the more attack speed, the more pen you get online, the more of a threat, a growing threat, that Ragna is going to become. And it's not just the double snipes from Aim Blue and Ragna to the threat. These auto attacks are going to do a ton. Because we haven't seen Seagyll in too many fights. 0-0-0 at the moment. This Kakolin, I don't think he has the tank stats to match up to Ragna right now, especially once level 20 comes around.
That's going to be a different dynamic. In fact, actually, last time around, it was pretty easy because by the time we saw Seagyll rotating in, the team was doing so well that it really didn't change too much. Also, I think it was last game we were talking about the fact that these games, as you had mentioned, had been kind of going the distance, right? Your 30, 40-minute mark, not uncommon. And then that one ended in 24, and we were proven wrong about 5 minutes later. This one has a very different pace. This one has an interesting dynamic that anyone is dancing around the Fire Giant, and they are gonna go for a pull here. Taking it down. Fire Giant, 2/3 health. All 5 of Team iDavy nearby. In fact, Yor goes in deep, uses the ult.
They're
still knock up Silence. In fact, they're putting a lot of damage. They've got 3 on it right now. iDavy get the Fire Giant. Dark trying to stay alive. Seagyll gets to the back, gets to the mage, and gets the kill on the jungler, which is going to take away 1 FG immediately. Now, you've got Davy, Yor retreating. Seagyll is in a sea of demise at this point, trying to get away, and will lead him on a wild goose chase for a little while, but should ultimately go down. We'll have to watch, see where this pathing leads him. And yeah, it's to his own demise.
I mean, you get Fire Giant on 4, but you lose your tier 2 tower.
You lose the only magic damage.
Yep, you lose your magic damage, and you lose... I mean, you get Seagyll, I suppose. So I'm trying to think, how much can Davy do in the meantime? They've got Fire Giant on 4. They should be able to push down these tier 2s, or at least grab the Oni Fury and push down 1 tier 2. Because Fire Giant on 4 is still extremely worth it. The only reason Dark dies there is because he was the one tanking up that Fire Giant, right? He had to stay in and just make sure the play got made. I'm actually surprised, though. Like, I feel like you could switch to Seagyll immediately, but they have such a lead. Not so massive that it's insurmountable, but so massive that they can go for a coin flip like that, and it's not the end of the world if Team Seagyll steals. And now, you got FG on 4. Oni Fury has spawned in, and they should be able to get it relatively easily. You're just getting the fast track to late game for Ragna. That's pretty much the change of pace. Level 20, Dominance, Mannequin Mace online. I mean, this Rama is just a Gatling gun at this point. Anyone that walks in front of Rama is going to have some problems.
And something that, look, in my experience since ROM's release, that's something you never want to deal with. Like, you do not want to be under the ire of a well-built, full-damage ROM. Oni Fury, pretty easy pickup for Team iDavy. In fact, it's the mannequin damage that is able to secure that one, but no problem for Ragna, who's been slamming autos. And now with double carries and a Fire Giant Trelly, well, this is pretty much what you want this draft to do, is just push towers and find control. Tier 2 on left, knocked down, no problem. And there's some pings coming out, and looks like they're looking maybe towards the Pyro, maybe towards the Beacon. Things that are going to spawn in relatively soon, and maybe give them an easier time than trying to go for a mostly full health Tier 2 in mid.
Well, they're already grouped around it. They have the play. You can't see, but Gagovsky is over in right lane right now. I'm saying Davy's team can't see. We have the knowledge that there is no Hebo in sight for the time being, but there is an Oni wave pushing up mid. So if you were going to go for this Tier 2, now would be the time. You don't have any Phantom Shell, though, and La Revolution can cut off the path to a Phoenix with that River's Rebuke. That may be enough to let this Tier 2 stand tall. We'll have to see, because it doesn't seem like anyone's going in for a gank here. Team Seagyll just sitting underneath the Tier 2 tower waiting for the siege to begin. And Dark, remember, that blink from Amon Brigitte can be lethal. If he goes to the back line, who's going with him, though? You got to look at Yor. Blink is also available, but the Chalk may just want to run it down mid as opposed to going for a wraparound play. Still going slow is the call here for Team Davy. Finally, Yor steps forward. Doesn't get much value, but the tower's the call.
Yeah, and honestly, what an easy call. You put Aim Blue in there, you put Ragna in there, and, I mean, blink and you miss it. It is gone. Clean Tier 2, clean gold gain. And Charlie, we're talking 9,000 gold, but a little shy, about 8,500 overall in their favor. Beacon's going to help out, get a little bit of damage spread across the board. You're going to get a Pyromancer. That's going to be a Runic Bomb. I mean, you are getting and hitting all the checkboxes. Unfortunately, right now, if you're Team iDavy, depending on how quickly you can push into this tower or push into Seagyll, and as you said, does not have the tankiness to withstand a lot of damage from Ragna. Might find a kill here. Wow, will find a kill here. Should find the Tier 2 if they're walking through it anyway. And with the minions, that's going to be another cleanup, even more gold, and a great setup for the next Fire Giant.
Yeah, I think Seagyll expected to live through that because the blink was available, had some time to think about it, but even so, Dark was able to close gap. Phoenix is the target here.
Wow.
No runic bombs available, just Darks at the moment, so you gotta be watching for it. Seagyll could destroy the runic bomb if they're on point, but Yor already has the ult back up, and look at the rivers. It blocks us off perfectly, though. Yor's by himself.
Yor goes in deep, up, though, and like you said, by himself, is it going to be enough? No, Dark goes down, loses their life. You have to get this Phoenix. You need to get the bird if you want to make it worthwhile. Otto's flying. There is going to be the destruction on the right-hand side of the board. Now, you just have to make it out, and you need to use your CC. Beat's still available here for the ROM. Goes up in the sky, misses it out.
You missed the bus! No! You missed the bus, man! Mrs. Frizzle was waiting for you, and you just go up into the sky? That's so unfortunate, man.
Oh, Cotton 4K.
You know he was worried about the water hands, but I think you just gotta trust the ult on that one. Now the rest of the team is running. Gagovski on the way. Ultimate from Dutcher. Can you kill the Hebo before he kills your team is the question. And it doesn't seem like they're gonna stop chasing here. Seagyll on the way. Still has Blink, and he's in there.
Goes in, looks for a knock-up, doesn't quite find what he's looking for, but they're pushing and pushing aggressively. Fire Giant is available behind him. Again, not enhanced just yet. 25 minutes, and they're going to play it a little slower now, Trelly. They're going to pump the brakes. Honestly, I'd say don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Ragnik died in a position where he probably didn't need to. Maybe still would have with the chase afterward. But because of that kill, you gave yourselves a small reprieval from having to deal with an absolute onslaught, it felt like. I mean, what we were talking, I think all 3 tier 2s, I want to say at least 1 tier 1 and the Phoenix, plus the Beacon, plus a Pyro. I mean, that was a very massive Fire Giant.
They're all backing.
And Team iDavy might just get the next one for free because no one's here. La Revolution sees it, but is getting zoned. Seagyll is nearby. But can you get in time to do something about it? And the answer is just straight up no for anybody on Seagyll. In fact, it might end up being worse. Oh man, La Revolution taking down the front line is already cut in half. Seagyll has to run back, as does everyone else. And this time, Ragnar's not going to miss the buzz. He's going to be running up right behind him. Come in and shoot down. Half health immediately. So you need a little follow-up, or you just get the TKO. A pretty big opening. Now you can start looking at mid-Phoenix.
Yep, Gagovski does have a blink ult available. Can he find an opportunity to use it is the question. Looks like the mid-bird stands tall for now. They've got sustain. They have Fire Giant regen. Team Davy, they should be able to grab this Phoenix, no problem, but there is one more on the map. Left bird is the target. Revolution spawns in 8 seconds. And Yor slides in on the ice into Phoenix a little bit early. Remember, that Phoenix damage stacks up. Can you get an opening? Doesn't seem like they're going to play this one slow. You got Regen, you have Primal Fury, and Team iDavy is backing up. Remember, best of 5. We are in the finals of this event. Team Davy wins here, they go to LAN. Team Seagyll stops them, they go to LAN. Those are your options, and right now Team Davy's in a commanding position to make sure that they stamp that ticket. But still, the Titan has to fall, and everything must be calculated. Grab the Primal Fury, spend some gold, and try your siege one more time.
And not once have I felt very secure in anybody in this set. Maybe last game I felt pretty solid for Team Seagyll, very early on because of the start. But Shelly, we've seen how back and forth this can go, and this Fire Giant not being enhanced, you're gonna need this Pyromancer. You're gonna need a little bit of extra work to get the work done, right?
Extra work to get the work done.
Yeah, right. You gotta like the prep work.
No, I get it. You have to. Yeah, you gotta put in the man hours. You go to the gym so that you can lift up the heavier stuff. Not at the gym.
Yeah, when you're helping someone move and they're like, "Can you help lift up the couch?"
Like
you go, "Can I?"
You want me and you to get the couch, and you're like, "Stand back, buddy. I got this."
I am the couch.
You just throw the couch over your shoulder, and that's the kind of work the Team Davy needs to put in.
They got the pyro. That's step number 1.
That sure is. They have a runic bomb. That one goes over to Davy. One more bird to be looked at. And like I said, if you pay attention to Hebo's positioning in these fights, Gagovski wants to blink in, wants to avoid the snipes from Ragna, wants to avoid the snipes from Aim Blue. It is very difficult to close that gap without getting in range, right?
Yeah, if anything, you could maybe even cross-section those, and if you're Ragna and Aim Blue, there's no safe zone.
That's what I'm saying. You can't even get within range to blink without getting clipped by one of those abilities, so... One more wave of Fire Indians heading over to right. Gagovski has to decide, does he defend or not? Dark is actually heading over to right. That bird will fall down, even if... Okay, Gagovski should be there to help out, actually, because you have Vision, gotta go in. Davey does. Finds a stun on a Revolution, but then to the back line goes Seagyll.
Now, autos, these are going to be the most important. You've been able to burn through Seagyll for a lot of it, and they're still burning. Oh, man! Do they have the damage up into the sky? And I believe some snipes to be raining down. Ragna has been doing so much damage.
Got him!
Oh, my God, he finds it! And that is a great opener, too. Already gone on Team Seagyll. You've lost your Phoenixes. You've lost the left side, marching into the Titan room, doing their best to go to LAN. It's Team iDavy, but there's low health bars. There's low health bars all around. You got to be careful when you're fighting this one. The Titan's low. The Titan's gone, and Davey are coming to LAN.
My goodness, Ragna had the mannequin's base and said, I am not trolling. I am hitting the Titan. We are going for the panic end. I do not care about farming damage. I do not care about finding kills. And it worked out perfectly. They had the damage to go in for the Titan. And shouts out to Ragna. Honestly, one time I remember roasting his snipes because he was, 1 for 3, hit the first one and then missed the last 2, and that was 2 games ago. Since then, man was on point. I mean, anytime there was a kill to be confirmed with Rama snipes, I saw it hit. So that is one warm-up snipe into the rest just being completely on point. I was a little bit questionable about the Hebo, but once I saw the Maman come through, I was like, nah, you're good. Like honestly, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure Maman won all 3 games.
Yes.
Yeah, so it seems like they found the strategy. And Team Seagyll, they let it through, they went for a gamble, and it didn't pay off.
It was moments that realistically, I mean, pillars, right? Games 1, 3, and 5, the ones that mattered the most. You get the Maman, you get your wins. In fact, I don't think we saw Dark lose a game on the Maman. Maybe there was one yesterday, but realistically, controlled in the jungle, that was something that you were wondering when we went to picks and bans for this game. Hey, why are you letting this one through? Hey, why are you doing this? Well, the answer was because we thought we can control it. I mean, realistically, 1, 3, and 3 doesn't look too crazy. It's not that good. But then you start to factor in the fact that the kills that Ragna was able to pick up and the zone that AimBlue was able to put out there were pretty massive all around. A low kill count board across every single instance, but the damage numbers, I think, are going to show something a little different, specifically for Ragna and probably Dark as well.
Yeah.
Also, that structure damage is going to be crazy.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Ragna and AimBlue were able to pick up so much damage because they had the range. They had everyone else doing the diving for them. That's the benefit of having ranged ADCs like this. Dark and Yor and Davey were in the backline, so they could just follow up with the ranged attacks that the Chiron and the Rama can provide. So I really did like the adaptations that Team Davey made when they fell down, when they lost a game. It did seem like they changed up their strategy tremendously to figure out how to make that not happen again, right? And Team Seagyll, again, I think the Emoja was working for them, the Hebo was working for them, the Expel was working for them. It wasn't like they went to some bad pickups. It was just the actual play style of Team Davey, which was just all-out aggression, essentially. Let's pull an objective, see what happens. Let's find an engagement around Bull Demon, see what happens. They were winning the day on those engagements. They just knew who to focus. And Gagovski, like I said, had some impactful ultimates, but he was under so much more pressure. Night and day difference between game number 4 and game number 5. The Hebo did not get to free cast.
Your 4 games of chalk. I remember I came into it. You said you were a chalk believer before we even got too far into it. By the end, I now too am a chalk believer. Actually, after game 1, I said I was going to be a chalk believer no matter what. And there were some rough games, right? It didn't all go easy breezy beautiful, but by the time it closed out, they were able to get things done. So we now have it, Trelly. The one team that's going to LAN, it's going to be Team iDavy. They only lost 1 set so far, this literally entire SMITE Content Creator Cup. And because the LAN is going to be mixed NA and EMEA, it means that he only lost 1 in the entire region, and that was yesterday's seeding match versus Team Seagyll. But at the end of the day, and that day being today, only one of those things mattered, and that was this set, this best of 5. And so one team, that is Team iDavy, will be coming to the LAN in July. Which means it gets a little bit to relax, especially considering there's going to be a pretty big meta shakeup coming in relatively soon. So I think they're ready. Have some time to get back to the drawing board and learn some things fresh.
But not only do we get to see the meta shakeup, we get to see the region shakeup, right? We get to see the EUVNNA, because I know the majority of Team Davey is from that region. Yeah, so they'll be able to bring up. Can they hang with the NA guys? Are the NA guys washed? I expect
the NA guys are not ready for the amount of smack talk that comes
that's exactly what I'm talking about. I expect to see a ton of trash talk because that is kind of just Davey's MO. We've seen him around. He was in the roll tournament we had, last year. So, and he did talk a lot of smack. And I expect to see nothing different here.
Always very, very fun. And like you said, not only, region mix-up, we still need to figure out who's going to be playing with Team iDavy in that LAN, which is where I come bearing good news, which is that next week, Saturday, Sunday, we're going to be grabbing the 3 teams from North America. Again, we're taking the top 2 from each of the groups that played, and just knocking one of them out and then figuring out their seeding. They're going to be joining iDavy in the LAN in July. That's going to be Saturday, starting at 11 a.m. Eastern, Sunday next week as well at 11 a.m. Eastern. But for now, to wrap up EMEA and of course to say congratulations to Team iDavy from myself, from Trelly, and of course everyone working back in production and here at hi-rez Studios. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you next week for North America.
Made in Georgia.